My name is Yen. I am an orphan without a father or a mother and was adopted by an assassination organization since childhood. I have no friends, no feelings, I am just a killing machine that mechanically executes the orders of Mom. Years of training have made me the chief of the Assassination Association, but my talent also makes Mom feel threatened. Finally, I fell under her dagger. The cold steel blade pierced my chest, and I heard her softly say, "You did a great job, Yen." Death felt cold. I thought it was all over. However, when I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a strange world. I turned into a baby? No, to be exact, a goblin cub. The surroundings were filled with whispers and sounds of fighting among my own kind. I instinctively crawled towards an elf-like woman with snow-white hair and red eyes. "Are you my mother?" I asked unconsciously. Her eyes were filled with fear and hatred, and the sword in her hand stabbed at me. Just as the tip of the sword was about to pierce my heart, my body dodged automatically, but what emerged in my mind was the pain of being betrayed in my previous life. I, a former killer, actually killed my own kind in the first moment in the new world. In an abandoned factory in the wilderness, I lay in a pool of cold blood, feeling the life rapidly draining from my body. Everything was blurry, but I could still see her, the woman I once called Mother, looking down at me with that familiar, eerie smile on her face. Her fingers brushed my cheek, bringing a cold touch. She whispered something, but my consciousness gradually blurred and the sound became distant. Why? I did my best and completed every task she gave me. I thought this would earn me her approval, but her expression now made me uneasy. Gradually, I felt the temperature in my body disappear rapidly, and my consciousness began to fall into endless darkness. Her voice echoed in my ears. "When you open your eyes again, you will see me." I thought I was going to die, but it didn't. I fell into a dark place, as if I was drifting in an endless dream. I don't know how long it took, but a sharp pain woke me up. The world in front of me was completely different, and I was no longer the bloody Yen. Suddenly, I felt extremely weak, like a newborn baby. The air around me was damp and acrid, and I struggled to see clearly. Soon, my eyes fell on a corner not far away, where an elf woman was lying, her face full of despair and pain. Her body was shaking violently, as if she was experiencing unbearable pain. Under her, an ugly green monster slid to the ground, making a low roar. It suddenly dawned on me, I was reborn as a goblin cub. My head was still buzzing and my thoughts were in a mess. But the killer instinct never left me. I looked at the newborn goblin cub and felt a strange hunger. Without thinking too much, I pounced on it and pressed it under me with my weak strength. There happened to be a stone next to me, so I subconsciously picked it up and smashed it hard on the head. Blood splattered, but my heartbeat gradually calmed down. After the first attack, I didn't stop and continued to hit it again and again until the cub stopped struggling. Suddenly, a strange voice sounded in my head, as if it came from another world. Those voices spoke of sins and infamy, which I didn't quite understand, but it didn't matter. I knew I had to survive, no matter what I had become. I looked up and saw the elf woman. Her eyes were full of fear and her body was shaking. Her long silver hair was disheveled and her ruby eyes were flashing with emotions I couldn't understand. I knew she was afraid of me, but strangely, I felt an inexplicable sense of closeness to her. Could she be my mother? Wasn't my mother the first person I saw after my rebirth? I glanced around and saw other goblin cubs slowly approaching her, their hideous smiles filled with malice. The disgusting gaze crawled over the elf like a poisonous snake, as if it wanted to devour her completely. Her heart felt like it had sunk into an icy cave, and she could only wait for death and despair. She had just given birth and was so weak that she didn't even have the strength to struggle, and could only collapse on the ground. At this moment, she caught a glimpse of the strange goblin cub me, staring at my own umbilical cord and grinning. At this moment, a goblin cub quietly approached me and suddenly attacked. I felt a cold killing intent coming from me. The elf girl closed her eyes. Her heart was dead silent, perhaps death was the only way to be relieved. But at this moment, her body moved instinctively, as if driven by some kind of power, and she suddenly stretched out her hands to hold me in her arms, protecting me against her chest. The fist fell and hit her back. Although the cub's strength was not great, her body was already extremely weak, and this blow made her breathing quicken instantly. She suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood, and her body was shaky. She didn't understand why she wanted to protect this monster. Maybe it was out of some inexplicable instinct, or maybe she needed comfort in this hellish lair. The moment she held me tightly in her arms, a familiar warmth welled up in my heart. It was my mother's embrace. I haven't felt this way for a long time. For this moment, I can give everything. But this warmth was mixed with drops of cold liquid. I looked down and saw that it was blood, her blood. Mom was hurt? Anger instantly devoured my reason. I growled, my voice hoarse and low, causing her to let go of my hand in fear, her eyes filled with confusion and disgust. She didn't understand why she had to protect me, and even felt a little regretful. I didn't care about that. I only had her in my eyes, my mother. The other goblin cubs chattered and shouted at me, as if asking me why I was protecting this woman. I could hear their roars and understand what they meant, but I didn't bother to answer. I turned my eyes to the nearest cub, and with murderous intent, I pounced on it. I held the stone tightly in my hand and smashed it down. The sound of bone breaking was sharp and piercing, blood splattered, and my hand felt a momentary tremor. Without giving it a chance to breathe, I continued to smash it down until it stopped struggling. My strength was increasing, and my body seemed to absorb this power. With each kill, I felt myself getting stronger. Congratulations on killing the goblin cub. Based on the effect of your skill, Evil Food, you gained 1 point of speed. The voice of the world sounded again. I could feel the power surging within me, but I didn't have time to appreciate it because my goal had not yet been accomplished. The other goblin cubs were stunned. They had never seen anything like their kind before. A newborn goblin cub could slaughter its own compatriots so brutally. I saw their hesitation and fear, and that gave me the opportunity to deliver the fatal blow. I accelerated suddenly and appeared behind one of the cubs in an instant, with the stone raised high again. Without any hesitation, I smashed it down hard. The goblin cub fell silently in a bloody mess, and the sound of the world echoed in my mind again. Congratulations on killing the goblin cub. Based on the effect of your skill, Evil Food, you gained 1 point of strength. Strength gathered in my body, and the hunger became stronger, as if a bottomless abyss was churning in my stomach. But I didn't care. This hunger only made me more eager to kill. I'm going to kill all of these guys, leaving no one alive. They wanted to hurt my mother, and this is their sin. The remaining goblin cubs finally realized the danger. They roared angrily and rushed towards me in groups. The nest suddenly became chaotic, and the women in the corners curled up with resentment in their eyes. They wished that all these monsters would die, even me. But I don't care what they think. All I know is that these goblins want to hurt my mother, and I will never allow them to succeed. There was only cold killing intent in my heart. I held the stone tightly and faced them step by step. The pleasure of killing, the growth of power, and the sound of the world were all pushing me to the edge of madness. The stone became the most deadly weapon in my hand. Every swing was extremely accurate, hitting the vital points of the goblin cubs. They fell one after another, and all I could see was the blood-red world and those endless enemies. This is my new life and my first battle in this cruel world. For my mother and for my survival, I will fight my way out. Chapter 3. Crunch! A sharp cry rang out in the chaotic nest, and the goblin cubs were looking for Yi Yan's trace everywhere. However, as the chief killer of the Assassination Association in his previous life, how could Yi Yan be found by these newborn cubs? Yi Yan wandered in the shadows, occasionally attacking with a fatal blow. The cubs had no way of noticing his presence, and fell one by one, becoming his nutrients and being devoured by Yi Yan mercilessly. Congratulations on killing the goblin cub. Based on the effect of your skill, Evil Food, you gain 1 point of strength. Congratulations on killing the goblin cub. Based on the effect of your skill, Evil Food, you gain 1 point of speed. Congratulations on killing the goblin cub. Based on the effect of your skill, Evil Food, you gain 1 point of constitution. The sound of the world continued to echo in Yi Yan's mind. The accumulation of sins, the carving of infamy, everything was engraved on the starry sky at this moment. When the 10th goblin cub fell, Yi Yan no longer needed to hide. After many enhancements, his strength far exceeded that of these untrained cubs. What remained was just a one-sided massacre. Seeing his companions fall one after another, a goblin cub finally realized the hopeless gap in strength and began to flee. Crunch! It hid behind a female goblin as a threat. No, don't! The woman pleaded desperately, helplessness evident in her voice. However, Yi Yan paused when he heard the woman's plea. A glimmer of hope flashed in the woman's eyes, but it soon turned into despair. Kill it, kill me too! The woman screamed, tears streaming down her face, with deep hatred for the goblin clan. Yi Yan's eyes were cold and unmoved. However, the goblin cub proudly grabbed the woman's hair and shouted excitedly. However, what greeted it was a precisely thrown stone. The stone hit its head, and blood bloomed like a flower. The body of the goblin cub fell straight down, and Yi Yan remained indifferent. The voice of the world continued to echo in Yi Yan's mind. Congratulations, you have killed dozens of your kind at a record-breaking speed in the early stages of your life. Yi Yan's power continued to grow, and his skill, evil food, was replaced by predation. He felt the changes in his body and soul. The strong feeling of hunger disappeared, replaced by a deep desire to hunt and devour everything. On the other side of the nest, an elf witnessed all this and was shocked. Was this her child? Or a demon? She couldn't understand how a young cub could have such powerful strength. Yi Yan opened his eyes, and the last goblin cub in the nest was trembling and kowtowing to him for mercy. However, Yi Yan's heart was as cold as a stone. As long as the assassination target was determined, no matter what he encountered, he would not waver. He raised the stone without hesitation, ready for the final blow. At this moment, the goblin cub screamed, and its entire body merged into the shadow, appearing behind Yi Yan. Be careful! Mother's voice came from behind, but it was too late. Suddenly, Yi Yan turned around abruptly and smashed the stone down hard, causing the goblin cub's head to explode like a watermelon. Congratulations on killing the goblin cub. Based on the effect of your skill, predation, you have gained the goblin cub's skill, stealth. Yi Yan stood in the center of the nest, with corpses all over the ground and the fear gradually dissipating behind him. This new world had just begun for him. Chapter 4. The elf breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Yi Yan kill the goblin cub. However, Yi Yan's eyes did not leave the last goblin cub. At this moment, the old wooden door suddenly opened, and a ray of light shone in, illuminating the dim room. What's going on? 2 adult goblins and a goblin shaman holding a staff walked in. As soon as they entered the door, a strong smell of blood hit them in the face, and the scene before them stunned them. The room that was originally used for childbirth has now become a morgue. The bodies of the goblin cubs are lying on the ground, and their blood has gathered into a river. The goblin shaman initially thought that it was the fertility slaves who did it, but when he saw the women hiding in the corner and shivering, he immediately rejected this idea. They simply could not have the strength to attack the goblin cubs, especially under the shackles of the curse. Crack! A scream attracted their attention. In a hidden corner, Yi Yan was holding a blood-stained stone, ready to attack the wailing goblin cub on the ground. Stop! The goblin shaman shouted, and the 2 adult goblins reacted quickly and rushed towards Yi Yan together. Seeing this, Yi Yan knew he couldn't delay any longer and sped up his actions. After all, he was still a cub and couldn't compete with an adult goblin. Just as the stone was about to fall, an adult goblin's hand slapped his hand, and the stone fell. Another adult goblin tried to grab his feet, but Yi Yan jumped up and cleverly avoided it, kicking at the falling stone in the air. The stone flew like an arrow, accurately shooting towards the goblin cub's left eye. Crack! The goblin cub rolled on the ground in pain. The adult goblins were shocked when they saw this. How could this cub have such superb fighting skills? It didn't look like a newborn, but rather like an old goblin who had been through many battles. After Yi Yan landed, he saw that the goblin cub was still alive and rushed forward without hesitation. The adult goblin nearby came to his senses, rolled up his arms and pounced over, trying to catch Yi Yan. Yi Yan quickly threw a handful of sand from his hand, blinding the goblin's eyes. Bang! The stone once again accurately hit the adult goblin's eyes. Oh! The adult goblin screamed and covered his eyes. At this moment, Yi Yan had already rushed to the goblin cub, ready to end the battle. How dare you! The goblin shaman finally made his move, swinging his staff, and a green light shone onto the ground. Countless vines suddenly emerged from the ground, binding Yi Yan in the air, making him unable to move. What is this? Yi Yan looked at the vines that bound him, his eyes full of confusion. Where did these plants come from? Why were they moving? This abnormal phenomenon confused him. Yi Yan's gaze moved from the vines to the goblin shaman holding the staff, and he found that a mysterious green light was flashing on the staff. Well done! When the adult goblin saw Yi Yan being tied up, a sinister smile appeared on his face, and he slowly approached. Hee hee, you're just a young cub, yet you dare to be so arrogant. I'll let you kill your own kind, said the adult goblin, swinging up a wooden stick, ready to end Yi Yan's life. No, don't! The elf suddenly rushed out from the corner, hugged Yi Yan in his arms, and closed his eyes tightly. Yi Yan was stunned in his mother's warm embrace. The feeling was so gentle that he relaxed unconsciously. Just as the stick was about to fall, a loud shout stopped the adult goblin. Stop! The stick stopped a few centimeters above the elf's head. The adult goblin looked at the goblin shaman with dissatisfaction. Why are you stopping me? It's a sin goblin that killed dozens of its compatriots. The goblin shaman glanced at him coldly and said calmly, I have already informed the general. The general will make the final decision on this matter and the goblin cub. The goblin shaman ignored them and focused on healing the injuries of the only surviving goblin cub. When the adult goblin heard the general's name, he clenched his teeth. Although he was angry, he did not dare to do anything to Yi Yan. At this moment, the adult goblin turned his gaze to the elf holding Yi Yan, with greed and evil thoughts flashing in his eyes. Ha ha! The adult goblin laughed grimly and slowly approached. The beauty of the elf made him unable to stop, and his eyes were full of desire for possession. Chapter 5. The elf seemed to sense some gazes and its body trembled slightly, which made Yi Yan, who was immersed in the gentleness of maternal love, suddenly wake up. Yi Yan saw an adult goblin staring at his mother, with a greedy look that revealed dirty intentions. The anger in Yi Yan's heart was ignited again. You dare! Yi Yan roared, with flames of anger flashing in his eyes. Ha! The adult goblin laughed and looked at Yi Yan provocatively. He then looked at the shaman behind him. Seeing that the shaman had no reaction, he said even more unscrupulously, I want you to watch with your own eyes your mother being killed by me. Swish! Before the adult goblin could finish his words, a stone flew past his head. One of Yi Yan's hands broke free from the vines, and his body was still hanging in the air. Say it again, Yi Yan said in a low voice, his eyes as cold as a knife. You bastard! The adult goblin was furious. Seeing Yi Yan trapped and still daring to provoke him, he rushed up irrationally, swinging his fist straight into Yi Yan's face. Bang! The adult goblin's fist missed. What? The adult goblin was shocked. At this moment, Yi Yan had already broken free from the vines and flashed to his side. Boy, don't underestimate me. The goblin waved his other hand, trying to hit Yi Yan, but Yi Yan dodged easily again. While Yi Yan dodged, he grabbed the adult goblin's arm with both hands and twisted it hard. His whole body turned like a spiral, twisting the adult goblin's arm along with it. Crack! The sound of broken bones was crisp and terrifying. The adult goblin's arm was cut off by Yi Yan's skillful technique. Oh! The intense pain made the adult goblin roll on the ground, wailing miserably. Damn you, cub! Another adult goblin raised his stone axe angrily, and was about to chop it down when a majestic voice interrupted him. That's enough! The voice sounded like thunder, and all the goblins stopped. It was the general's voice. A giant goblin, taller than the other goblins, wearing heavy armor and with a hideous scar on his face, walked in slowly with endless majesty. All the goblins knelt down instantly and shouted respectfully, General! The adult goblins took the opportunity to complain, accusing Yi Yan of cruelty and brutality. General, this cub killed dozens of its compatriots right after it was born. We must not let it live. That's enough. The general waved his hand to stop them, and said coldly, You were beaten like this by a newborn cub, and you still have the nerve to cry in front of me? He turned his eyes to the shaman. Goblin Shah, you go. Goblin Shaman Shah nodded and recounted what had happened one by one. After hearing this, the general's eyes fell on Yi Yan, revealing a strange light. At that moment, a flash of shock flashed across his face, but he quickly concealed it so that no one noticed. It was you who killed these cubs! The general's eyes were as sharp as a knife, staring at Yi Yan. Yi Yan said nothing, still guarding his mother tightly, not daring to relax at all. He could feel that the Goblin General was extremely powerful, so powerful that even in his prime he had to be careful to deal with him. Can't speak? The General frowned. The two adult goblins immediately started shouting. How dare you not answer the General? General, let's kill these goblins who don't obey orders, they requested impatiently. However, the General ignored them and continued staring at Yi Yan. At this time, the Goblin Shaman Shah stepped forward and reminded, General, it is normal for the cubs not to speak. At least we have to wait until they enter the growth period. The General nodded. In that case, let's wait until it speaks before making a decision. Huh! The goblins opened their mouths in surprise. How could the General make such a decision? Normally, in such a situation, shouldn't he just kill him? But they didn't dare to question the General, they could only stare at Yi Yan viciously. Yi Yan ignored their hostility. He was thinking about the possibility of defeating this powerful enemy. However, he suddenly felt a splitting headache and weakness. Was he poisoned? Then, the Goblin Shaman asked hesitantly, what should we do with this goblin cub? The General looked at the weak Yi Yan, was silent for a moment, and said, everything remains the same. The shaman nodded and led the two adult goblins out of the room, warning them not to act rashly. Yi Yan felt that there was no danger for the time being, or perhaps his body had finally reached its limit, and suddenly fell down. As his consciousness blurred, Yi Yan felt a familiar warmth. He bit down instinctively. The elf hugged him tightly, and the tears that had long dried up came out again. You don't have to die, she choked and said. Don't leave me alone in this dark nest. Elf's tears fell, and she hugged Yi Yan tightly. In this dark and desperate nest, it seemed that they were the only ones who could rely on each other. Yi Yan found a moment of peace in her arms. Chapter 6: The Other Side. General. Shaman Shah, who was following the Goblin General, was puzzled. When faced with this alien that attacks its own kind as soon as it is born, shouldn't we just kill it? As if afraid of offending the General, Shaman Shah added, I am not questioning the General's decision, I just feel that we don't seem to need such goblins. Hearing this, the Goblin General stopped, looked back at the indignant shaman, and said in a deep voice, I see the qualifications in that boy. Qualifications? Shaman Shah was even more confused. That's right. The General nodded, looking somewhere outside the forest, a trace of reminiscence flashing in his eyes. The qualifications to become a king. What? Shaman Shah was shocked. The qualification to become a king. This meant that the child was born with the seed of the king. Seed of the king is a talent that is considered necessary to become a king. Only creatures with this talent can become candidates for the king. This was the talent that countless goblin generals had dreamed of, a qualification that they had spent hundreds of years trying to obtain, yet it appeared in a newborn goblin. If the other generals knew about this, they would surely stir up a bloody storm in this long peaceful forest. Even some races, especially the human race, would spare no effort to strangle this cub in its cradle. After all, there is a world of difference between a race with a king and a race without a king. The Goblin clan has fallen into such a situation precisely because they have no king. Thinking of this, Shaman Shah couldn't help but secretly glance at the general, feeling uneasy, wondering what the general was planning. So I don't need to remind you what to say and what not to say, right? The general said calmly. I understand. Shaman Shah nodded, pondered for a moment, and asked, Then, king? Before Shaman Shah could finish his words, a strong killing intent instantly enveloped him, forcing him to swallow his words. He quickly changed the topic and said, Then, what should we do with the elf that gave birth to a cub? Logically speaking, since she is the king's biological mother, she should be respected by the whole clan. But for the goblins, there is no such concept as biological mother. In the eyes of goblins, females are just tools for reproduction. Moreover, the goblins do not have their own females, and their reproduction depends entirely on females of other races, which is one of the reasons why the Goblin Empire was destroyed. The Goblin General did not hesitate, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. As a king, I naturally do not need a so-called biological mother. But that boy seems to be very dependent on that elf and wants to protect her. Shaman Shah added. Humph! The general snorted coldly. Then we can't keep her. A king doesn't need weaknesses. The general pondered for a moment, and then said, "However, this matter is not urgent. Before the king has sufficient strength, the elf can be kept for a while. At least until he is out of his infancy, the elf will be needed to play the role of a mother." "Yes." Shaman Shah lowered his head, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. The general just glanced at Shaman Shah, said nothing more, and continued on his way. The elf girl finally accepted this child who had protected her since birth and took good care of Yen. They were taken to a house that looked more like a prison. Metal bars imprisoned the girls one by one, and a long corridor with walls separating a small square room every 2 meters. Goblins were stationed on both sides of the corridor. After the women came in, they were cast into a spell, a magic that could control the mind, making them obediently raise the goblin cubs. The goblin's growth cycle is extremely short. It only takes 3 months for it to leave its infancy and enter its growth stage. This is one of the reasons why goblins can reproduce rapidly on the continent and spread across the continent like cockroaches. "Hey, that's weird." An old goblin holding a staff glanced at the elf who was concentrating on feeding the goblin cub, scratched his green head. "I clearly have cast a spell, right?" He shook his head, seeming a little confused, but soon put it aside. "Oh, never mind, I'm really tired. When I'm done, I'll go relax." As he spoke, the old goblin shaman showed an obscene smile on his face and glanced at the girl inside through the iron gate. If the general had not ordered them to restrict their actions against females who had just given birth for the sake of the development of the species, he would have been impatient. He looked greedily at the elf who was feeding. "What a pity!" He shook his head and chose to leave. However, he didn't know that a pair of dark eyes were staring at him in the dark. After more than a month of recovery and growth, Yi Yan's body gradually became stronger. Although still in his childhood, Yi Yan felt a powerful force surging in his body, as if some mysterious force was transforming every cell of his body. Suddenly, lines of information appeared in Yi Yan's vision, as if revealing his own secrets to him. Yi Yan stared at this information, and puzzled questions emerged in his mind. Name: Yi Yan. Race: low-level goblin stage. Childhood strength: 19 speed, 20 constitution, 20 magic power, 1 skill, shadow special skill, predator talent, hidden breath, language proficiency special talent, king's seed. What do these strange messages represent? Yi Yan felt a strange and powerful force hidden in his body. He knew that these forces would be the basis for his survival in this cruel world. At this moment, the voice of the elf girl brought him back from his thoughts. "Come, call mommy," she whispered gently to Yi Yan in her arms, with a hint of temptation and uneasiness in her voice. "Mom, Mom!" Yi Yan imitated her voice stiffly, trying to utter these 2 words. "Yes, it's Mom!" Tears welled up in the elf's eyes, and her hands were trembling slightly, revealing a coldness. Yi Yan looked at her. The hands that had protected him now seemed so helpless. He knew that his mother's fear came from this strange world and his unknown future. Yi Yan gently slid down from her arms, sat beside her, and felt her fear and anxiety. Chapter 7. In the past month, Yi Yan has continued to grow. Goblins grow very fast, which is why they can survive like cockroaches in a hostile environment. High reproduction rate, rapid growth, and short growth cycle have allowed goblins to spread to every corner of the continent. However, Yi Yan noticed that as time went on, his mother's fear seemed to be getting deeper and deeper. For example, "Hey, come out!" Several goblins stopped at the door and shouted to a woman who lived opposite Yi Yan. I don't want to." The woman seemed to know what it meant to be taken away by these goblins. She curled up in the corner, her body trembling, and repeated with empty eyes. "Hey, this is not up to you." A goblin sneered and opened the door with a click. Several adult goblins walked in, and the leader suddenly grabbed the woman's arm. The woman seemed to be frightened by something and struggled frantically. "No, no! I don't want to go to that hell!" Swish! She suddenly pulled out a hidden stone from her back and threw it hard at the goblin. The goblin who grabbed her screamed in pain, and his hand was scratched. "Damn it!" The goblin was furious and slapped her hard, causing her cheek to swell up immediately. The woman screamed in pain but did not give up struggling. Instead, she resisted even harder. The goblin slapped her and said with a lewd smile, "Just enjoy it. Every goblin here will make you live a life worse than death." Then he undressed his lower body, revealing a green sword. No! The woman begged desperately, but was unable to stop the goblin's violence. At this moment, Yi Yan's vision was blocked and his ears were covered by a pair of gentle hands. His mother didn't let him see or hear what was happening outside. Although Yi Yan didn't have much affection for these goblins or those women, he couldn't understand why his mother was afraid. He didn't know what it felt like to be afraid. Yi Yan poked his head out of his mother's arms and looked at her with tears streaming down her face, his heart full of doubts. "Mom, what's wrong with you?" This was the 10th time she had done this month. The woman opposite was the last one left here. Yi Yan didn't understand what this meant. He only knew that his mother was getting more and more scared. "Ha, what's wrong?" The goblin outside the door laughed when he heard Yi Yan's words. "Of course it's because she knows that she will soon become our toy." "Ha!" The goblin smiled lewdly and looked at the elf's body greedily. "I'm really looking forward to it." "No, woo." The elf seemed to have recalled some horrible memory and let go of Yi Yan. His eyes were empty and he had lost hope of living. "I don't want to." She hugged her knees, tears streaming down her face. She didn't want to go back to that hell, but she felt desperate. What on earth was she doing? Acting as the mother of the goblins? How silly! She buried her face under her knees, her ears filled with those harsh voices. "Mom, you're crying." Yi Yan used a small green hand to touch her head awkwardly, which made her spirit, which was about to lose control, regain some calm. She raised her head and saw Yi Yan's childish eyes, and she realized that she was not alone. "Mom, don't cry." Yi Yan pushed his mother with his little hand and said stiffly, "Mom, can you please stop crying?" He didn't understand why his mother was crying, but seeing her cry, his heart seemed to be stabbed. He didn't want to see his mother cry. The goblins were enjoying the pain and despair of the elves outside the iron gate. "Ha! In a few days, your mother will be everyone's mother." They laughed arrogantly, their eyes filled with malicious expectations. "Is it because of these guys' fault?" Yi Yan thought secretly. "If it weren't for the existence of these goblins, my mother wouldn't have become like this." Yi Yan looked at the goblins who were leaving with cold eyes, especially the one leading them. He memorized its appearance in his mind. "Mom cried because of that guy. So if I kill it, Mom won't cry anymore, right?" Yi Yan secretly decided that the goblin's name was already on his must-kill list. "Boy, you can only enjoy it for a few days." The goblin who was watching Yi Yan sneered. The elf's shoulders trembled, and the light in his eyes dimmed again. Yi Yan did not respond, but held his mother's hand tightly. He knew that he had to become stronger to protect her and prevent her from suffering like this again. Chapter 8. As night fell, the entire goblin lair was shrouded in deep darkness and silence was all around. Most of the people had been taken away, and the guards were thinning out. There were only a few goblins training in the dim corridor. This place is deep in the lair and does not require much defense, because no slave has ever successfully escaped since the general took over. In the dim corridor, an adult goblin walked alone in the corridor, cursing in a low voice with an angry look on his face. "Damn it, why am I always the one being punished? It's just a female, what's the big deal?" It cursed inwardly, with dissatisfaction and resentment in its heart. This goblin was the leader who was responsible for taking the women away during the day. He walked to the guard and said gloomily, "I'm here to take over." The guard goblin saw him and couldn't help showing a surprised expression. "Goblin Jing, why are you here? Aren't you in charge of the 3rd patrol team?" "Don't mention it." The goblin waved his hand impatiently. "Someone reported me to the general that I had sex with a female in the feeding room. As a result, I was demoted." The guard goblin laughed. "Ha ha ha, you are such a fool. Why don't you find a secluded place to attack? You have to do it here. You must be reported." The goblin had a gloomy face, and he hated the feeling of being bound. Thinking back to the days before the general came, he felt so free. It can do whatever it wants, even if it breaks, it can throw it away and catch a new one. It can't wait to return to that reckless life. The guard goblin said nothing more. He handed the spear to Goblin Jing and warned him. "Don't disobey the general's orders again, or you will be demoted next time. Get out!" The goblin took the spear and looked very impatient. The night was getting darker, and the goblin was guarding the gate, still feeling unhappy. It suddenly remembered that it had captured some humans who claimed to be adventurers in the morning. Most of them were under a spell and had no ability to resist. Those people were still in the slave room, waiting for further interrogation. I should be able to steal one of these adventurous women to play with, right? The goblin was thinking to himself, becoming more and more excited. So the goblin quietly left his post and walked towards the slave room. Not long after, it brought back a sleeping woman. The woman was slender, wearing a black tights, with long blue hair falling like a waterfall. Even in her sleep, her posture still exuded a dangerous sense of power. The short sword at her waist gleamed coldly in the moonlight, forming a sharp contrast with her calm face. At the same time, in the dim room, an ancient oil lamp flickered with a faint light, illuminating the walls and shadows of the entire room. The mottled marks on the wall appeared particularly clear in the light and shadow. In the room, a white-haired elf girl hugged a goblin cub who was a head shorter than her. The two of them snuggled up to each other and fell into a deep sleep. The white-haired elf's skin was as white as snow, and it shone lightly under the light. There were still traces of tears in the corners of her eyes, which flickered faintly under the light. The goblin cub Yen was in her arms, his long eyelashes trembling slightly. Then, he slowly opened his pair of bright black eyes, revealing a calmness and determination that did not match his age. Wow, Mom, Leah doesn't want to learn offensive magic, the elf girl murmured in her sleep, with a hint of uneasiness and fear in her voice, as if she was telling someone about her inner struggle. Yen listened quietly to her talking in her sleep, feeling her slightly trembling body, and a complex emotion surged in his heart. Yen tried to get out of her arms carefully, but was afraid of disturbing her dream. At this moment, he felt a sense of warmth and an attachment he had never felt before. Leah, I want magic to make the flowers bloom again. The elf girl's voice gradually became blurred, her breathing became steady, and she seemed to have entered a deeper dream. Yen looked at her peaceful sleeping face, and a strange warmth surged in his heart. He whispered softly, Mom, wait for me, I will be back soon. Before he finished speaking, Yan's body quietly merged into the shadow, and silently left the elf girl's arms, like an invisible black mist, disappearing into the darkness. Chapter 9. The strange ability that Yen obtained, Shadow, although powerful, has many limitations. Its teleportation distance is very short, and must be used in the shadows. It can only teleport itself and cannot carry any objects that exceed its own weight. Yen knew that this meant he could not escape from the nest with his mother. But even so, this skill was still an extremely powerful weapon in his hands. Using stealth, Yen easily disappeared from the cage and shuttled between the shadows. At this time, the security in the nest was relaxed because the manpower had been transferred away, and only a few goblins were patrolling. Relying on his experience from his previous life, Yen easily avoided these patrolling goblins. To him, these warning forces were almost useless. Now Yen had only one goal, the goblin that insulted his mother and stared at her with disgusting eyes. He wanted to kill it. However, when Yen walked out of the cell, he found that he was in a huge underground nest. This place is like an enlarged version of an underground ant nest, with intricate tunnels running up and down. It is easy to get lost without a guide. But for Yen, these are not a problem. In the dim corridor, two goblins were walking side by side, chewing something in their mouths. Upon closer inspection, they were actually human fingers. Crunch, crunch, it feels so good, one of the goblins said with a smile, his mouth full of blood. Ha ha, yeah, I don't know why there are more and more adventurers around here, another goblin said. You have no idea how many slaves there are in the lair now. It's amazing. Their laughter echoed in the empty corridor. But soon, the laughter stopped abruptly, replaced by a crisp sound of broken bones. Crack! Yen suddenly appeared on top of a goblin's head, landed on its neck, and almost instantly rotated its neck 360 degrees. In a moment, a goblin was cleanly and neatly solved by him. The sound of the world rang in Yen's mind. Congratulations on killing an adult goblin. Based on the effect of your skill, predation, you have gained the goblin's talent. Self-recovery. Congratulations on killing the adult goblin. Based on the effect of your skill, predation, you gain 1 point of strength. What? The other goblin next to him reacted and raised his sword to attack, but Yen had already quickly dodged under its feet. Swish! Yi Yan swept its legs hard, causing the goblin to lose balance and fall down. At the same time, Yi Yan's knee accurately hit its throat, making it unable to make any sound, and at the same time, he quickly knocked its wrist, and the big knife fell to the ground. Yi Yan picked up the sword without hesitation and swung it hard, and the goblin's head fell to the ground. The voice of the world sounded in his mind again. Congratulations on killing an adult goblin. Based on the effect of your skill, predation, you have gained the goblin's talent. Self-recovery. Congratulations on killing the adult goblin. Based on the effect of your skill, predation, you gain 1 point of strength. Discovered duplicates of the talent self-healing, automatically integrated into the talent. Self-healing D. Yi Yan ignored the prompt and waved the sword in his hand. He felt that it was very easy to use, so he put it on his waist. He continued to search for the scent of the goblin with his keen sense of smell. In a dim corner, the goblin was trying to violate an unconscious woman. However, the woman suddenly woke up and began to fight back desperately. Damn it, why did they wake up? The goblin was cursing angrily. The shamans had clearly said that these humans would not wake up before tomorrow, so what was going on? But it doesn't matter. The goblin was licking his lips, staring at the woman greedily, noticing that her body was different than it had seemed before. Huh! Why are the breasts getting smaller? Weren't they fuller before? It looked at the woman in front of it in confusion. Of course, it didn't know that this was just a special dress worn by human women that could change their appearance. Although disappointed, the goblin was quickly turning his attention to other parts. Hee hee. It walked towards the woman with a grin. The woman in the corner was named Collis. She was a thief who was good at hiding and stealth. At this moment, she found that she was powerless and could not use any skills. She struggled desperately, but to no avail. Damn it, why did this happen to me? She murmured sadly. As long as I can recover, I can leave here. Collis was a top thief by profession, with a full-level stealth skill. She knew that as long as she could recover her strength, she could easily escape. But now Collis was powerless to resist. He could only watch the goblins approach step by step, his heart filled with despair. At this critical moment, Yi Yan appeared silently in the shadows, his eyes flashing with cold light and cold killing intent. He knew that he had to be quick, otherwise it would be too late. Yi Yan's figure leaped out from the shadows, like a sharp blade, stabbing straight in the direction of the goblin. Chapter 10. The scene in front of Collis suddenly changed. Her desperate eyes suddenly brightened as the goblin's head fell to the ground. Corys looked at the figure that had just appeared, a goblin cub, who actually dealt with the terrifying goblin at an astonishing speed. What's going on? Collis stared blankly at the goblin's head rolling on the ground, his mind in a mess. Collis raised his head and his eyes fell on Yi Yan, who was standing in the corner. His movements were so swift and precise that he barely gave the enemy any chance to react. With such superb concealment and assassination skills, even Reese, a thief with maximum stealth skills, did not notice his existence. But Rice couldn't help but admire the seemingly inconspicuous goblin cub and quickly made a guess in his mind: this must be a top adventurer from the Adventurers Guild. In order to complete the mission, he used camouflage to transform himself into a goblin and lurked in the lair to collect intelligence. That's amazing! Collis exclaimed in his heart. In order to destroy the goblins, he was willing to endure the humiliation of disguising himself as these ugly creatures. Such selfless dedication is really admirable. Collis couldn't help but cast a respectful and admiring look at Yi Yan. Yi Yan frowned, puzzled by her strange look. He had intended to kill the goblin and leave immediately, but Collis's gaze stopped him. Yi Yan was originally prepared to kill her directly if she showed any hostility or unusual behavior. However, seeing that she did not look hostile, he decided to leave. Just as Yi Yan turned around and prepared to leave, Collis realized that he seemed to be abandoning her, this poor and helpless beautiful girl. Wait a minute, boss! Collis quickly called out to him. Yi Yan stopped and looked at her in confusion. Well, that. Chris swallowed and tried to speak in a seductive tone. Can you please take me out? Collis crossed her arms across her chest, trying to attract Yi Yan's attention with her beauty. However, when Collis looked down, he found that his charming capital was gone. It turned out that the originally plump chest of Collis had turned into a flat one. Where are my breasts? She exclaimed in her heart. Corey suddenly realized that those secret weapons, for pretending to be plump, might have been lost when she was caught. Khalees felt like crying but had no tears. She had lost her most powerful weapon, and could no longer rely on her beauty to seduce this mysterious boss. She felt bitter, but she still gritted her teeth and begged, "Please take me away from here, I can help you." Yi Yan ignored her request and continued walking forward. It seemed that he didn't care about her predicament. Khalees was extremely anxious. She couldn't just be abandoned in this dangerous place. She subconsciously reached out to grab Yi Yan's hand, trying to make him stop. Swish! Almost at the moment when Khalees's hand touched Yi Yan's knife was quickly placed on her neck. The blade was cold and sharp, lightly touching her skin, making her dare not move again. Khalees' heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and she felt the threat of death. She stared at Yi Yan's eyes, knowing that if she was not careful, her life would end at this moment. "Don't move," Yi Yan said coldly, his voice as piercing as the cold wind. His eyes were cold and emotionless, as if he was looking at a tool that could be discarded at any time. I just want to leave here." Khalees' voice trembled. He suppressed his inner fear and tried his best to appear less desperate. "I can help you. I really can help you." Yi Yan stared at her for a moment, calmly weighing the options. A flash of thought flashed across his eyes, but he quickly returned to his indifference. He slowly retracted the knife and put it back on his waist, apparently letting her go for the time being. "Don't cause trouble," Yi Yan said in a low voice, turned around and continued walking forward. Khalees breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that she was saved for the time being. She quickly followed Yi Yan's footsteps. Although she didn't know where this mysterious goblin adventurer was going next, she knew that following him was her only way out. Chapter 11 Discovered, questioned by the one-eyed goblin. Boss, I suddenly feel like I can walk on my own." Khalees raised her hands and dared not move anymore, for fear that the big man in front of her would chop her down. Woo, she just wanted to ask the boss to lead her. Why is it so difficult? Yi Yan frowned, and seeing that this strange man did not make any small moves, he put down the knife. Seeing Yi Yan put down the knife, Khalees breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Yi Yan, who turned around and left without any hesitation, Corey's felt a little disappointed. "I don't know how long she will have to walk before she can go back." "Why?" She sighed, and at this moment she saw the boss turning around. "Boss!" Khalees's smile blossomed and his face was full of smiles. "I knew you wouldn't abandon a poor and helpless beautiful girl." Then, Yi Yan ignored Khalees' smile and pulled out a dagger from her waist without any hesitation. "And then, just left like that?" Khalees' smile froze on his face. Looking at the goblin who got his dagger, waved it, and showed a satisfied expression. She was dumbfounded. So, he came over directly to take the dagger on her waist? No, why not? That's her family's treasure. The most expensive thing on her. Corey's is bitter, but Corey's is not. Why? Khalees sighed and said. Just think of it as a life-saving money. Fortunately, she had another one at home. Corey said, Boss, this goblin cub has taken note of it. Only. Khalees looked around. Unexpectedly, she would be rescued by a big guy disguised as a goblin. Moreover, a super large goblin nest was discovered. This is a great discovery. I don't know what the Adventurers Association will reward him with. But now, this kind of thing is not important. Most importantly, get out of here. She is confident about this. Although, the strength is a bit weak. But she is a top thief. However, before that, she still needs to recover her physical condition. Then go back and tell the Adventurers Guild. When I think of the reward I will get from returning with this information. But Reese is full of energy. As for the companions who were captured with her? What is that? If it weren't for them, she wouldn't have been caught. After all, they are just strangers who have taken on the same mission. Before that, there was no intersection. It's nothing at all. Besides, her stealth skill can only be used on herself. If there is someone following her, that would tell the goblins. Is she here? She doesn't want to carry any burden, and she can't carry any burden. So, she usually carries out missions alone. It's just that this time was special and he was caught. No one is responsible for the failure of others. Teammates who often team up with you will betray you. What's more, this is a team formed temporarily. Then wish them good luck. As soon as he finished speaking, Khalees's body slowly became transparent until it disappeared. It's as if it had never existed. Skill, invisibility. Success. It's dark and the lights are on. Just as Yi Yan left quietly, Yi Yan came back quietly. Yi Yan hid the big knife under the bed to prevent him from committing crimes. He always feels uneasy because he doesn't have a suitable weapon by his side. Before, he never let go of his weapon. After arriving at this strange place, I don't know why all my weapons disappeared. Moreover, his body was much smaller, and his skin was green. Yi Yan has never experienced a normal life since childhood, and has spent his entire life in training and assassination. Until now, I still don't know. At present, his situation is called time travel, or reincarnation. Reincarnated as a goblin. Just think of all this as something that happened. As for the dagger, he placed it on his body and covered it with clothes. A mature assassin will not let others easily discover his weapon. Therefore, instead of using a big knife, Yi Yan still prefers weapons like daggers that are easy to hide. This will make his assassination and infiltration easier. At this time, the elf was still sleeping soundly, with silver-white hair covering her entire face. Her long eyelashes cast two light shadows on her fair skin, and her cherry lips were slightly pouting, making her look like a girl who was sleeping soundly and waiting for love to come. Yi Yan sniffed the body and made sure there was no smell of blood. The whole person turned into a shadow and crawled into his mother's arms. Good night. It's as if he's talking to himself, or to someone else. Yi Yan fell into a deep sleep. Since coming here and being with his mother, he has not suffered from insomnia anymore. Yi Yan enjoys and cherishes days like this. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In less than a moment, Yi Yan fell into a deep sleep. Then, the elf slowly opened its eyes, its ruby-like pupils reflecting a terrifying goblin cub. Her child. All she had to do was slowly reach out her hand and place it on his shoulder to kill him. Since she was not under any spell, she was able to kill the goblin in front of her. But she couldn't do it. If she had been able to do so, she would have killed him that first night. What did he just do? The elf fell asleep again with doubts. Who is it? Damn you! Early in the morning, Yi Yan was awakened by the shouting of a group of goblins. He slowly opened his eyes, and what he saw was snow-white hair cascading like a waterfall and his mother's beautiful childlike face. Woke up. Yi Yan rested his head on the elf's legs, as if trying to force a smile with his ugly green face. But he found that he couldn't do it, so he had no choice but to shout out in the elvish language using a strange, unskilled, and sharp voice. Mom, good morning. Good morning. Drop. A tear slid down his mother's cheek. Yi Yan reached out and gently wiped his mother's cheek. Mom, are you crying? Without. The elf choked and shook his head. Yi Yan was about to say something, but was interrupted by a harsh voice. Hey, don't ignore me. Seeing this, Yi Yan frowned and turned his head, only to find 3 goblins standing outside the iron gate. 2 of them were the same 2 as before. The other one was missing an ear. Tell me, did you kill Goblin Jing? Kill? Yi Yan glanced at his mother. He was ready to get up and kill the goblins outside who were disturbing his time with his mother. I was just about to get off my mother's lap. But he was held down by his mother. I'm tired, let's go to sleep. The one-eyed goblin outside the iron gate, one of whose eyes was blinded by Yi Yan, saw that Yi Yan ignored it. Still lying on the female's legs, he immediately said angrily, You damned little devil, how dare you ignore me? Do you think you can protect your mother like this? Ha! The one-eyed goblin laughed loudly with a ferocious look on his face. Your mother will soon be menstruating, and you will also be out of childhood. That's when the time comes. Chapter 12 Mom, Victoria. Hey. The one-eyed goblin showed a lewd expression, stuck out his tongue and said, Your mother will soon give birth to other brothers for you. Then. Brush. A small stone suddenly flew past its cheek. Immediately afterwards, the one-eyed goblin saw Yi Yan's extremely cold eyes. Damn it! The one-eyed goblin was furious. Open the door for me! I must kill this brat today! The one-eyed goblin held the iron bars with his eyes bloodshot, as if he wanted to eat Yi Yan alive. That's enough! At this time, the goblin shaman, Sha, slowly walked over. This matter has been thoroughly investigated. We caught them yesterday. One of the females did it. Now she's gone. Instead of bullying a child here, you might as well catch that female. But, one-eyed goblin, I was going to say bring something. But he was immediately interrupted by the goblin shaman. What? Are you questioning me? No, I didn't. The one-eyed goblin gritted his teeth and lowered his head. If it weren't for the fact that the goblin and the general were so close, would it be afraid? Hateful. Then what are you still doing here? Goblin Shaman Shah said with a serious face. Don't go find it yet. Yes. The third goblin nodded. Let's go find it. Watch the three goblins leave. The goblin shaman sighed. Before leaving, he glanced at Yi Yan. He is really good at causing trouble. Perhaps this is the king. Second brother, is this the end of it? The one-eyed goblin is unhappy. What can we do? I'm not willing to accept this. Haha, you don't have to worry about this. In a few days, the elf will be sent to the breeding house. Based on the character of that strange goblin cub, it will definitely conflict with us. When the time comes. Goblin 2 smiled with the corner of his mouth raised. It violated the rules set by the goblin general. No matter what we do, we won't be blamed. When the time comes, we don't need to show any mercy at all and just kill that guy directly? The one-eyed goblin suddenly realized. No. I'm going to cripple that strange goblin and break its limbs. Goblin 2 opened his eyes wide and gave a ferocious smile. Then, it had to watch helplessly as the mother it was protecting was bullied by us. Ah. Good. Upon hearing Goblin 2's proposal, the one-eyed goblin's eyes lit up and his heart was filled with insatiable desire. When the time comes, I will severely bully you. Ha! Let's go find some females to practice with. Okay, I remember that we caught a bunch of good stuff before. Hey. The third goblin smiled lasciviously and walked towards the breeding room. That night, before going to bed, Victoria and Amir. The elf girl looked at Yi Yan with her ruby eyes full of anticipation, as if encouraging him to say it again. Way, Victoria and Amir. Yi Yan repeated his mother's words in broken Elvish. Well, yes, Victoria and Emil, that's my mother's name. The elf girl stretched out her slender white fingers, pointed at her ruby pupils, and spoke slowly. Name? When Yi Yan heard his mother's words, his eyes lit up. His mother finally had a name. Victoria, Doria, and Amir, mother. This was the first time Yi Yan knew the name of his mother, Elf Loli, since he was born. This is also the only time so far. Until then, Mom is Mom. Yes, this is my mother's name. Valia spoke in a gentle tone, carefully teaching Yi Yan the language of the elves. Perhaps, deep down, she also hoped that she could get out of here and return to the Elf Kingdom. Living together with Yi Yan in the Elf Kingdom, that's why he calls Yi Yan elf language. However, she knew that all this was impossible. But what if? In this dark and smelly nest, if she didn't even have this tiny wish, then she really didn't know what to do. Yi Yan didn't know what his mother Victoria was thinking. For him, nothing mattered as long as his mother was there. But Mom doesn't seem to like it here. Although Mom didn't say it, but as her son, how could Yi Yan not know? What should I do? Agree, isn't it simple? Just get out of here. However, those green monsters outside didn't seem to want Mom to go out. What a pity, we have to kill them all. Then, can't you go out? Assassination, he is the best. It doesn't matter how many goblins there are. As long as they are living creatures, there is no end to their being killed. Night came quickly and oil lamps were lit all around. Looking at his sleeping mother, Yi Yan smiled slightly, and was about to leave. In her sleep, the mother seemed to realize something. A pair of slender hands, as if they would break if bent, tightly held Yi Yan's hands. No, don't. Victoria murmured something in her sleep. Stop doing stupid things. It's okay, Mom, Yen whispered softly, trying to comfort her. But it didn't work. Mom's hand clenched even tighter. In the end, Yen did not go out and kill the one-eyed goblin. Just let it live a few more days. Thinking so, Yen lay back in Victoria's arms. Mom, my second aunt's baby is so cute. Can you give Leah one? In her sleep, Victoria said to herself with tears in her eyes. Mom, what do you think of the baby Leah will give birth to in the future? Humph, there is no ugly person in our elf clan. Leah's child must be as pretty as Leah. Besides, even if it doesn't look good, it's still Leah's child. I don't know where Leah's true love is. Yen, who was sleeping in Victoria's arms, was very happy listening to his mother's talking in her sleep. Mom, I like beautiful children. Could it be that my mother is praising herself? So happy. Yen didn't know whether he was good-looking or not, nor did he care. But the only thing I care about is what my mother thinks of me. Before, he was still worried. However, it seemed that his mother was not willing to get close to him. Why is that? Holding such doubts, Yen fell asleep. In the narrow and cold room, deep in the nest, water drops sometimes fall. A few days passed and everything was back to normal. Victoria was chewing her dark bread as before. He placed his hand on Yen's head and stroked it. The next moment, Yen sensed something, got up from Victoria's lap, and instantly prepared for battle. Boom, boom, boom. Almost at the same time, there was a knock on the door. A group of goblins walked in from outside the door. Needless to say, I know that he is here to take people away. As for who to bring, there is no need to say more. The moment a group of goblins came in, Victoria's body trembled, and fear surged towards her like a tide. This day has finally arrived. Chapter 13 I won't let you touch my mother. Countless naked eyes fell on her body. Hey, no need for me to say more, come out! The leading one-eyed goblin licked his tongue, his face lewd, and said obscenely. Brother, I have been looking forward to this for a long time. Ha ha ha, you can come along too. Come and watch us play with your mother. Ha! The one-eyed goblin's words immediately caused the other goblins to laugh. They hated this strange goblin cub to the core. After all, many of the dead goblin cubs were their children. Although, the goblin clan does not attach importance to blood relationship. However, this does not mean that their children can be slaughtered like piglets at will. Listen to these people, the filthy language. Looking at these people, their ferocious faces. At this moment, Yen looked at them as if he was looking at dead people. In fact, Yen doesn't care about the insults from others. But only his mother. He would never allow these goblins to insult him. You! Yen wanted to go up, but was stopped by Victoria. Mother? Yen turned around and looked at his mother with a puzzled look. Be good, wait here. Victoria forced a smile from her face, which was frozen with fear. Wait for Mom here, she will be back soon. Return? The goblins laughed when they heard Victoria's words. Ha ha ha, you can be so calm now. Later I will make you sing. Conquer. Under my crotch! Alas, Goblin is old. The goblin laughed. But there's no problem firing more than a dozen rounds. Ha! Ha! Say another word, old man. Yen widened his eyes and wanted to go up and kill these monsters who insulted his mother. However, the old goblin didn't pay any attention to Yen's threat, but mocked. Oh! Why do you want to beat up an old guy like me? I warn you, we are now following the orders of the general. If you dare to stop us, don't blame us for not caring about our fellow tribesmen. Bang! As he spoke, the old goblin struck the ground hard with his wooden stick, his face serious. Do you really think that you can fight against so many goblins alone? Fight the entire nest! Your good mother is protecting you! The one-eyed goblin at the side laughed sarcastically at Yen. Don't worry, I will definitely take good care of you and taste your mother. The one-eyed goblin gloated and looked at Yen. It's just a pity that Yen has his head down now and can't see anything. There is no such ridiculous expression. Victoria, who was walking in front, looked back at Yi Yan and found that Yi Yan did not do anything. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At least this way her baby would survive. During these 3 months of getting along, Victoria found out. This child is very close to her. And he is very obedient, basically doing whatever you tell him to do. It can't even be said to be close, it should be said to be dependence. I don't know why. Maybe because she is his mother? However, among goblins, there seems to be no concept of mother. Thinking about what Yi Yan had done before, she couldn't treat Yi Yan as an ordinary goblin. How strange. Perhaps the so-called variant was discovered. It just happened to her. Should we say it was luck or fortune? So scared. She would know, if she only asked. So scared. Her children will rush to save her. So scared. But if he did that, he would die. There was no way they could get out. In this lair full of goblins, even the legendary S-class adventurer would be helpless. In that case. Even just one. As long as her child can survive, it's fine. But... Hey, what are you doing? The one-eyed goblin became furious when he saw Victoria walking so slowly. Why don't you hurry up? Damn it, you'll be in trouble later. The one-eyed goblin licked his tongue and narrowed his eyes slightly. Hey. So scared. Victoria closed her eyes and slowly increased her speed. Although she had made up her mind, her legs trembled unconsciously when she thought of that place. Damn it, I told you to walk faster! The goblin, anxious to taste the delicious food, became furious and raised his hand just as he was about to take a picture of the elf. Brush. The arm floated in front of Victoria and then fell to the ground. Bang! Blood spilled on the ground and piercing screams echoed in the cave. Oh! The goblin covered his hands, curled up on the ground, and screamed in pain. Bang! Almost in the next moment, a flash of knife light passed by. A streak of blood appeared on the goblin's neck and the screams stopped abruptly. The sound of the world sounded in Yi Yan's mind almost at the same time. Congratulations on killing the goblin. Based on the effect of your skill, predation, you gained 1 point of strength. I won't let you take my mother away. Yi Yan held a dagger in his hand. His face was cold and murderous. Are you crazy? The old goblin at the side became furious when he saw this. It has been looking forward to the opportunity to enjoy the elves for a long time, but there are not many opportunities. This is an opportunity that this old man has fought for at the risk of his life. You know, there are still a lot of goblins outside, waiting in line to enjoy the delicious elves. But now you are disturbed by a mere goblin cub? Snort! Since it took action first, the goblin did not hesitate. He concentrated his magic power on the staff, which emitted a faint light. Regret your actions, fire! Just as the goblin's staff was about to fall, a flash of knife light appeared. The hands holding the staff floated in the air. What? Poof! Bang! The old goblin fell into a daze due to his broken arm, and the severe pain had not yet reached his brain. Before it could react, Yi Yan had already arrived on his head and pressed down. He smashed the goblin's head hard onto the ground. Snap! Bones hit the ground. There was a sound of bones cracking, but Yi Yan, who did not hear the mysterious voice, took the dagger without hesitation and slashed it across the old goblin's neck. Congratulations on killing the goblin. Based on the effect of your skill, predation, you gained 1 magic point. Congratulations on killing the old goblin. Based on the effect of your skill, predation, you have obtained the goblin's skill, Fireball E. For a moment, the field was silent. The goblin stared at Yi Yan blankly. In just a moment, he actually took care of 2 adult goblins. Moreover, one of them is an old goblin who has experienced many battles and can use magic. What is going on? No one can take my mother away from me. Yi Yan stood up slowly, his face cold. Chapter 14 Massacre, the stage limit has been reached. You bastard! The one-eyed goblin wanted to get angry, but suddenly he figured it out and laughed. Haha, violating the general's order and killing compatriots. You think you can escape? Do you think you can survive? Go ahead and take down this ignorant brat. Hearing the one-eyed goblin's order, the goblins behind him rushed over with a Crunch, crunch. In the eyes of the one-eyed goblin, Yi Yan was already dead at this moment. After all, he was alone, and there was a possibility that the goblins present. The one-eyed goblin stared at the scene in front of him with wide eyes, shocked. This is impossible. When many goblins attacked Yi Yan retreated instead of advancing, and then disappeared into the shadows. Crack! Where exactly is it? The goblin looked at the scene in front of him in shock, and looked around, but could not find any trace of Yi Yan. No, they couldn't find it. Yi Yan's physical fitness is far superior to those goblins, and his speed is also beyond their reach. Brush. The silver blade light flashed in the dim nest. A head floated into the air. Brush. On and on. As long as Yi Yan appears, it means the death of a goblin. Gradually, even the goblins, who were known for their cruelty, began to fear this. They wanted to leave, but when they took a step back, death was already approaching. Then death. Congratulations on killing the goblin. Based on the effect of your skill, predation, you gained 1 point of strength. Your strength has reached the upper limit of this stage. With countless prompt sounds, Yi Yan continued hunting. Fear spread among the goblins. After all, no one wants to face an enemy that cannot be found or touched. It only took a moment. Dozens of goblins present were all killed by Yi Yan. Countless power emerged from his body. Standing on the pile of goblin corpses, listening to the sound of the world, feeling the strength of his body, Yi Yan slowly closed his eyes. Congratulations on killing the goblin. Based on the effect of your skill, predation, you gained 1 point of speed. Your speed has reached the upper limit of this stage. Congratulations on killing the goblin. Based on the effect of your skill, predation, you gained 1 point of constitution. Your physical fitness has reached the upper limit of this stage. Congratulations, you have reached the upper limits of strength, physique, and speed at a young age at an incredible speed. Above the starry sky, your achievements are being integrated. The sin of killing one's own kind is also recorded in the starry sky. Congratulations, you have obtained a special talent, limit breakthrough. At this time, Yi Yan's panel is as follows. Name Yi Yan. Race, low-level goblin. Stage, infancy. Strength 30, has reached the stage limit. Speed 30, stage limit reached. Constitution 30, has reached the stage limit. Mana 2. Skills, Shadow, Fireball E. Special skills, Predation. Talents, Concealed Breath, Proficient in Languages, Self-Healing D, Strength Enhancement D, Speed Enhancement D. Special talent, Seed of the King, Limit Breakthrough. Reach the upper limit? Yi Yan opened his eyes and shook his hand. He could clearly feel that there was something that was stopping him and limiting his power. However, Yi Yan did not pay much attention to these. He slowly lowered his head, staring at the one-eyed goblin with a pair of extremely cold eyes. Why, how could this happen? The one-eyed goblin was shocked. Why, this guy is clearly in the cup stage, why is he still so strong? This is impossible. However, what is this terrifying pressure? It was only felt in the general. What's going on? Isn't he a low-level goblin? Why is there this kind of pressure that only superior species can have? This. For a moment, the one-eyed goblin broke out in a cold sweat. His innate instincts told him that the goblin in front of him was invincible. I didn't mean to. The one-eyed goblin pushed Victoria over. Here, all yours. Victoria was confused at this moment. When did her child become so powerful? Mom, just wait, it will be over soon. Yi Yan spoke this sentence in Elvish, so Victoria could understand it. Child, no. Victoria wanted to stop it, and tried to grab Yi Yan. If Yi Yan continues to kill, there will be no place for him in the goblin's nest. If there is nothing here, the goblin will receive Yi Yan, her child. It's even more impossible outside. Goblins are extremely disgusting existences to all races. But it didn't work. At this moment, the only thing in Yi Yan's mind was to kill all these goblins. Brush. Yi Yan sneaked to the side of the one-eyed goblin. Please, forgive me, it's all my fault. Feeling Yi Yan's overwhelming strength, the one-eyed goblin was filled with fear. Kneel down and beg for mercy. I basically no longer have the thought of fighting Yen. However, this kind of begging for mercy had no effect on Yen. Yen ignored it, and just when he was about to kill the goblin, a black shadow suddenly appeared. He blocked Yen's dagger, and judging from the opponent's strength far exceeded his. Without hesitation, after the collision, Yen quickly distanced himself with the help of the reaction force, and immediately tried to eliminate the breath and hide in the darkness. But no, it was quickly locked in just a moment. Sure enough, there is no way. This technique works for some low-level goblins who don't have any fighting skills. But it had no effect on the goblin in front of him. Once a killer is discovered, it is difficult for him to disappear. That's why they require a one-shot kill. Of course, part of the reason is also because of this body. Call! Yen took a deep breath, gave up hiding, and tensed all the cells in his body, staring at the person in front of him. The goblin who came was wearing armor, holding a silver sword in his hand, with cold eyes staring directly at Yen. Are you the strange cub that has been causing so much trouble recently? In terms of strength, it is indeed terrifying. The goblin knight raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Yen with interest. When I was your age, my strength was not even half of yours. I'm afraid that in the lair, the only one who can match you is the general when he was a child. Goblin Knight, among the goblins, is a higher-level species. It is close to being a direct knight. Sir Knight! When the one-eyed goblin saw the Goblin Knight, he felt like he had seen his savior. She rushed over and started crying, accusing Yen of cruelty. Sir Knight, you are finally here. You don't know how hateful this guy is. Look at how many of our compatriots died here. This guy killed them all. Chapter 15. Breaking through childhood and entering growth. Brush. The one-eyed goblin hadn't finished yet. I saw that its shadow began to move strangely. The next moment, Yen appeared from its shadow, pointing the dagger at its neck. Brush. Block. A large silver sword blocked in the middle and collided with Yen's dagger, making a crisp sound. Oh, you want to kill someone in front of me? The Goblin Knight narrowed his eyes and spoke in a very unfriendly tone. Even though he is valued by the general, this is too arrogant. Goblin Knight clenched his hand and swung it vigorously. The next moment, Yen only felt a terrifying force coming. Bang! The whole person flew backwards and hit the wall. Child! Seeing this, Victoria became worried and immediately cast self-healing magic for Yen. Don't want. Yen, who had just recovered, wanted to go up, but was stopped by Victoria. No, you can't beat it. Victoria grabbed Yen's arm and cried, begging him to help. After 2 or 3 months of getting along, she had already regarded Yen as her own child. Goblin Knight, a high-level species of goblin. They are the first high-level goblin species, under the knights directly under the goblin general. It is far beyond what Yen, who is still a cub and a low-level goblin, can do now. Furthermore, killing a high-level goblin is a serious crime. Mom, don't cry. Yen, who was originally full of murderous intent, couldn't help but feel a pain in his heart after seeing his crying mother. Reach out your blood-stained hand and wipe away her tears. The moment his hand touched her cheek and eye, Victoria's body trembled. Seeing this, Yen slowly put down his green claws, and at this moment, his claws were caught. Yen didn't notice anything wrong and concentrated on wiping her tears. But why does it get redder the more I apply it? Ha! That's right! The Goblin Knight seemed to understand the Elvish language and smiled. You can't beat me now. So, while I'm at it, get out of the way of that elf. Today, she has to go to the breeding room no matter what, but there are many goblins waiting. Goblin Knight hadn't finished speaking. The next moment, Yen's figure appeared behind it. Block. Facing Yen's attack, the Goblin Knight calmly blocked it, and even made some comments. Not bad, the strength has increased a lot. Why? The goblin chuckled and blocked Yen's attacks from all directions. I told you about the elf. Block. Feeling Yen's power increase, the Goblin Knight smiled and suddenly thought of something. If you don't come and kill me, your mother will die. I will kill you. After that, Yen said nothing more. Instead, frequent, rain-like attacks poured down on the Goblin Knight. But it was useless. All these attacks were blocked by the Goblin Knight one by one. Hey, you should know this by now, right? Goblin Knight smiled smugly. This kind of attack is completely useless to me. Facing the provocation of the Goblin Knight, Yen did not say much and continued to increase the frequency of his attacks. Until this continuous rain of attacks. Even the Goblin Knight began to feel a little moved, and he must have been shocked. Hey, doesn't this guy have any limits? It's just a cub, but it has such power. It's really terrifying. But that's all. What good is it for a low-level goblin like you to have talent? In front of us high-level goblins, you are nothing but ants. Brush. Bang. The Goblin Knight swung his sword with force, found the flaw, and stabbed directly at Yian's heart. Block. Fortunately, Yian's dagger returned in time to block the Goblin Knight's attack. But the powerful force still carried Yian and the entire goblin away. Hit the wall. Brush. Almost at the same time, a flash of knife light flashed across Yian's hand. But the target is not Goblin Knight. Bang! Just then, a sound of tomatoes exploding was heard. Goblin Knight frowned and looked back. It was discovered that the one-eyed goblin had been shot in the head by a big knife and died instantly. What is happening? Could it be that the previous attacks were meant to lure him to divert his attention? Not bad, I can actually kill the goblin right under its nose. The goblin cub in front of us has a bright future. But so what? Bang! Just as he was thinking this, a terrifying wave of power came from Yian's body. The Goblin Knight, who had been calm all the time, was startled. What's going on? At this time, the sound of the world had been ringing since Yian killed the one-eyed goblin. Didn't stop. Congratulations on killing the goblin. Based on the effect of your skill, predation, you gained 1 point of strength. Your power breaks through the limit. Start to break through the race stage restrictions. Applying application failed. Applying application failed. Application successful. You break through the boundaries with your own strength. You have evolved from the childhood stage to the growth stage. Your stage limit has been increased. Based on your breakthrough of 3 attributes, you will receive extra rewards. Your rewards start to accumulate. You rely on your own strength to break through the upper limit, and your attributes are strengthened. Granted talent, magic affinity. Granted talent, magic control D. Due to the special talent King Seed effect, your growth path has slightly shifted. Kaz. With this loud noise that shook the world, the entire space seemed to be shaking. Around Yian's body, streaks of lightning were moving wildly like spirit snakes, flashing dazzling light that made it impossible for people to open their eyes. In the lightning, a huge magical factor surged like a torrent, completely submerging Yian's body. This magic is so powerful and mysterious that it is impossible to see its true face. Under the influence of this magical power, Yian's body underwent amazing changes. He was originally short, but at this moment he seemed to be injected with new vitality, and his body grew taller rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. It grew from less than 1 meter to an astonishing 1.4 meters in an instant. His body lines also became smoother, and his green skin appeared even smoother and more delicate under the electric light. The originally hunched waist now became straight and strong, as if it could support the weight of the entire world. He stood upright on the ground, with his head held high and his chest puffed out, towering over the earth with an extraordinary aura. The fangs that were originally in disorder have now returned to normal, neatly arranged in the mouth, and appear extremely sharp. At this moment, Yian has undergone a tremendous change. But it is still a goblin in essence, and the long green ears are the symbol of the goblin. But now they no longer look so scary, but have added a bit of unique charm. Chapter 16, Breakthrough Vision. Everyone is shocked. A breakthrough? What on earth is going on here? The goblin who rushed over was shocked to see that Yian had broken through to the growth stage. His eyes widened and his face turned green with fear. In fact, breaking through the growth stage is nothing big, unlike the maturity stage. Over time, most species progress from a juvenile stage to a mature stage. However, the maturity stage is different. Not all goblins can enter the maturity stage. Simply put, maturity is not a stage of growth, but a state of mind. Although the different growth stages are also a state of mind, this state of mind is very small. It's easy to break through as you grow. So, it's not surprising to enter the growth stage. After all species can. Only. This noise is too loud. After breaking through the childhood stage, there's no movement, right? Not only was there no movement, I took a nap and then I broke through. He's nothing like him. And it actually stood upright. This was what surprised them the most. After all, low-level goblins usually bend over. The waist cannot be straightened, and generally the lower the level of the goblin, the more it bends. And the goblin in front of him actually held his head high and chest out. This is exactly what a high-level goblin looks like. But before, apart from their amazing fighting power, there was no trace of high-level goblins. The other goblins were confused about Yi Yan. The goblin knight standing by knew it all too clearly. Looking at the goblin in front of him, the goblin knight narrowed his eyes slightly. Given by the general, and it is the result of its own judgment. The goblin in front of me is definitely a low-level goblin. But it was obvious that this was not the breakthrough movement that a low-level goblin should have. Even it doesn't have this kind of card. I'm afraid only the general, or the top goblin can make such a move. Is this why the general found it interesting and asked him to come over? It's really strange. This cub. The goblin knight did not disturb Yi Yan's breakthrough, but watched with anticipation. At this time, Victoria, who was standing aside, covered her mouth with her hands and widened her eyes. Looking at the child who had undergone a great change in front of him, he felt doubtful. This really is his baby. She actually saw some shadow of an elf in it. No, it's not possible. However, even Victoria, who didn't know much about the Goblin clan, knew it clearly. Yi Yan's breakthrough at this moment is definitely unusual. In fact, when a race is in the breakthrough stage, that is, the growth stage, there will generally not be much movement. Some creatures even died after a nap one day. Unless this individual is extremely talented within the race, or has achieved a breakthrough beyond other individuals. Although, she thought that her child was extraordinary, and she also understood that there would be some movement when there was a breakthrough. Usually this kind of breakthrough will bring about obvious racial evolution. But she didn't expect it to be so big. You have to know that this is just the beginning of breaking through the childhood stage and entering the growth stage. Even her sister, who was hailed as the #1 genius in the elf kingdom, didn't make such a big fuss. Her children seemed too great. Boom! At this moment, the goblins in the goblin's lair did not notice that the weather outside had changed. Boom! Deafening thunder came from the sky, like the roar of an angry beast, shaking everyone's heart. Dark clouds gathered quickly like ink, dyeing the sky pitch black, as if foreshadowing that something big was about to happen. The goblin general had already come outside. The general took a deep breath and raised his hand. A powerful aura burst out from his body, instantly suppressing the surrounding aura. Suddenly, the raging dark clouds and thunder seemed to have lost their direction and began to circle and struggle in the air. Gradually, they lost their original power, became weaker and weaker, and finally dissipated on their own. In a blink of an eye, the sky became clear again and the sun shone on the earth, as if nothing had happened. General! The goblin shaman at the side hesitated for a moment and said, "With such a big commotion, I'm afraid of other races, especially since there is a human country nearby, and even an adventurer's guild. So, what do you want to say?" The general looked ahead not far away and said in a deep voice, "Should we relocate, or should we ask the goblins down there to be more restrained?" Goblin Shaman Sha paused and continued. "Recently, I heard that there were too many missing people, so the Adventurers Guild took action. Even the human known as the Goblin Slayer heard the noise and came to the nearby Adventurers Guild." When hearing Goblin Slayer, the Goblin General's expression changed noticeably, and a trace of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. However, these were quickly suppressed by it and hidden in the deepest place, without being noticed by any goblin. "Also, I heard that there was some movement in the Elf Kingdom. A team of half-elves led by pure-blooded elves is heading our way." Goblin Shaman Shah was about to say something else, advising the general to keep a low profile until the king grew up. After all, there are too many races eyeing them. The reason why we didn't care and didn't take any genocidal actions. It is because their group does not have subversive power. For those peerless strong men or kings, there is nothing to be afraid of. But with the king, everything is different. So should we? No. The goblin general shook his head and interrupted Goblin Shaman Shah. Everything is fine. But... The goblin shaman hesitated and wanted to say something else, but was frightened by the goblin general's eyes and could only nod helplessly. Yes. Let's go and see how that little guy has grown. The goblin general glanced towards the distant town. Soon, he walked back to the cave. Goblin shaman, I don't know what the general is thinking. The people of the race are not completely subject to the king. This is true for humans, elves, and dragons as well. Not to mention, they're representatives of evil, the goblins. Therefore, ethnic people are generally divided into 3 types: king-guarding, neutral, and self-ruling. They say it is Wang Shi's faction, but they do not care about the king's safety and act arrogantly. Now they have even attracted the attention of the Adventurers Guild. It is said that it is from the faction of the king, who wants to kill the king, replace him and become king himself. But he has always protected the king, never revealed his identity, and even paved the way for his growth. Why? Goblin Shaman Shah sighed and shook his head. Walked into the nest. See, can't rely on the general. You also need to be prepared yourself. All for the king. Chapter 17 Adventurers Guild, Goblin Killing Team. Beifeng Empire, Linxia Territory. In the human territory, in the Linxia Territory under the rule of the Beifeng Empire, the peaceful daily life was broken by a sudden change. The sky, originally bright blue, suddenly turned dim. As if covered by a huge black curtain, the whole world was shrouded in a depressing atmosphere. People raised their heads from their busy work and looked at the sudden darkness. Their faces were filled with confusion and fear, as if they saw some unknown fear in the darkness. Among the crowd, there are some strong human beings, or those wise men with rich knowledge. There were complicated expressions on their faces. They knew that this sudden change in the weather was the manifestation of a breakthrough by some special individual. This manifestation could be some kind of powerful demon, or some other unknown being awakening. However, a monster of this size is definitely not a catastrophic monster. But they know. I'm afraid there won't be peace here in the future. The Empire will never ignore such an existence. A powerful army will definitely be sent to resolve this threat. As for them? Just mind your own business. If you have the ability, you might as well take on a few commissions. By then, if a war really breaks out, we will have money to escape. At this time, the Adventurers Guild. Oh my, it looks like another disaster-level monster is about to appear. Fiona, a woman wearing a black wizard hat, looked at the sky outside and said in a relaxed tone, I don't know how much gold I can get from the crusade this time. The muscular big man Dita took a sip of wine and laughed heartily. You guys are such a fool! Even a calamity-level monster that has broken through has the power to destroy a city. Don't take it lightly! Amy, who was standing by, pouted and solemnly warned the 2 lazy people. Yes, yes, yes! Fiona and Dita nodded. But judging from the scale of this disaster, it's not a serious one. Really, Brother Morris, please tell me about these 2. Amy shouted to a person wearing armor beside her. However, Morris just stood there in a daze, as if he hadn't heard her words. If you look closely, you can see that at this moment, Morris's whole body is trembling, and his eyes under the helmet are wide open. His expression was full of disbelief. Could this be? No, it's not possible. Even in the distant history, there was only one goblin. Goblin King. But weren't such beings already strangled to death by all races? Why does it still exist? Maurice? He only reacted when he heard someone calling him. At this moment, the team members looked at him with concern. What's wrong with you? From the beginning, I was absent-minded. No. Morris shook his head. Nothing. As he said this, he turned his head and looked at the sky, which had returned to its original state. Is this a breakthrough? What kind of monster is breaking through? Let's go, shall we? Morris stood up without explaining. Our goal is to kill the goblin. After hearing what Morris said, no one objected and they all stood up. Hello, we are here to take on a mission. At the counter, a young man took a task from the task list and handed it to the young lady at the front desk of the Adventure Guild. Okay, please tell me your name and the adventurer's badge. Ike, we are new adventurers. Our team name is Demon Hunter Team, Ike said as he took out a badge and handed it to the lady at the front desk. Okay, we're registering for you. The front desk received the badge and recorded the team level and the tasks received in the notebook. Oh, right. There is another side mission here. Are you interested? There is no penalty at all, but there will be a generous reward if you complete it. Award? Lisa wondered about the woman behind Ike. Yes, someone posted it outside. Anyone who is an adventurer can take it. The reward is 100 gold coins. Ha! Everyone's eyes widened. 100 gold coins? You should know that 1 gold coin is enough for a person's expenses for a month, and ordinary people have never seen a gold coin. That's right. Gulong. Lisa swallowed. Then the mission objective is... An elf. Answer it. Xiaojing, the man next to him, nodded without hesitation. Anyway, there's no punishment even if you fail. Oh, by the way, there is one more. Although it's not much, you can take it. There is no punishment anyway. At this time, Ike was looking around bored. He had no interest in the task of finding or protecting someone. The reason he became an adventurer was for adventure. It's not like I'm looking for someone. Suddenly, he saw something, his eyes lit up, and he was overjoyed. Looking at the group of people who were about to walk out of the house, I called him without hesitation. Hey, wait a minute. You must be Maurice. Ike stepped forward with an excited look on his face. The legendary goblin slayer has killed no less than tens of thousands of goblins. I saved countless girls who were bullied by goblins. It's really amazing. I'm your fan. Huh? The Goblin Slayer team looked stunned and full of question marks. What the hell are fans? What can I do for you? Morris frowned. I heard that there are suddenly more goblins here. Ike looked excited. So I thought I would definitely meet my idol, so I came here. I can still take on any commission to kill goblins. Whatever. Amy, standing aside, seemed to be lost in some memories. So what do you want to say? Morris didn't have time to listen to the boy in front of him, so he reminded him directly. Let's work together. Ike looked at Morris with some expectation in his eyes. No, I won't cooperate with you. Morris refused directly and gave advice. Even if I told you not to go, you wouldn't listen, right? Then let me give you some advice. I advise you not to underestimate the goblins. If you take such a casual attitude, you'll easily suffer. And what else? Don't go, Morris said, and without hesitation, he took the Goblin Slayer squad and left. Really? What kind of person is this? You really think you're a big shot? It's just killing a few goblins. Lisa pouted, looking dissatisfied. That's right. The other teammates were also very unhappy with Goblin Slayer's attitude. Kill a few low-level monsters. What's so arrogant about that? Oh, you're being told that. Seeing his proposal being rejected, Ike did not show much disappointment, but looked at his teammates with a firm look. Comfort. It's normal for the other side to ignore them. After all, they are Goblin Slayers. Putting aside other things, each of them is very strong. But I believe that as long as our strength improves, they will not underestimate us. Okay. Ike suddenly got motivated and shouted. We must try to kill as many goblins as possible. We must not let them underestimate us. Lisa raised her little hand, very happy. Good. It's just a goblin. Looking at the relaxed team members, Ike felt a little worried. But if you think about it carefully, how strong can a low-level goblin monster be? He has already prepared a strategy. As long as you don't kill people, follow the goblins to their lair. It's not a big problem to just kill those goblins that are alone or in groups of a few. It works, this is a sure thing. Chapter 18 Breaking Through the Limit, Counterattack, Goblin General arrives. Xingyun Forest, somewhere deep in the goblin's lair. At this time, Yi Yan had completed his transformation and was feeling full of strength in his body. The number of fingers increased from 3 to 4, and the shape of the hand became more and more like that of a human. Not only the hands, but even the entire body is getting closer and closer to people. Is it because his mother is an elf? The most important thing is the completely different power in the body. It feels like I've reached a new level. At this moment, Yi Yan's panel is as follows. Name Yi Yan. Race, a special individual of low-level goblin. Stage, growth. Strength 35, up from 30 to 100. Speed 35, up from 30 to 100. Constitution 35, up from 30 to 100. Mana 10, cap increased from 30 to 100. Skills Shadow, Fireball E. Special skill, Predator. Talents, Breath Concealment, Language Proficiency, Magic Affinity, Self-Healing D, Strength Enhancement D, Speed Enhancement D, Magic Control D. Special Talent, Seed of the King, Limit Breakthrough. Obviously, there is no major change in the attribute panel, but what is going on with this power that is different from the previous ones? Could it be that the attribute numbers above are not simply added, but take a superimposed approach? Yi Yan didn't understand. However, there is one thing he is very clear about, that is, he is now even more powerful. Gulong. Seeing that Yi Yan had completed the breakthrough, there was silence all around. All that could be heard was the goblin swallowing. Well, so what? At this moment, a low-level goblin spoke, breaking the silence. So what if I get rid of my childhood? You know, Goblin Knight Musama had already broken through to the growth stage a few years ago and is about to break through to the mature stage. Right. When the low-level goblins heard this, they instantly became full of confidence. Kill him! He shouted at the side, asking the Goblin Knight to kill the sinful goblin who had brutally murdered his compatriots. Goblin Knight, kill this brat! A goblin cheered, leading the other goblins to cheer. He issued a voice of condemnation towards Yi Yan. No one likes a monster that kills its own kind. It's the same even if the opponent is a goblin. After all, you don't know when the other party will kill you. So, how to avoid it? The answer is simple, kill. This is a very simple question. Kill this brat. Hearing what the other goblins said, Goblin Knight waved his hand and stopped them. High-level goblins still have a lot of prestige over these low-level goblins. Soon, the rising and falling sound stopped. Not bad! This is definitely not a low-level goblin! The Goblin Knight clapped his hands. Although he was extremely surprised in his heart, he still pretended to be calm on the surface. We can't lose the high-level goblin's face. It didn't expect that the low-level goblin cub in front of it could do this. But so what? Just like what those low-level goblins said. The Goblin Knight also believed that Yi Yan was no match for it. Even if it breaks through the infancy stage and reaches the growth stage, it will not be its opponent. It's a high-level goblin species. Brush. Just as Goblin Knight was lost in thought, a figure suddenly appeared like a ghost. The speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye, as if a flash of lightning streaked across the night sky and instantly arrived in front of the Goblin Knight. What? The Goblin Knight was horrified, his pupils suddenly contracted, and his eyes were full of disbelief. But at this point, the distance was too close to dodge, and he could only helplessly raise his hands and place them in front of his chest, trying to block the impending attack. Puff! Bang! In the astonished eyes of many goblins around, the high-level Goblin Knight was seen flying backwards like a sandbag hit by a giant hammer. Its armor drew sparks on the ground and made a harsh sound. How so? At the moment when he was flying in the air, this question kept echoing in Goblin Knight Mu's mind. It couldn't believe that a high-level goblin species like itself could be defeated so easily. This guy's strength and speed have increased too much. Bang! Goblin Knight slammed heavily into the cave wall. Boom! As the Goblin Knight landed, the entire cave shook again. At this moment, a figure was approaching quietly. That was Yi Yan. He had a cold gaze and a nimble body, like a cheetah eyeing its prey. Without any hesitation, he rushed forward, ready to deal a fatal blow to the high-level Goblin Knight. At this moment, the sound of the world rang in his mind. You have used limit breakthrough. Your strength and speed will be greatly increased by 50%. Take advantage of the Goblin Knight's lowered guard against him. Yi Yan burst out with all his strength, intending to kill the Goblin Knight instantly. After all, in Yi Yan's eyes, the Goblin Knight just now was full of weaknesses all over his body. For Yi Yan, who was born as an assassin, he would naturally not miss such a good opportunity. Almost at the moment when the Goblin Knight crashed into the wall, Yi Yan's figure flashed in front of him like a ghost. Brush! The dagger cut through the air with a sharp sound and went straight to the Goblin Knight's neck. However, just as the dagger was about to touch the target, an invisible force suddenly emerged. The dagger was blocked a few centimeters away from the Goblin Knight's neck. Yi Yan only felt a shock in his hand, and the dagger could not move forward at all. What's going on? Yi Yan was shocked, and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. That's enough. At this moment, a low and majestic voice sounded in the nest. This sound was accompanied by heavy footsteps, as if every step was shaking the entire ground. Yi Yan raised his head and saw a burly figure walking out from the depths of the nest. It was the Goblin General, the absolute strongman of this nest. General! Seeing the appearance of the Goblin General, the low-level goblins were ecstatic, as if they had seen a savior. They gathered around and cried to the General about what Yi Yan had done. General, you are finally here! A low-level goblin shouted excitedly. You have no idea how many evil things this damned little cub has done. Yeah. Another goblin echoed. He killed many of our compatriots. He is simply a devil. The low-level goblins accused Yi Yan in unison, hoping to use the general's power to execute him. All right. The Goblin General waved his hand. Brush. Almost at the same time, a young figure appeared from behind it. It was Yi Yan who discovered a flaw in the Goblin General. Without any hesitation, he quickly went up and launched a surprise attack. Chapter 19: Assassination of the Goblin General. The blade flashed, and it slashed towards the Goblin General's neck. Block! However, just as the blade was about to touch the target, an invisible force suddenly appeared, like an invisible barrier, blocking Yi Yan's attack. The blade hit the invisible force, making a crisp, ding sound. Yi Yan only felt a huge force coming, and the whole person was knocked back. Yi Yan fell to the ground and rolled several times before he stabilized his body. He looked up at the Goblin General, his eyes full of confusion. According to the estimation, he now has a chance to kill him. But what is this power gap? Could it be that the voice in his head was related to his ability to quickly recover his strength? Suddenly, he remembered his skill of blending into shadows. Yes, similar extraordinary abilities. It's really strange. Did this kind of power exist before? Oh. The general just glanced at Yi Yan indifferently. With a slight wave of his hand, he was knocked back a few meters and then landed steadily on the ground. Yi Yan knew that the perfect opportunity just now would never come again. Big, bold! At this time, many goblins finally reacted. That strange cub actually tried to kill the Goblin General just now. You take yourself too seriously! Kill it! The goblins looked ferocious and surrounded Yi Yan. But Yi Yan didn't show any fear. No matter how many small fish there are, they are still small fish and cannot make the waves. Just when the low-level goblin was about to attack Yi Yan, the general at the side spoke calmly. Stop! Then, under the shocked gazes of the goblins, he instructed the goblin shaman beside him. Shah, take them away! Yes. Goblin shaman Shah nodded. Come with me. The Goblin shaman walked down, realized something was wrong, and looked back. Noticing that Yi Yan didn't move, he looked alert and protected his mother behind him. Don't worry, your mother, we won't move. The Goblin shaman looked back and glanced at Victoria indifferently, with a flash of desire in his eyes. As long as you follow me. After hearing what the goblin shaman said, Yi Yen did not follow him. Let's go. At this moment, Yi Yen suddenly felt his hands warm. It was Mother. She stretched out her fair and slender hand and held Yi Yen's. Yi Yen looked back and found Victoria smiling at him. Although her hands and body kept shaking when facing the goblin general, she did not shrink behind Yi Yen. Instead, he stood beside Yi Yen and faced the scrutiny from the goblin general together. With her thin body. Mom, let's go together. Hearing his mother's words, Yi Yen suppressed his murderous intent, nodded stupidly, and held Victoria's hand a little tighter. The goblin shaman just glanced at it calmly, and said nothing. Follow me. Then, Goblin Shaman Sha took Yi Yen and Victoria to the second floor. That is the location on the second underground floor. By the way, the place where they are now is on the fifth underground floor. Yi Yen was very unwilling and even wanted to escape and kill these goblins. But Victoria stopped him. If she lets Yi Yen continue to make trouble, she will probably get nothing. She may even cause Yi Yen and her child to be injured or even die. Victoria knew. Now this is the best possible outcome, even unbelievably good. Although Yi Yen showed extremely high talent. But the threat it poses is becoming increasingly dangerous. A goblin who doesn't obey orders is a bomb, no matter how strong or how great his potential is. It is obvious that in the eyes of these goblins, Yi Yen is such a person. This made Victoria doubt the goblin general's intentions. It seemed to be too good to Yi Yen. General, why did you let that guy go? The low-level goblins around have always had deep respect for this mighty general. But at this time, they were full of doubts and dissatisfaction with the general's decision. After all, that guy was the murderer who killed their fellow tribesmen. How could they let him go so easily? Yes, General. A voice sounded among the goblins, carrying a hint of indignation. This kind of scourge should be eradicated as soon as possible to avoid leaving behind any root of trouble. Goblin Knight Mu, who was standing nearby, stared at the general closely. The general nodded slightly, as if he understood something. Then he stepped forward, facing the goblin warriors who questioned him, and shouted angrily. How dare you! How dare you question the general's orders? This angry rebuke exploded in everyone's ears like thunder. The low-level goblins were stunned and looked at Knight Mu in confusion, not understanding why he suddenly became so stern. That? A low-level goblin was about to say something when suddenly, a sharp knife flashed. Blood splattered everywhere, and the goblin's head fell from the air, hitting the ground heavily with a dull sound. Bang! This scene stunned all the goblins present. They looked at each other and took a step back. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, which made people feel a chill. General! A goblin was horrified, his eyes fell on the general behind the knights, and he was about to shout. However, the moment it opened its mouth, a flash of sword light appeared. Another scream was heard, and the goblin also fell in a pool of blood. The goblin knight did not hold back because of the low-level goblin's wailing and begging for mercy. The sword in its hand gleamed coldly in the moonlight. It raised it high and glanced coldly at the shivering low-level goblins. How dare you blame the general? His voice was low and stern, as if it came from the depths of hell. Brush! The sword flashed, and another goblin fell down, staining the ground with blood. What? Sir Knight, what's wrong with you? The low-level goblins screamed in fear. They didn't understand why the knight would suddenly attack them so cruelly. They wanted to resist, but the disparity in power left them powerless. Before they could even pick up their swords, the goblin knight's sword had already swung down again, taking their lives. The low-level goblins can only hope that the high and mighty general can come forward to stop all this. However, the general just stood there indifferently, watching all this happen. How dare you look the general in the eye? The goblin knight roared again and swung the sword in his hand again. You don't even look at the general! Another roar was heard, and another goblin fell in a pool of blood. Wailing sounds were heard one after another in the room. The goblin knight's sword danced faster and faster, and every sword took a life. No, don't kill me! Damn it, you lunatic! Chapter 20, Massacre, Silencing, and Joining the Patrol Team. I'll fight you! However, These resistances and roars seemed so pale and powerless in front of the Goblin Knight. He seemed to have become a cold-blooded killing machine, constantly swinging the sword in his hand and reaping lives. The Goblin Knight stopped his actions only when there were no more low-level goblins standing in the room. He stuck the blood-stained sword into the ground, bowed to the general, and said, "General, they have all been killed." The Goblin general nodded slowly, his face expressionless, as if everything was under his control. His eyes moved away from the corpses and fell on the Goblin Knight. At that moment, Goblin Knight felt an invisible pressure that made him sweat profusely. He knew that the general's eyes contained endless majesty and power, which made him dare not slack off or be disrespectful in the slightest. "See, are they all here?" the general asked calmly. "Yes, General," Goblin Knight replied respectfully. "They are all here. Are you sure no one escaped?" The general confirmed again. "Well, none of them escaped," Goblin Knight answered affirmatively. The Goblin general nodded slowly, shifting his gaze from the corpses to the Goblin Knight. Make Goblin Knight sweat. "Do you need me to commit suicide?" For a moment, I could feel the murderous intent coming from the Goblin general. The Goblin Knight showed no fear or resistance, but asked in a caring manner, "Oh." After hearing what the Goblin Knight said, the Goblin general looked at the knight for a second longer and said calmly, "Why don't you ask? I just follow orders, no matter why." "Really?" Hearing this, the Goblin general laughed and said, "What a man who just follows orders without asking why. Then, let's keep all this to ourselves." "Yes." Goblin Knight nodded, feeling relieved. See, its answer is correct. It is not that it is not afraid of death. However, if the general wanted to kill it, it would have absolutely no chance of survival. Goblin General is such a powerful being. Even just by standing here, it can feel the absolute suppression from its bloodline. As for the opponent, the general may not even need to take any action. This is definitely a superior species. The Goblin Knight knows there is no hope, so he might as well give it a try. As for why not ask who exists? Goblin Knight, I don't want to die so early. It wants to live, that's all. After all, it hasn't enjoyed enough delicious food and beautiful things. Besides, even if you don't ask. From the general's attitude, and the imagination of breakthrough, Goblin Knight curtain. Then you can roughly guess what it is. This is also one of the reasons why the general wants to silence him. I really didn't expect this. Such a legend is actually true. Why? But it's none of his business. Not all goblins care about this. When I return, I must have a good time playing with sexual anger. Yi Yan and Victoria came to a seemingly inconspicuous cave. Although the cave is small, it exudes a peculiar warmth and tranquility. Inside the cave there were some simple but practical furniture, a rough stone table and stone bench, and several soft animal skin mats. In a corner of the cave, a pile of fresh fruits exudes an enticing aroma, making people salivate. "From now on, you will live here!" The Goblin Shaman's voice broke the silence. There was a hint of unquestionable majesty in its words, but there was also an unexpected respect for Yi Yan in its words. Later. Oh, by the way. As if he had thought of something, the Goblin Shaman looked at Yi Yan and said, "Don't you have a name?" "Yi Yan." Yi Yan spoke lightly. He did not sense any murderous intent from the goblin in front of him. So, he had nothing to hide, just a name. However, his casual answer silenced the goblins and elves present. The Goblin Shaman looked surprised when he heard Yi Yan's name. He glanced at Yi Yan indifferently, and his eyes fell on Victoria. The moment Victoria heard Yi Yan calling out her name, her eyes dimmed. Seeing this, the Goblin Shaman didn't say anything. "Okay, from now on you have escaped from your infancy, and you must go out and contribute to the nest." "Us?" The Goblin Shaman kept talking, but found that Yi Yan was not listening at all. Instead, he held Victoria's hand and looked around. "This?" Seeing this, the Goblin Shaman couldn't help but feel a headache. It knew that Yi Yan knew nothing and needed time to adapt to life here. However, it also knows that the rules and disciplines in the nest cannot be easily broken. Just when the Goblin Shaman didn't know what to do, suddenly, it had an idea and thought of something. If you go out on patrol or hunting, you can bring lots of goodies for your mother. The goblin shaman spoke to Yi Yan in a tone that was meant to deceive a child. It hopes that this temptation will stimulate Yi Yan's interest in the outside world and make him participate more actively in the life of the nest. After all, he is the future king. How can he know nothing about the nest? Looking at the shaman in front of him, he spoke to Yi Yan in a tone that he used to deceive a child. Victoria on the side was stunned. Is there anyone else who would fall for this trick? You're kidding me. Really? However, Yi Yan, who had originally shown no interest, asked seriously. Those eyes that showed no interest in anything seemed to be glowing faintly. When the goblin shaman saw Yi Yan's expression at the moment, he knew that it was all done. Certainly. You said so, the goblin shaman said as he looked towards Victoria. Yi Yan also looked over. Certainly. Victoria nodded. Of course she knew that the goblin shaman was using him to make Yi Yan obedient, but what could she do if she wanted it? In this nest, goblins that are of no use may be disposed of. Well, in order to prevent Yi Yan from dying, this is the only way. No, maybe she just didn't want to die. After all, if Yi Yan died, she would die too. She is so selfish. Victoria smiled to herself and nodded. When he heard that he could go out and find something his mother liked, Yi Yan nodded without hesitation. Okay. I can join in. Seeing Yi Yan agree, the goblin shaman Sha beside him also breathed a sigh of relief. This at least could shut up those goblins. But Shaman Sha didn't know what the general was trying to do. Such a cover-up. Is he afraid that other goblins won't be able to see Yi Yan's peculiarity? Then join the patrol team tomorrow. The goblin shaman hesitated for a moment and said, There shouldn't be any problem. After a quick glance, the future, little king, the goblin shaman left. Chapter 21 Mom, let me teach you how to study. The night gradually thickened, as if a huge piece of black silk was slowly descending. The whole world is shrouded in a mysterious silence. The moonlight poured into the house through the gaps in the window like flowing water, filling every inch of space. The mottled light and shadows dance on the walls, adding a touch of mystery to this quiet night. Victoria sat on the edge of the bed, her face looking particularly soft in the moonlight. She looked down at Yi Yan lying on her lap, her eyes full of tenderness and doting. Yi Yan's small body curled up like a well-behaved kitten, feeling the warmth of his mother. His eyes looked at the world curiously through the tiny crack between his mother's breasts. Yi Yan? Victoria murmured softly. Her voice seemed to come from the distant sky, ethereal and ethereal. Yi Yan raised his head and looked at his mother, with a gleam of doubt in his eyes. Mom, are you calling me? At this time, Yi Yan, who had evolved, had a crisp and tender voice. It's like the sound of nature, making people want to protect him. Victoria smiled and nodded. She reached out and gently stroked Yi Yan's newly grown white hair. The hair was soft and smooth, like the finest silk. Her movements were gentle and warm, making Yi Yan feel extremely safe and comfortable. Do you like your current name? Victoria asked quietly, a hint of hesitation in her voice. Hearing his mother's words, Yi Yan immediately broke into a bright smile. His eyes curved into crescent shapes, revealing two cute little fangs. I like it, he answered without hesitation. I like any name my mother gave me. Hearing Yi Yan's words and looking at Yi Yan's innocent smile, a hint of hesitation flashed in Victoria's eyes. Mom, what's wrong with you? I saw my mother standing there in a daze, not moving a muscle. Yi Yan pushed his mother's weak body with some worry. Victoria came back to her senses. She shook her head slowly and said with a smile. Nothing, Xiaoyan. Mom was just wondering, if I gave you a real name, would you like it? Yi Yan's eyes lit up immediately, and he answered excitedly. Of course I like it. The name my mother gave me must be the best. Although Yi Yan didn't know the meaning of his real name, or the use of having two names, in his mind, as long as it was given by his mother, he would always keep it. He can do either. Yes, is that so? Victoria smiled a smile she had never had before, like an angel. Then Mom, you need to think about it carefully. Mom, think about it carefully, Yenner, don't worry. Good. Victoria gradually got used to her current life, and got used to Yi Yan being by her side. Mom will teach you Elvish. Good. It was just dawn, and the morning light shone through the cracks in the goblin's lair, casting patches of light into a dim room. The room was filled with all kinds of weapons, some of which were broken and some were rusty. Each one seems to contain an unknown story. Pick out your favorite and handy weapon from here. The old goblin stood in front of a pile of weapons and shouted to the goblins who were watching. Upon hearing this, the goblins rushed forward, wanting to choose a weapon that suits them. One of the goblins, who had just emerged from his infancy, stared at the huge axe with a gleam of desire in his eyes. He walked forward eagerly and tried to lift the axe, but found that he couldn't lift it at all. In desperation, he could only settle for the next best option and chose the small axe next to the big axe. Ha! Seeing this scene, a slightly rough-looking goblin couldn't help but burst into laughter. He strode forward and lifted up the huge axe, causing the surrounding goblins to praise him. Crunch, crunch! Yi Yan looked around and looked at these weapons, and couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. There are many types of weapons, but the overall quality is poor. There are obvious cracks and no maintenance. It's like it was picked up. It was far inferior to the black cleaver he picked up. But it still works. Because it is completely black, it is particularly suitable for assassination, so Yi Yan named the dagger in his hand Black Cut. His vision is still as good as ever. Yi Yan looked at the weapons nearby. Without hesitation, choose a few lightweight weapons. Tie several small knives to your thighs. Take a few more daggers and hang them on your waist. I originally wanted the bow and arrow, but after thinking about it, I gave up. The bows here are of such poor quality, with signs of damage all over them. Extremely lack of maintenance. Maybe after pulling it a few times, the string will break. It would be better if he threw flying knives, which would cause more damage. Yi Yan did not take the remaining ones. A weapon that is too big is just a burden for someone like Yi Yan who is good at assassination. Not conducive to his actions. However, there are even guns. Yi Yan went up and picked up a pistol from the ground in the gloomy corner. Snap! In just a moment, Yi Yan simply disassembled the gun. I found that the craftsmanship of the gun was not very sophisticated, and even a bit primitive. There were 3 bullets on it. These goblins don't seem to know the importance of this bullet. There are only a few bullets in a pile of pistols. Very tasteless. Especially in a world like this. Yi Yan could feel it in a head-on confrontation. Just watch the muzzle of the gun, and the timing of your finger pulling the trigger. Dodging ordinary pistol bullets is not a big problem. In other words, ordinary firearms do not pose a threat to some powerful people. Of course, if there is a sniper rifle, it will be different. What a pity, I looked around and didn't find anything like this. Even if there is, I'm afraid we don't know where these goblins threw it to. They seemed unaware of the value of these hot weapons, and even the pistols were thrown aside casually. Have you chosen? As if to remind him, the old goblin reminded Yi Yan carefully. Those humans out there are very cunning. You can get some more weapons. Indeed, all the other goblins were holding swords and axes. But he held a dagger in one hand and the other hand was empty. That's enough. Yi Yan did not explain, and there was no need to explain to them. Yes, that's enough for it. At this moment, the goblin's weird voice came from beside him. Hee anyway, it's all for nothing to these goblins. They were the goblins who were on patrol with him. That green face was full of Yi Yan's disdain. If we take too much and die, we will have to bring the weapons back. You agree, don't you? The goblin shouted at the goblin behind him. Yes. The goblin behind him echoed. Ha! Chapter 22 Goblin Slayer Team, Entering the Forest. The goblin laughed at Yi Yan unscrupulously. In fact, everyone who knew Yi Yan was silenced. Therefore, the people here don't know Yi Yan's strength. All I know is that the cubs were killed. But how much fighting ability do the cubs have? Being able to kill the cubs doesn't mean you can kill them all? Besides, this is in the nest, and this kid is no longer the ignorant cub. If you dare to kill goblins in their nest, you must be prepared to be killed. And when the goblins saw Yi Yan and did not refute, they became even more arrogant. One of them even wanted to step forward and teach Yi Yan a lesson. Just as it was about to enter Yi Yan's killing range, the old goblin at the side stepped forward to stop him. "All right. Have you forgotten the general's orders?" While speaking, the old goblin looked at Goblin Mang and Yi Yan from time to time. "No infighting." Snort! Goblin Mang looked dissatisfied, with the corner of his mouth raised, looking at Yi Yan sarcastically. "I'm afraid some goblins don't even consider us as their own kind. Just wait, go outside and you'll get what you deserve. You actually dared to hurt my brother's eyes." Goblin Mang passed by Yi Yan and said in fear. But his intimidation had no effect on Yi Yan. "Okay, be careful along the way." The old goblin sighed. If it weren't for its old bones, these cubs, which had just left their infancy, would have died. Shinyan Forest Park, outskirts. "Hey, why, we have to be those people's babysitters." Fiona looked lazy and glared at the man in front of her who was surrounded by armor and walking in front of her with a complaining look. "What adventures are those new guys having? Instead of worrying about them, why not complete some more missions?" "Okay." The priest Amy beside her smiled and comforted Fiona. "We came here the same way, wouldn't we be here if it weren't for Morris's nosy personality? Then why didn't you just speak up and stop them when you were in the Adventure Guild?" Xiao Jing behind him touched his head with a silly look on his face. "It seems that the little kid named Ike is still an admirer of the boss." "That's because you know." "I know. Newcomers to the Adventurers Guild will instinctively look down on low-level monsters like goblins." Fiona rarely put away her lazy smile and laughed at herself. "How can such a person listen to others? I am arrogant and think that I have no problems and am a genius. But usually, the more talented a person is, the more proud and complacent he is." "Fiona." Looking at the depressed Fiona beside her, Amy didn't know how to comfort her for a moment. Suddenly, Amy seemed to see something. She couldn't help but wave her arms and shouted at a group of people not far away. "Eli, here!" When Ollie heard the sound, he looked and saw Amy not far away. He walked over quickly with a slightly reproachful smile on his face. "Sister, come on, you're hunting goblins again." Amy smiled and patted her brother's shoulder. "Don't underestimate the goblins. Although they are small in size, their attack power and speed should not be underestimated." "Ha!" Ollie laughed out loud at his sister's words. He didn't take his sister's words seriously at all. Everyone knows that goblins are the lowest level monsters in the entire continent. Basically, even a novice can kill a goblin with ease. What's so great about goblins? Just then, a burly man, Guido, came over. "It's just a low-level monster." As soon as Kiddo finished speaking, his eyes fell on Morris again. He looked Morris up and down, then said sarcastically, "As a fellow silver adventurer, you've actually been hunting goblins? You're really bringing shame to us silver adventurers." Morris did not show any anger or dissatisfaction with Kiddo's ridicule. He just glanced at the big man calmly, and then said calmly, "We still have a mission, so we'll leave first." After saying that, he turned around and took Amy away from the scene. "Goodbye, brother. Be careful." "Okay. Sis. I really don't know what these people are worried about." The magician girl Ligua standing by had a look of disdain on her face. "Ha!" Kiddo laughed a few times and waved. "Let's go kill a few goblins to practice." "Ha ha ha, don't run! You ugly goblins, today is your doom!" Inside the forest, a burst of wild laughter echoed among the dense trees, as if to set the entire forest on fire. Crunch, crunch! The dead branches underfoot made a creaking sound, rapid and tense. A group of adventurers wearing leather armor and holding weapons. He was chasing after several panicked goblins. These goblins are short in stature, and their green skin looks particularly hideous under the moonlight. They danced, screamed shrilly, and fled forward with all their might. "These low-level monsters are so annoying!" Kiddo swung the big knife in his hand and chopped it hard at a goblin that was running a little slower. However, the goblin seemed to have eyes on its back and rolled nimbly to avoid the big man's attack. "Damn it!" Kiddo's eyes widened and he roared angrily. He gripped the hilt of the knife tightly, as if he wanted to chop down the entire goblin tribe. "Let's chase them! We must destroy them all!" Guido, waving the sword in his hand, led his team to continue chasing. However, Ali, who was standing by, seemed a little hesitant when he remembered what his sister said. "Captain Guido, goblins are cunning by nature, so we should be careful." "How can you be so cowardly?" Guido glared at Ali with dissatisfaction, and when he thought of what he had said to Morris before, he became even angrier. "They are just a few low-level goblins. What's there to worry about?" The team members looked at each other. Although they felt a little helpless, they didn't say anything else. "What to do?" The priest clenched the staff in his hand. "What are you afraid of? They are just a few goblins. Why hesitate?" The magician standing by looked casual. "We are the Silver Adventurer team." Indeed, for experienced adventurers like them, low-level monsters like goblins are nothing. As long as you handle it carefully, nothing can go wrong. They are no longer those rookie adventurers who have just started their careers. When it comes to killing goblins, I can say that I am very adept at it, and have hardly made any mistakes. After all, low-level monsters like goblins can be found everywhere on the continent. Belongs to the lowest level novice monster. Basically, if you are a newcomer, it is impossible to bypass the goblins. After all, goblins are spread all over the continent, just like cockroaches. In the wild, it is basically impossible to avoid encountering them. Besides, they rarely heard of a team being attacked and defeated by goblins. Chapter 23: Insult? Kill the goblins. Hidden in a patch of dense grass is a green army. In the grass, pairs of long ears trembled slightly, and they had a faint green luster. Under the shade of green leaves, it blends into the whole nature. Green is dazzling and glowing. "Ha ha ha, look at these stupid humans!" In the grass, a short figure picked up a telescope, and a pair of cunning eyes stared at the human not far away through the lens. "Those are goblins, a cunning and warlike race." His face was full of mockery and ridicule, as if he had seen the dawn of victory. "Wait, remember to kill all the males, and leave the females for when we are done enjoying them, then we will kill them." "Good!" "Ha!" A group of goblins started dividing the spoils before they even started fighting. "Good!" The other goblins around echoed this, with greed and excitement showing on their faces. "Ha! Oh, right." Goblin Mang looked at Yi Yan, who had been silent behind him. Suddenly, he remembered what his good brother Goblin Black had told him. "How about we go play with the elves after we get back this time?" "Elf? Okay." Upon hearing the word elf, a lewd smile appeared on the goblin's face. No matter which race they are, female elves are stunningly beautiful in their eyes. Even before the Elf King was born, the elves were sold as a commodity by all races. Because of their extreme height and appearance that conforms to the aesthetic standards of various races, female elves are usually sold at extremely high prices. It is conceivable how attractive elves are to these low-level goblins. But where are the elves in the breeding room of our nest now? The goblins scratched their heads and looked at Goblin Mang in confusion. "Haha, just because there's nothing in the breeding room doesn't mean there's nothing in other places. I said so, didn't I?" Goblin Mang said this and looked at Yi Yan. "Is there an elf in your accommodation? Come and enjoy it, brothers. Don't worry, it won't get damaged." "Oh, really?" For a moment, the goblins cast envious, jealous, and greedy glances at Yi Yan. Hee hee. Goblin Mang looked very proud. "So, what are you going to do now? Rushing over in anger?" This was exactly what he had planned. If he dares to take action outside, he will have 10,000 reasons to kill him. Even with the elves as an excuse, he could unite with the goblins around him to kill this arrogant boy. Then, enjoy that fat girl's spirit. Goulon. It seems that someone can no longer suppress his inner desires. He licked his dry lips and let out a low growl in his throat. Goblin Yi, you. Before he could finish his words, a sharp flash of a knife suddenly flashed through the air. Yi Yan's figure flashed, and the knife in his hand flashed like lightning. The goblin didn't even have time to scream before he fell to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. "What?" The goblins around cried out in surprise, looking at the scene in disbelief. "Goblin Yi, what on earth are you doing?" Goblin Mang stood aside, but he was overjoyed in his heart. He immediately stood up, pointed at Yi Yan and accused him loudly with a righteous look. Killing a companion is a serious crime. How could you do this? Yi Yan glanced at him coldly, with a mocking smile on his face. He looked around, his eyes sweeping over the goblins who had evil intentions towards his mother. I'll send you down to find other elves. His voice was cold and firm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Bold! The goblin roared angrily. He thought he was standing on the moral high ground and could take this opportunity to kill Yi Yan. But he didn't expect Yi Yan to be so arrogant and not take him seriously at all. Do you really think that we won't dare to kill you just because the general is protecting you? This is outside, not your safe little nest. Before he finished speaking, Yi Yan moved and turned into a shadow and rushed towards him. The goblin only had time to scream before he felt a pain in his chest. A sharp knife had already pierced his heart. Who else wants to try? There was a fanatical light flashing in Goblin Mang's eyes, a smug smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he was ecstatic in his heart. Kill him! He gave an order, and the goblins around him responded. There was a fierce light flashing in their eyes, and they rushed towards Yi Yan with swords, axes, and other weapons in their hands. Yi Yan was already accustomed to this kind of situation. With his agile body, he could skillfully avoid the goblins' attacks and counterattack quickly every time. Just when the goblin swords were about to hit him, he flashed and disappeared from the spot. The goblins were stunned for a moment. They looked around, trying to find Yi Yan. What? There! The goblins cried out in shock, their hearts filled with fear and anxiety. However, just as they were still looking for Yi Yan, suddenly, a sharp pain came from their backs. They turned around in surprise and saw Yi Yan appeared behind them. The swords in their hands had already pierced deeply into their bodies. The goblins fell one after another, and their lives quickly slipped away in Yi Yan's hands. And in Yi Yan's ears, the sound of the world continued to echo. Congratulations on killing the goblin. Based on the effect of your skill, predation, you gained 1 point of strength. Congratulations on killing the goblin. Based on the effect of your skill, predation, you gained 1 point of speed. Congratulations on killing the goblin. Based on the effect of your skill, predation, you gained 1 point of constitution. Congratulations on killing the goblin. Based on the effect of your skill, predation, you gained 1 point of strength. No, don't! A shrill cry echoed in the dim forest, accompanied by waves of creepy wails. The goblins fell one after another. The blood dyed the surrounding land red. However, even in such a massacre, they still failed to find the figure that frightened them, Yi Yan. Goblin Mang, who was standing by, watched his companions fall one by one, his heart filled with panic and despair. It began to wonder, was this really the goblin they were familiar with? Why is there such a big gap between them? They are obviously all low-level goblins. Why can this guy slaughter them so easily? I was wrong. Goblin Mang finally couldn't bear the inner pressure anymore and knelt on the ground. It whispered an apology to Yi Yan, who was somewhere unknown, its voice filled with fear and pleading. After waiting for a long time without any response from Yi Yan, Goblin Mang thought that Yi Yan had decided to let it go. He was overjoyed and thought he had escaped a disaster. It smiled secretly, thinking about how to report everything to the general when it returned. Let the general execute this damn goblin. However, just when Goblin Mang was secretly feeling proud, a flash of a knife suddenly appeared. It only had time to see a blinding light. The next moment, its hideous and obscene expression was forever frozen on that green face. Puff! With a dull thud, Goblin Mang's body was split in half, and blood splattered everywhere. Its eyes were still wide open, as if it couldn't believe that it would die so easily. However, the reality is cruel, and it has closed its eyes forever. A reminder tone sounds. Congratulations on killing the goblin. Based on the effect of your skill, predation, you gained 1 point of strength. Congratulations on killing the goblin. Based on the effect of your skill, predation, you have obtained the goblin's talent. Speed enhancement D. Your talent. Speed enhancement D is repeated and combined together. Integration is complete. Your talent. Speed enhancement D is promoted to Speed enhancement C. Duh. Not long after the goblin was killed, the sound of footsteps was heard again. Those adventurers. Chapter 24: The desperate situation of the rookie adventurer team. In the forest, in the cave. A team of 2 male and 2 female adventurers came here after receiving a mission to hunt goblins. I am a talented magician who graduated from the Northern Sage Academy, Lin. Don't worry, I'm here. The magician girl patted her chest lightly, her voice revealing unquestionable confidence. However, the priest Lisa standing next to her seemed a little worried. She held the staff that was much taller than him, her brows furrowed. But I still think we should be more careful. Ike strode forward with a great sword in hand, his eyes gleaming with a fiery light, and he smiled with high spirits. What are you afraid of? They are just a few goblins. Xiaojing also nodded. We are here to kill dragons. These goblins are just a piece of cake. Just then, someone shouted. Look, Goblin! Everyone's eyes immediately focused on the ugly creatures not far away. Just as Lisa was about to release the blessing, Ike rushed forward with a sword. Snort! He snorted loudly and slashed directly at the goblin. Puff! Blood gushed out, and the goblin's head instantly rolled to the ground. Ike turned around with a triumphant smile on his face. Ha! So what? I told you it's just garbage. Crunch! A piercing sound suddenly rang out in the quiet forest. Just now, Ike was feeling proud of himself for successfully killing a goblin. Unexpectedly, a fishy wind suddenly came from behind. He turned around suddenly and saw a ferocious goblin with a cunning light in its eyes rushing towards him viciously. Get down! A clear female voice cut through the air. Ike's heart trembled, and without any hesitation, he quickly squatted down. Goddess of fire and war! Please listen to your apostle's request and show a little of your miracle at this moment. Fireball technique. The incantation from the woman's mouth was like the sound of nature, echoing in the air. As her spell fell, a huge fireball instantly condensed and took shape, streaking across the sky like a meteor and accurately hitting the goblin that was attacking. Bang! The moment the fireball exploded, the powerful impact instantly engulfed the goblin. In just a moment, the hideous monster turned into ashes and disappeared into the air. Hey, don't cast magic on your companions! Ike stood up from the ground and looked at the woman with some dissatisfaction. The woman snorted disdainfully and ignored his complaint. Didn't I remind you? At this moment, danger came again. A goblin approached Lisa silently, with a cruel light flashing in its eyes and the dagger in its hand raised high. Careful! Xiaojing discovered the danger in time. He roared, swung the huge axe in his hand violently, and hit the goblin's head directly. Bang! With a dull thud, the goblin's head was chopped off by an axe, and blood splattered everywhere. Thank you. Lisa looked up, her eyes full of gratitude. However, before she could finish her words, an arrow suddenly shot out, passed in front of her eyes, and headed straight for Xiaojing. Puff! The arrow hit Xiaojing's left hand accurately, and blood instantly dyed his arm red. Xiaojing let out a shrill scream, his face distorted in pain. Ah! Lisa covered her mouth and her face turned pale. You wait a minute, I will treat you immediately. Lisa hurriedly raised her staff to gather magic power, preparing to heal Xiaojing. Hateful! Ike roared with gritted teeth, staring at the goblin who was sneaking around and preparing to take another arrow from behind. How can I let you have your wish? Ike roared and rushed towards the cunning goblin like an angry lion. However, just as Ike was about to rush to the goblin, a huge net suddenly emerged from the ground, trapping him firmly in the air. This sudden change shocked Ike, and he struggled to break free from the restraints. But the net was getting tighter and tighter, as if it was going to strangle him. What's going on? He struggled hard, but to no avail. Brush! An arrow flew through the air and hit Ike's hand hard. With a sharp pain, Ike's hand lost its grip instantly, and the sword slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. Oh! Ike groaned in pain, his face covered with cold sweat. Damn it! Wait a minute! The magician girl standing by saw the critical situation and did not hesitate. Concentrate on gathering your magic power and prepare to cast your own magic to help Ike. However, just as she began to chant the magic spell, brush, a hand suddenly approached her silently from behind and covered her mouth. The magician girl was horrified, her eyes widened with fear and anxiety. She wanted to struggle and shout, but the hand covered her mouth tightly, preventing her from making any sound. Woo woo woo! The magician girl's heart was filled with fear and helplessness, and she couldn't help but cry. Brush. A sharp dagger suddenly pierced through the woman's stomach, and blood instantly dyed her clothes red. The magician girl groaned in pain and then fell to the ground. In the dim cave, the faint firelight flickered, illuminating the woman's face. The magician girl's clothes, the fabrics that once protected her and highlighted her beautiful face, were roughly torn apart, revealing a body as white as jade but stained with bright red blood. Crunch! Crunch! The goblins' cheers were like sharp claws, tearing the tranquility of the air. Their ferocious faces looked even more terrifying in the firelight. Victory made them forget caution, and their instinct drove them to begin cruel reproduction behavior. Tears silently fell from the magician girl's eyes. Her lower body was in unspeakable pain, but her brain was unable to control what was happening. She could only stare at everything in front of her in a daze, letting her former companions witness her humiliation and helplessness. Save me! She uttered a faint cry for help, her voice trembling and weak. Kill me! She shouted in her heart, but no one responded. On the side, Ike in the net witnessed all this, his heart filled with anger and sorrow. Damn you, you beasts! I'm going to kill you! He roared loudly, bit the net that bound him with his teeth, picked up the sword on the ground, and was about to pounce on the evil goblin. However, just as he is about to make his move, more goblins emerged from the corner. I'll kill you! Ike roared, but his voice was quickly drowned out by the surging swarm of goblins. Chapter 25 Goblin Slayer, Rescue, and Kill the Goblins. How could this be? How could there be so many goblins? Lisa looked at the scene in front of her with despair. Watching his companion being invaded by goblins, and watching Ike being trapped in the group of goblins, unable to move. Her legs were weak and she could barely stand. The goblins noticed her presence. It rushed towards her with an unpleasant crunch, crunch sound. Is she going to become a breeding tool for these ugly monsters? Her heart was filled with fear and despair. Brush. A flash of cold light passed by, and it was a knife in the hand of a big man. Run! He shouted loudly, his voice revealing great anxiety and determination. The big man's bravery and fearlessness did give her some comfort, but he was not a god after all, and he could not resist all the goblins. Lisa hesitated. If she chose to leave, he might die at the hands of these monsters. Go! At least one person has to go. Oh. Aye. Lisa looked back at the magician girl whose legs were shaking and whose whole body was filled with liquid. Without hesitation, he chose to escape. I ran away. She murmured softly, her heart filled with guilt and self-blame. Abandoning your companions and running away alone, is this behavior really useful? Soon, the goblin caught up and pinned her to the ground. Perhaps this is the punishment for her. She closed her eyes and waited for her fate to come. He tore her clothes off in one go, revealing her delicate and white skin underneath. But creatures like goblins have no mercy on women, they only act according to their instincts. It stretched out its rough green claws and grabbed the soft bun. Ah! Lisa's terrified scream broke the silence of the forest. She wanted to break free. However, the goblin's rough and powerful hand had already firmly held her slender wrist. She struggled hard, but it was like an ant trying to shake a tree, unable to move at all. Lisa's heart was filled with despair and fear. When she opened her eyes, she saw the goblin's ugly and hideous face. The tears couldn't stop falling. She is still a virgin, her body is a gift from God. Am I going to be defiled by this disgusting monster? At this moment, a cold female voice suddenly sounded in her ears. God who controls the sacred fire, please grant me the power to destroy the filth in the world, the flaming arrow. As soon as the words came out, a blazing flame cut through the darkness and shot towards the goblin. The flaming arrow hit the goblin hard. The goblin screamed and was blown away by the powerful force of the flaming arrow, hitting the wall heavily. Immediately afterwards, a figure in armor rushed over like lightning. It was Morris. He held a long sword and stabbed it into the goblin's chest without mercy. The goblin let out a shrill scream, and then completely lost his life. Morris turned to look at Lisa and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Amy also hurried forward and put a piece of clothing on Lisa. Lisa's body was still trembling slightly. "I," Lisa said, choking. My friends are still in there, and those goblins are very cunning. Don't worry, leave everything to us." Amy comforted him, looking at the goblins still wandering around, with a cold light in her eyes. "We are professionals in dealing with these beastly goblins." "Oops." Suddenly Amy slapped her head. "Did I say something bad again?" She stuck out her tongue and said a little embarrassedly, "But I believe that God will forgive me." Lisa looked at Amy, who was just as Lisa as she was, and behaved just the same. "But I don't know why, but I just feel something is wrong." "Ha! Die, all of you die!" Fiona roared madly, her voice echoing in the empty battlefield, filled with endless murderous intent. She was wearing a black robe, her face was ferocious, and her eyes were flashing with cold light, as if she was a ruthless god of death who had descended to the earth. As she chanted, magic circles began to appear around him. They flashed different colors of light, and mysterious runes danced in the air. These magic circles emitted powerful energy fluctuations that made the entire battlefield tremble. Then, all kinds of gorgeous magic began to bombard, including fireballs, ice arrows, lightning, and so on. They drew dazzling tracks in the air and then slammed heavily into the group of goblins. Under the bombardment of magic, these goblins were blown into pieces of blood and screams could be heard one after another. Crunch, crunch! As the magician continued to chant, the light of the magic circle became stronger and stronger, as if it was going to swallow up the entire battlefield. All of a sudden, the goblins were almost wiped out, with only a few remnants still lingering. However, these fleeing goblins did not escape the fate of death. Morris held a long sword in his hand and moved as fast as the wind. He rushed towards the fleeing goblins and killed them one by one with his sword. His movements were swift and accurate, and each sword pierced the goblins' vital points accurately, leaving them without any chance to fight back. What followed was a bloody massacre. Fiona and Morris teamed up to kill the remaining goblins one by one, and the entire battlefield was dyed blood red. Their bodies were covered in blood, but their eyes were full of coldness and determination, as if all this was as it should be. After this massacre, the battlefield fell silent. Only the sound of the wind and the howling of wild beasts in the distance broke this brief silence. Boom, boom, boom. On the other side, Dita tapped her fingers lightly on the rough wall. At a certain moment, his fingers felt something strange. I found it!" he gasped, then struck hard. The stones on the wall fell off one after another, revealing a dark entrance. The cave was filled with the smell of damp and decay, as if something was spying on them in the darkness. Dita approached the cave entrance, and saw several goblin cubs curled up inside. They trembled, with fear and helplessness in their eyes. Lisa looked at this scene, and an inexplicable feeling of pity surged in her heart. She turned to Fiona beside her and asked hesitantly, "Do we really want to kill them? They are so small." Amy glanced coldly at the cubs, her disgust in her eyes undisguised. "So what? Goblins are an evil race. They are aggressive and destructive by nature," Morris added. "If we don't kill them now, they will soon grow and multiply into a tribe, and then we will be in trouble." Chapter 26: A strange goblin meets and kills a human adventurer. At this time, at the other end of the forest, when the Keto team finally caught up with the target, the scene before them made them stand still for a moment, as if they were fixed in place by an invisible force. In front of me, I saw a thin, strange-looking creature standing on a pile of goblin corpses. Although his face is somewhat similar to that of humans, but that pair of long green ears always reveals his identity as a goblin. These ears sparkled with an eerie light in the sun, announcing his racial affiliation to the world. Team Guido looked at the goblin standing on the goblin's corpse in shock, and an indescribable fear and uneasiness surged in their hearts. What happened?" Ollie asked with a trembling voice. His eyes were filled with confusion and fear. Whatever happened, it wasn't right. Captain, I think that goblin is not right. Do you want us? The priest girl spoke hesitantly, but before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Kiddo. What are you afraid of? It's just a goblin after all. Kiddo glared at the priest girl, then turned his gaze to the corpses of the goblins with a greedy expression on his face. Look, the long green ears of those goblin corpses are still there, which means they are all money. He licked his lips, as if he could already see the glittering gold coins waving at him. Guido said this and rushed towards Yi Yan without hesitation. The other team members looked at each other when they saw this. They could see helplessness in each other's eyes. However, the captain has said it, what can they do? Besides, they also felt that it was just a goblin, and there was no need to be so cautious. If anything goes wrong, just run. Could it be possible that the opponent could kill them instantly? It's impossible. Even if they are a superior race, they can't kill them in seconds. You know, they are silver-level adventurers. He has hunted and killed countless goblins and even participated in the subjugation of disaster-level monsters. How could he lose to the weak goblin in front of him? With this thought in mind, the three followed the captain. Facing this kind of lowest-level and disgusting monster, there was no need for Guido to hold back, and he attacked with all his strength. Ha ha ha, you disgusting monster, today is your end. Guido's rough voice echoed in the quiet forest, shaking the leaves around him. His face was ferocious, his eyes were burning with rage, and the big knife in his hand was flashing with cold light, as if it could cut through all obstacles. Brush. The broadsword was swung violently, slashing towards the strange goblin. Suddenly, a sharp blade light cut through the sky, carrying an unparalleled terrifying force, and whistled towards the goblin. The surrounding grass and trees seemed so fragile in the face of this force that they were split in half and fell to the ground. However, just as the knife was about to touch the goblin, a magical scene happened. The goblin seemed to be shrouded by the power of darkness. His entire body quickly turned as black as ink and blended into the shadow of the forest. The moment Guido's sword touched it, it was as if it was cutting into nothingness, passing through without any hindrance. Skill, Shadow. After the activation is successful, the whole person will turn into a pitch-black shadow and disappear into the shadow. During this process, all physical attacks will be negated. What is this? Guido was shocked. A low-level goblin actually has skills. Skills represent the pinnacle of technique and talent. At this moment, the goblin reappeared behind Kiddo. In its hand, it held a sharp black dagger, silently pointing it at Kiddo's neck. Kiddo felt a chill and his heart suddenly tightened. What? Kiddo wanted to turn around and dodge, but it was too late. The dagger was already close to his skin, and with a little more force it would cut his throat. Kiddo's heart was filled with despair. Was he really going to die at the hands of such a low-level goblin? At this moment, two voices suddenly sounded behind him. Holy Light Defense! Fireball! Kiddo was delighted, and saw a faint light barrier suddenly appear in front of him, blocking the attack of the dagger. Then, a ball of blazing flame flew out from behind Kiddo and roared towards the goblin. A cold look flashed in the strange goblin's eyes. He quickly stepped on Kiddo's back and used the force to leap into the air. The fireball passed by its feet and exploded into a sea of fire when it landed on the ground. The goblin rolled in the air and landed steadily on the ground in the distance. Quickly distance yourself from Kiddo and others. As soon as it stood firm, its entire body turned as black as ink again, and then merged into the shadows around it. Kiddo and the others only saw a black screen before their eyes, and then the goblin disappeared without a trace. Thanks! Kiddo thanked his teammates. If it weren't for them, he would have died just now. Everyone be careful! Kiddo no longer took off his clothes and stood at the front of the team acting as a meat shield. This goblin is a special individual. He can actually use skills. It's not like they haven't seen goblins with special abilities before. But not many people can use these skills so maturely. In fact, it can be said that there are very few. After all, goblins are low-level monsters. Although they are cunning, their IQ is not high enough. This is the consensus. But it was obvious that the goblin in front of him was not. Guido's brows suddenly knitted together, and he looked around vigilantly. The goblin that had been behaving strangely had disappeared without him noticing. This made him feel an inexplicable uneasiness, as if some unknown danger was approaching quietly. "Did you see that?" Kiddo asked in a deep voice, a hint of nervousness in his voice. "Where the hell is that weird goblin?" The teammates also began to look around, trying to find the missing goblin. However, no matter how they searched, they could not find any trace of the goblin. "Could it be that he has already left?" And Ali scratched his head, trying to come up with a reasonable explanation. However, there was a hint of uncertainty in his tone. "Be careful, he might still be nearby. I will use magic to investigate now." The magician girl nervously clenched the staff in her hand, preparing to release detection magic to find the location of the strange goblin. However, just as she was about to cast the spell, a dark shadow suddenly appeared behind her. The speed of the black shadow was so fast that it was almost impossible to react. Immediately afterwards, a crescent-shaped slash suddenly fell. It hit the magician girl hard. The magician girl's expression froze at this moment. Chapter 27. Good goblins will not appear in front of humans. I once saw a man let a goblin cub go. Then in just a few years the cub grew up. You know what happened back there? Morris looked at Lisa. What happened? Lisa swallowed and asked nervously. It brought a group of goblins to slaughter the village that let it go. As he spoke, Morris pulled out the long gun from his waist. Without hesitation, he slashed at the goblin cub that was trying to escape. Brush. Puff. Blood splattered everywhere, and the cub's screams echoed in the cave. Lisa couldn't bear it, and closed her eyes. But Morris continued to swing his sword calmly until the last cub fell in a pool of blood. After cleaning up the scene, Morris turned to Lisa and explained. Goblins are creatures that reproduce and grow very quickly. That's almost 10 times as many as humans. That means if we give them a year and a half, they will be able to reproduce again. Once we leave them alive, they will come back again very quickly. So, the best way to deal with goblins is to eliminate them completely and not leave any future troubles. After hearing what Morris said, Lisa was silent for a while, as if she was still feeling sorry for those innocent lives. But are there no kind goblins in this world? After hearing Lisa's words, Morris paused. Perhaps he thought of something, or perhaps he thought of a goblin. Morris unexpectedly did not refute, and nodded. Perhaps. But if a goblin is truly kind, he shouldn't appear in front of people. Only goblins who don't appear in front of humans are good goblins. Die. Ha! As Morris finished speaking, Fiona chanted the explosion magic. Like a meteorite about to explode, it carries destructive power. Immediately afterwards, there was another roar. The fire spread instantly, illuminating the entire cave. The raging flames were like a ferocious beast, madly devouring everything around it. The rocks were blown into pieces, dust and rubble flew in the flames, and the walls of the cave were crumbling in the sound of the explosion. Fiona, are you crazy? Dita shouted, her face full of fear and anger. If the cave collapses, we will all die here. However, Fiona seemed not to hear their cries. Her face was grim, and her eyes were flashing with madness. Ha! Die, all of you, die! She roared, as if she wanted to vent all her anger and hatred. Morris looked at the crazy Fiona and sighed helplessly. They all knew that there was a deep thorn in Fiona's heart. That was the hatred and pain that she could not let go of. Let's go. Dita said that he didn't want to stay in this cave that was about to collapse. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. However, when he was about to leave, he found that the 3 men were still standing there. What's wrong? Dita turned around and looked at the 3 people and asked in confusion. He's still breathing. We can still rescue him. Amy said, pointing at Ike who was lying on the ground. Really? When Lisa heard Amy's words, a gleam of joy flashed in her eyes. Well, we can still save him. Amy nodded, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Very good. Lisa wiped the tears from her eyes. At least she was not facing this crazy world alone. It's really great that the whole team wasn't wiped out. Where's Maurice? Wait. Morris' voice was calm and firm as he slowly walked over to a shabby wooden box nearby. The wooden box is covered with traces of time. Morris lowered his head slightly, and his eyes fell on the shivering goblin cub in the wooden box. The goblin cub huddled in the corner of the wooden box, its little eyes staring at Morris in horror. Its body kept shaking. Morris looked at it, a sneer appeared on his lips, and he whispered softly, "I hid it better than you did." This statement seems to carry a certain irony and complacency, which makes people wonder whether Morris has experienced a similar situation in the past. However, at this moment, he is no longer that weak being. Instead, he became a strong person who could control his own destiny. Crunch! A shrill sound broke the silence, and the goblin cub made a pleading cry towards Morris. There was endless fear and despair in its voice, as if it was begging Morris to let it go. However, Morris remained unmoved. He looked at the goblin cub coldly, without a trace of pity or sympathy in his eyes. He slowly pulled out the knife in his hand, and the blade flashed coldly in the sunlight. "Next time, be a good kid," Morris said calmly, his voice revealing a kind of coldness and determination. Brush. A flash of knife light flashed, and the goblin cub's wailing stopped abruptly. Its body was split in two, blood splattered everywhere. Morris killed it without hesitation, as if he was just dealing with a trivial matter. "Leave." Morris put away the knife and turned away. Lisa took a look and trotted after him. I don't know how much time passed. The Goblin Slayer squad disappeared into the depths of the jungle soon after. There was a silence, as if even the wind had held its breath. The blood on the ground has not dried yet. Suddenly, a figure quietly appeared at the entrance of the cave. It was a goblin carrying a basket full of fruits. Its face was filled with satisfaction and joy, and it had obviously just completed a very fruitful collecting trip. However, the moment it stepped into the cave, the scene before it stunned it for a moment. The smell of blood wafted into my nose. The cave was in a mess, with its fellow creatures lying on the ground, covered in blood, a horrible sight. Crunch, crunch! The goblin cubs were looking terrified, and the bodies of the goblins were moving back and forth. Crunch, crunch! His eyes were instantly filled with anger and sorrow. Its shoulders trembled slightly, as if carrying unspeakable pain. Crunch, crunch! There was an angry roar, the voice filled with endless pain and anger. At this moment, the sound of the world echoed in the goblin's mind. Special individual detected. The potential of this individual is stimulated, and a special talent is awakened. Evolution. At this moment, a strange force emerged from its body. Under the influence of this force, its body began to undergo subtle changes. The muscles become stronger, and the eyes become sharper. Its body is constantly evolving, from an ordinary goblin to a more powerful and ferocious advanced goblin. Chapter 28 Assassination, Anger, and Desperate Adventurer Team. In fact, they overlooked something. There are only two outcomes for those who fall into the hands of goblins: death or mental breakdown. Therefore, they had never heard of the dangers posed by goblins. Of course, there is another situation. That is, concealment. That's right, those who are captured by goblins and survive are generally women. And a very small number of them did not suffer mental breakdown. But the days they spent at the hands of the goblins became a nightmare that they could never erase. So, no matter how high their status is, this shadow will still hang over their heads. And such women will undoubtedly have a high status in the future. It was naturally impossible for them to tell others about their shameful experience. Therefore, until now, many adventurers still do not understand the harm of goblins. Be deceived by their weak strength. Of course, the difference in strength among goblins in each place is also an important interference factor. For example, if they encountered a superior goblin, they would no longer underestimate the goblins. As for the general level, that was their nightmare. Bang! The bracelet in the magician girl's hand broke, and the stone beads broke and scattered all over the ground, making a tinkling sound. What's wrong? Ollie seemed to realize something was wrong. He looked back and was stunned. The magician girl's body was frozen in place, her face full of astonishment and fear. You! Ollie was just about to put his hand on the magician girl's shoulder. However, before he could finish his words, a column of blood shot up into the sky. Immediately afterwards, a head fell from the sky and hit the ground. That was the head of the magician girl. Her expression was forever frozen on that face, full of disbelief and despair. One of the stone beads just rolled and fell in front of the magician girl's head. Bang! The headless upper body shook a few times and finally fell to the ground weakly. Blood gushed out from her neck, staining the surrounding land red. Ali opened his eyes wide, his face turned pale as paper in an instant, and his expression was ferocious, as if he had seen the most incredible and horrifying scene in the world. His outstretched hand kept shaking, as if he was trying to grab something but couldn't grab anything. From childhood to adulthood, how could he have experienced such a bloody scene? Everything before him seemed like a nightmare, which made him unbelievable. What's going on? The teammates nearby also noticed the abnormality behind them and turned around to look. When their eyes fell on the tragic scene, they all widened their eyes and anger surged in their hearts. How so? They couldn't believe that in just a moment, a living life was gone. How could this be? The priest covered his mouth, and his eyes fell on the stone beads scattered on the ground. Recall the scene before entering the forest. This is what my sister gave me. Isn't it beautiful? The magician girl smiled like an angel and showed off the bracelet made of stone on her hand. After I return this time, I must go back and buy a cake for my brother. But she couldn't go back. Really? I'm really envious. The pastor girl pouted and said with an unhappy look. My brother has done nothing to prepare me as a sister. Don't you think that's abominable? The priest girl raised her little fist. When I get back, I will definitely teach him a lesson. Damn Goblin! Kido roared, and the magic power in his body burst out instantly, forming a powerful whirlwind that blew the surrounding leaves everywhere. The pastor saw this and hurried forward to persuade. Captain, calm down! However, Guido was already overwhelmed by anger, and the barrier formed by magic kept the priest out. In desperation, the priest could only wave his staff, trying to use holy light to bring protection to Guido. However, just as she was about to swing her staff, death arrived quietly. A black shadow suddenly appeared from behind the priest, followed by a fierce slash. The slash cut through the air, making a sharp whistling sound, forming a perfect arc and heading straight for the priest's life. The priest had no time to react and could only watch the dark shadow approaching. By the time she felt a chill coming over her, it was too late. The flash of the knife passed by, and the pastor girl was thinking, but she was going to break her promise, and couldn't go back and beat her brother. I'm so sorry. Brush. The slash instantly landed on the priest's body, and blood splattered everywhere. The holy light priest who was protected in the center suddenly had a shocking blood line on his neck. You! As if they had noticed something, Ali and Kido turned around almost at the same time. I saw the last scene before the pastor died. Their hearts were filled with shock and grief, and they couldn't believe what they saw. Run! The pastor moved his mouth slightly and uttered a word with difficulty. Puff! A column of blood spurted out from the priest's neck, carrying her head into the air. When the head fell to the ground, the expression on it was still frozen with despair and fear. At this moment, Ali and Kido were both stunned. They stared blankly at the pastor's body on the ground, their hearts filled with endless grief and anger. The blood was dyed red, and Ali and Guido looked angry and desperate. Ah! Guido's roar echoed in the night, like a wounded beast, angry and desperate. His eyes were red, as if burning with fire, and he stared at the darkness ahead, as if he wanted to devour everything there. Come out here, you damn monster! I'm going to kill you! He roared at the top of his lungs, his voice filled with endless anger and hatred. However, the only response he received was the whistling of the wind and the rustling of leaves. There was silence all around, as if the whole world had fallen asleep. Guido's roar echoed in the empty night, sounding even more desolate and desperate. Damn it! Damn it! Guido cursed 3 times in a row, his voice filled with endless pain and regret. Come out! Come out and kill me! He knew that the reason his 2 companions died was all because of his stubbornness. If he hadn't insisted on entering this dangerous place, they wouldn't have suffered such a fate. Why? Guido didn't understand why it turned out like this. Is he really wrong? His companions fell one after another in front of him, but he didn't even see their shadow. Am I going to die? I'm going to die. It would be better to die. Such a thought flashed through Kiddo's mind. If you go back like this, you will still be laughed at. What's the value of living for someone who can't even protect his companions? Brush. A flash of knife light flashed across. Chapter 29 Death, Soul Leaving the Body. Captain? We. At this moment, Ali plucked up the courage to raise his head and tried to persuade the captain to calm down. However, when he looked up, he saw an astonishing scene before his eyes. A blood mark quietly appeared on the captain's neck, like a red poisonous snake, which was particularly dazzling in the night. Ali widened his eyes in horror. He knew clearly what the bloodstain meant. That is the mark of death, a mark left by a monster. The expression on the head was still fixed on a face twisted by anger, with eyes wide open as if he died with his eyes open. Just then, a muffled sound was heard. The captain's head actually rolled off his shoulders. A warm and sticky liquid spurted out, staining Ali's face red. He covered his mouth in horror, unable to believe that he had seen such a bloody scene. Kiddo's body slowly fell down, and his blood flowed in the night, forming a glaring red. Oh! I watched my companions around me die one after another. At this moment, Ali completely lost his calm and rationality. Almost without hesitation, he abandoned the bodies of his companions and ran out of the forest. What goblin? That's not a goblin at all. That's a monster. A cold-blooded monster. It's impossible. It's impossible to win. The most powerful captains in the team are dead. How could it be possible when he, the weakest one, is the only one left? Escape, he wanted to escape. I shouldn't have run away from home in such a fit of anger and disobeyed my sister. As long as he doesn't run away from home, he won't become an adventurer. If you weren't an adventurer, you wouldn't be here. No, it's all the captain's fault, if it happened at the beginning. If he had listened to himself, he wouldn't have encountered this monster. Sister Shui won't die either. It's all his fault. So don't kill me. I don't want to die yet. Ali roared and begged in despair. But the only place here where you can hear Ali's voice. I was thinking about killing him. After just a moment's hesitation, Yen made his decision. Kill. What Ali didn't know was, from the moment he exposed his back behind Yen, he was already dead. Brush. A flash of knife light accurately cut across Ali's neck. Along with the sound of the head falling to the ground, the familiar sound of the world echoed in Yen's mind again. Congratulations on killing the human, you gained a little strength attribute. Congratulations on killing a human. Based on the effect of your skill, Predator, you have obtained the human skill. Physical enhancement D. Yen hung upside down under the tree, staring at the corpse on the ground, without a single emotion changing on his face. Even though he's so powerful, he's easily affected by his emotions. If Yen faced these four people head-on, he would have no chance of winning. No, even the muscular man opposite can knock him down. It's just a pity that Yen is a killer and an assassin. Unless I'm absolutely sure, I won't confront anyone head-on. This is his assassination code. Don't do anything you are not sure of. Once you make a move, you must do it 100%. Besides, originally, he didn't intend to kill them. But little did he know that as soon as these people saw him, they wanted to kill him. It's Yenner, did you do anything? Yen tilted his head in confusion and murmured. He doesn't remember any interactions with these people. Could it be the same assassin as him? This can be explained. But it doesn't matter since the other party comes with murderous intentions to kill him. So, it's normal to kill them all. This is what his mother taught him. Since you intend to kill the other person, you should be prepared to be killed. Yen came down from the tree trunk. Started collecting the spoils. Soon, Yen packed the adventurers' belongings into a big bag. What a rich harvest! Mom will definitely be very happy when I take these back. As for the things on those goblins, there is nothing good about it. Die of poverty. Shortly after Yen left, a group of adventurers passed by. Question mark. Fiona frowned and looked at the goblin corpses and the bodies of the goblin squad on the ground. This is... How so? Could it be that they died together? Fiona wondered. But as a silver adventurer, it is impossible for Guido to lose to these goblins. Could it be the goblin team that left? Looking at the completely plundered scene, Dita expressed her doubts. Morris went up and looked at the goblin corpses on the ground, as well as the corpses of Kiddo's team. No, judging from the marks on their bodies, it was done by one person. Very clean and neat, one strike kills. Morris frowned and thought. It's an extremely sophisticated assassination technique. Assassination technique? Dita touched her chin, as if thinking about something. How could it be? On the other side, Amy looked at her brother lying on the ground, her face pale, and she stood there in a daze. That? Fiona on the side was hesitant to speak, not knowing what to say to comfort her. Boom! The next moment, terrifying magic power burst out from Amy's body. Hateful. Amy's originally lovely face became distorted by anger. I must kill that goblin! It's better not to be discovered by me. Otherwise. Amy raised her fist and pounded it on the ground to vent her anger. I will make you regret appearing in this world. Boom! The earth was cracked and sunken, and smoke and dust were billowing. The smoke and dust dissipated, leaving behind a large hole with a radius of 1 meter centered on Amy's fist. Seeing this, Fiona unconsciously took 2 steps back. However, it's still strange no matter how many times you watch it. This kind of strange power still appears in the priests who serve the gods. Don't even talk about serving. I don't even want it if I give it to anyone. Even the martial artist Dita standing by unconsciously twitched her lips after seeing this power. Sometimes, I really don't know who is the one being protected. I don't want to die. Run. Ollie didn't know how long he had been running, nor did he know how much time had passed. He just kept running. He is not dead. Or dead? But what was lying on the ground? Corpse. His body. Ollie saw his own body. At this moment, the sound of the world echoed in his mind. Your exclusive skill, the soul left the body and was used successfully, but the main body was found to be unable to use it anymore. Checking nearby bodies. Discovering the damaged body, starting to return. Suddenly, a powerful suction force sucked him in. And that direction was the dying body of the goblin. No, don't! Ollie shouted, and at the same time, a tiny soul was swallowed by him. The next moment. When he got up, he was already a goblin. Ollie! Ollie was very happy to hear his sister's voice, but after seeing that his body was a goblin. Leave without hesitation. Will be killed. Why did it turn out like this? Chapter 30 returns, with questions from the goblin chief. Yi Yan's face was filled with joy. Carrying a heavy bag on his shoulders, he walked steadily through a pile of goblin corpses. Every time a corpse was stepped over, there was a dull sound. However, the smell of blood emanating from Yi Yan attracted many greedy wolves. Their eyes were fierce and their mouths were drooling, as if they regarded Yi Yan as a delicious meal. However, for Yi Yan at this moment, these wolves were just minor incidents on the road and did not take these threats seriously at all. Soon Yi Yan arrived at the entrance of the goblin's lair. At the door, a group of short, ferocious-looking goblins were busy guarding it. Some of them held spears, some carried huge axes, and their eyes revealed ferocity and cunning. And among them, there were some goblins queuing up, registering things with the high-ranking goblins known as goblin chiefs. Although these goblin leaders look similar to low-level goblins, they just stand a little straighter. Moreover, their IQ is no different from that of humans. They understand some basic algorithms. And this most basic algorithm is enough for them. They are responsible for the management of low-level goblins and the coordination of various affairs. Some goblin leaders were carefully recording patrol intelligence. Some were carefully counting the spoils, while others were responsible for exchanging shells for rewards for the low-level goblins. It was dusk at this time, and the afterglow of the setting sun shone on the entrance of the nest. It adds a bit of weird beauty to this land full of blood and violence. Groups of goblins returned one after another, some carrying prey, some carrying packages, their faces filled with satisfaction and pride. The entire entrance to the nest was bustling with activity, as if a grand celebration was taking place. Some goblins could perhaps be described as rich, with the remains of their prey hanging on their bodies, appearing both savage and greedy. This group of goblins appeared before our eyes in a different manner. They are no longer just looters, but more like businessmen returning with a full load. Among them, some goblins were followed by one or two trembling women. Those women were like captured prey, being dragged forward mercilessly. There were different expressions on their faces, and some closed their eyes in despair. Some bit their lower lips in pain, while others let out faint howls. The sound echoed in the silent forest, sounding particularly desolate. Among this group of goblins, one figure stood out. That was Yen carrying a big bag. He was alone. He did not bring any women with him like other goblins, nor did he travel with other goblins. His big bag was heavy, as if it was filled with something important, making it particularly difficult for him to walk. The other goblins all cast strange looks at Yen, showing confusion, puzzlement, curiosity, and disgust. What's up with that goblin? Why is he the only goblin back? I don't know. Maybe he wants to bring it back. Are the other goblins gone to play? Oh, I remember now. This is the goblin that killed so many baby goblins. What? Is this the guy? I understand. He was bullied. He was made to carry such a heavy baggage. Snort! Some goblins cast disdainful glances at Yen. He was a good bully. He killed so many of his compatriots. I don't know why the boss let him live. Hey, the general is kind-hearted. He said the cub was ignorant and forgave him. Snort! Some goblins actually deliberately brought a female slave towards Yen. The black-haired woman rushed straight towards Yen. The woman had long black hair that was scattered messily over her shoulders, and her clothes were tattered, revealing large areas of snow-white skin. Her skin was extremely white, like jade under the moonlight. And her appearance is sweet and lovely, like a blooming lily. There was a feeling about her that made me want to have sex with her. Certainly. Faced with such a deliberate attack, Yen dodged it easily. Otherwise, I would have something in my hand. Yen had already killed the goblin with one knife. Ha! What's wrong? Are you afraid of women? The leading goblin Chow looked at Yen's dodging and laughed sarcastically. He obviously thought that Yen was bewitched by the woman's beauty, which was why he behaved so out of control. Then he took the black-haired woman's hand and walked towards the cave. When the black-haired woman entered, she turned around and gave Yen a charming look. This person is not simple. Almost as soon as she pounced on him, Yen realized something was wrong. Rather than saying that the goblin hit the woman, it would be more accurate to say that she seduced the goblin to hit her. Anyway, it's a very magical power. Oh, you're thinking about that woman! The goblin saw Yen staring at the woman who entered the cave and began to mock her. What are you thinking about? His elven mother is still in the lair. Ha! Yen ignored the voices of the goblins and walked over. Just as he was about to enter the nest, an old goblin chief called out to him. Hey, that goblin! Yen wanted to ignore it, but was stopped by the goblin guarding the door. The goblin chief is calling you. Seeing this, Yen frowned slightly and turned around. Duh. The goblin leader named Yen behind him has already run in front of Yen. I was calling you just now, why didn't you stop? Goblin Changong seemed to be infringing upon his authority, and was very angry. A group of growing goblins were watching the show behind him. You called me? Yen pointed at himself. Didn't you hear it? The goblin frowned, his face gloomy. I didn't hear any goblin calling my name. Yen looked serious, and turned his head in confusion. You! Goblin Changong was so angry at Yen that he trembled and was about to pick up the crutch in his hand. Brush! A terrifying murderous intent instantly swept through Goblin Changdong's body. This. The goblin was secretly shocked. What a terrifying murderous intent. His eyes were fixed on Yen. At this time, Yen was ready for battle if the goblin dared to move again. The next second, its head will fall to the ground. Do you want to kill me? Goblin Changnong put down his cane and pretended to remain calm. But Yi Yan ignored it and didn't say much. Those extremely cold eyes stared at Goblin Changnong. Goblin Changnong was so frightened that he didn't dare to say what he was saying. But just because it didn't mean that the goblins watching the show around it wouldn't say anything. Goblin leader, don't be afraid of this kid. Go teach this kid a lesson. Let him know why the sky is so high and why the earth is so thick. At this moment, the Goblin Changnong, who was stared at by Yi Yan's terrifying eyes full of murderous intent, just wanted to throw all these low-level goblins who were making trouble into a big siege. Chapter 32 Demon, Moriga, Whipped. Goblin Changnong cursed in his heart. Damn it, this guy is targeting his life, not yours. Let's change positions, would you guys give it a try? Also, this kid's aura is too strong. It even felt a faint sense of suppression coming from deep in its blood. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This must be an illusion. It's a high-level goblin. Apart from generals, there are only upper-ranking species. But this kid came out of the secretion room of a low-level goblin. How could it be a superior species? Oh. If there's nothing else, I'll leave. Yi Yan just glanced at the Goblin Changnong lightly, and was about to walk into the nest with a large bag of things, etc. But after taking a few steps, he was stopped by the Goblin Changnong. However, this time his tone was a little weaker. What's wrong? Yi Yan looked back, with a hint of impatience in his tone. You must hand over part of your spoils. Goblin Changnong pointed at the big bag on Yi Yan's back and spoke. It didn't want to talk to the scary goblin in front of it. But these are the rules. It can't let the little devil in front of it destroy it. Otherwise, it will be the one to be punished. This is mine. Yi Yan frowned slightly and held the package tighter in his hand. What's yours? The low-level goblin who was watching the show on the side couldn't stand it anymore and started cursing at Yi Yan. The spoils belong to the nest and the team. How could it be possible for a goblin like you? That's right. I didn't expect that this little goblin could be so greedy. We're not afraid that the team members will find out that it has embezzled the money and isolate it. All right. The goblin took a long, deep breath. You should know that any goblin that appears here must hand over half of the spoils they bring back. No matter which goblin it is, there will be no exception. Goblin Changnong is really angry this time. This kid was so bold that he even wanted to swallow the share that belonged to the goblin's nest. How can this be? As for, why is he not afraid? Joke. Now, standing behind it is an entire goblin nest. Naturally, I became proud. If this kid dares to mess around, a goblin can drown him with just a spit. And where's the goblin you went out with? Hurry and tell them to come over here. I want to see how bold they are to steal the things from the goblin's lair. Goblin Changnong stood in front of many goblins with a proud look on his face. Standing on the moral high ground of the goblin, he pointed fingers at Yi Yan. Dead. Hearing the question, Yi Yan spoke very simply. Yi Yan's words made the arrogant Goblin Changnong's face freeze. Dead? The goblins were shocked and looked at Yi Yan, who was unharmed. It is understandable that the entire army would be wiped out if they encountered a strong enemy. But it died, leaving only one goblin. And the goblin returned with the spoils intact. That would seem very suspicious and unusual. Even with the goblin's original, dull brain, he could come up with this idea. Something unusual here. It's like telling you that a person comes back to tell you that there is a very powerful dragon ahead and everyone who has seen it has died. Everyone who has seen it is dead. How did you get down here? How did he die? Goblin Changnong asked tentatively. Is there some hidden secret? He's dead. Yi Yan answered directly. How did you survive? I'm better than them. Do you think I will believe you? Oh. Yi Yan said coldly. Then you should try it too. Am I better than you? Chapter 32 Whipping. You. I heard the hidden meaning in Yi Yan's words. Goblin Changnong's hand, which was pointing at Yi Yan, began to tremble. You are too arrogant. Wait, I must appeal to the Goblin General to convict you. You must have cooperated with humans. Otherwise, the other goblins are dead. Why are you still alive? Yi Yan was too lazy to talk to them and just glanced at them indifferently. So I wanted to leave. However, the goblin Changnong, led by a group of low-level goblins, blocked Yi Yan's way. You stop and wait here, or come with me to the goblin general? Get out of the way! Yi Yan's voice was cold, his hand on the dagger at his waist, ready to kill the goblin at any time. Come back with me to see the general! Goblin Changnong refused to give in and looked determined. It decided not to let this scourge, this traitor, enter its lair. Everything happens in 3 times. This goblin has stopped him again and again, which has made Yi Yan very angry. Then die! Feeling Yi Yan's murderous intent, Goblin Changnong took a few steps back in shock. What do you want to do? Seeing Yi Yan approaching step by step, Goblin Changnong panicked and shouted to the goblins behind him. What are you doing? This goblin defies goblin law. Catch this little goblin! Many goblins reacted and immediately stepped forward, trying to surround Yi Yan and capture him. You are looking for death! Yi Yan's face turned cold, and he drew out a dagger. Just when Yi Yan was about to take action. Stop it! A sharp and loud voice suddenly sounded. Master Shaman! When the goblins heard the voice, they turned around and looked at the goblin shaman who was slowly walking towards them. This goblin actually dared to. I know everything. Before Goblin Changnong could finish his words, he was interrupted by the goblin shaman. Leave this matter to me. Then, under the surprised gazes of the goblin shaman actually let Yi Yan go? Okay, you can go back now. Shaman Sha said to Yi Yan. Without asking the reason, Yi Yan nodded and left happily with the package. When the goblins heard the words of the goblin shaman, they unconsciously gave way. Or maybe, they are just afraid of Yi Yan. Shaman Sha, you! Goblin Changnong wanted to say something but was interrupted by Goblin Shaman Sha. Don't worry, I didn't find any traces of curse or witchcraft on it. But... Goblin Changnong looked worried. I know what you are worried about. The goblin shaman saw at a glance what Goblin Changnong was worried about. Are you worried that it might rebel? That's just your overthinking. Goblin Shaman Sha looked at Goblin Changnong and said slowly. Do you think that our goblin race will be accepted by other races? This... Goblin Changnong hesitated. What can he gain by betraying our goblin clan? This... Goblin Changnong hesitated again. You have to know that the hatred of those races towards our people is deep-rooted. Do you think they'll cooperate with a goblin? Yeah. Goblin Changnong nodded. Or do you think there are goblins who would betray their tribe without caring about their lives? It's impossible. After hearing the explanation of Goblin Shaman Sha, Goblin Changnong suddenly understood. I see. By the way, from now on, all matters concerning Yi Yan will be handled by me. Goblin Shaman Sha gave orders to Goblin Changnong. Although it does not want to make goblins special. However, the situation of Yi Yan in front of him. Being unwilling to approach strange goblins, he is really not suitable for contact with other goblins. If we force it, it will only increase unnecessary deaths. Ha! Goblin Changnong stood there in a daze. He really didn't expect that Goblin Shaman Sha would say such a thing. Remember, if he wants to enter the lair in the future, he can go in at any time, and you can't stop him. Having said that, he left without caring about Goblin Changnong. No! Goblin Changnong wanted to say something, but found that Goblin Shaman Sha had left. Hateful! Goblin Changnong cursed inwardly. Just relying on the general's favor, are you getting carried away? We are all high-level goblins, why should I listen to you? Hateful! Goblin Changnong hated secretly. At this moment, in the goblin nest. In a dimly lit room, the atmosphere was very different from what I had seen before. A goblin was lying on the bed with a beautiful girl with a seductive figure. Goblin Mo, with heart patterns appearing in his eyes, stuck out his tongue and exhaled, looking at the black-haired woman in front of him with a fiery face. Master, please whip me. Oh! The black-haired girl, no, her name should be Moriga Anslant. At this moment, the innocent look has long faded. Instead, there was an unprecedented allure and coolness. She was dressed in a female devil costume that seemed to be carefully selected from the depths of hell. It was both evil and full of endless temptation. "It's not impossible for me to beat you, but you have to listen to me." Marika held a whip tightly in her hand. The whip flashed coldly under the light of the moonstone, as if it could devour all the light. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, forming a perfect arc, as if a little devil was playing tricks on the world. Those originally clear eyes became deep and charming at this moment, as if hiding endless secrets and conspiracies. Hoo, I will be obedient. Please whip me as much as you want." Goblin M.O. looked up at Marika in front of him with obsessed eyes, like a puppy. Bang! Marika took out a small black whip and whipped the goblin on the butt. This attack that penetrated deep into the soul made the goblin feel extremely happy, and the obsession in his eyes became stronger and stronger. Hit me! Goblin M.O. eagerly pleaded with the woman in front of him. "I desperately want to experience the request again." "Can?" With a look of disdain on her face, Marika looked down at the dirty Goblin M.O. in front of her. "Answer my question. What was that goblin holding a big bag at the door just now?" He is a devil, a beast." Speaking of Yen, Goblin M.O. instantly became excited. Among those children, there were his children. If it weren't for the general's order, he would have gone up and killed that guy long ago. How could this kid be allowed to live till now? "Oh!" Hearing the goblin's words, Marika instantly became interested. It's so rare to hear other goblins being called demons from the mouths of goblins. Could there be anyone more devilish than her? Chapter 33. Victoria in disbelief. The corners of Marika's mouth slightly raised, and she became interested in it. "Tell me about it." Hit me! Marika looked at Goblin M.O. with disgust. However, her expression of disgust and disdain seemed to make Goblin M.O. even more excited. "Hit me now, hit me!" Bang! A harsh, hoarse, and unpleasant voice came from the goblin under her feet, making Marika frown even deeper. That's why she hated coming to a place with such low-level races. But before I heard the strange goblin's voice outside the nest. It seems that the voices of these goblins are not as unpleasant. "When that goblin was born, when he was still a cub, he killed dozens of goblin cubs, fellow goblins." Goblin M.O. reluctantly raised his head and looked at Marika, as if seeking approval. "Master, do you think it was born?" "Oh." After hearing this, Marika narrowed her eyes slightly. Even they would not slaughter the cubs. No, where did he get this kind of awareness when he was just born, and how could he have the decisiveness and strength to kill so many goblins in such a short time? If you think so, that guy is indeed more like a devil than her. Interesting, very interesting. Before I came here only because of the strange vision and what those old guys said. Unexpectedly, there were unexpected gains. Hit me! Goblin M.O., seeing that Marika did not move, urged. Go on. Bang! The woman paced slowly, the whip in her hand shaking gently, making a slight sound. The sound echoed in the room, like a strange piece of music, making people nervous involuntarily. Her figure seemed even more mysterious and dangerous in the dim light, making people want to get closer but also feel afraid. The dark, damp and cold goblin lair, the second floor below. In a small but fairly tidy room, the air was filled with suffocating dullness and depression. In the corner of the room, a figure stood quietly. That was Yen, with a bright smile on his face, as if he had just accomplished something exciting. At this moment, Victoria, Yan's mother. He was staring at the bag in Yan's hand with wide eyes and horror. The bag was already stained with blood, which looked shocking. Her eyes involuntarily fell on Yan's face. On that face that was once familiar but now has become unfamiliar. You killed someone? Victoria's voice was trembling. Yes. Yen nodded without hesitation, his tone full of satisfaction and pride. Yenner killed so many people. Isn't it amazing? Yen raised the blood-stained dagger in his hand, like a child showing off his new toy. It seems that he wants to get praise from his mother. However, looking at Yan's bright smile and the blood dripping on the bag, Victoria felt an indescribable complex emotion surge in her heart. At this moment, Victoria understood deeply. The fact is that her child is a goblin. This is a fact that she cannot escape no matter what. An ugly, evil, chaotic race. Looking at his mother, he stood there in a daze, his eyes dull. Yi Yan tilted his head in confusion and walked over. "Mom, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" Yi Yan approached cautiously and stretched out a hand to touch Victoria. Bang! A crisp slap sounded, and Yi Yan's hand was slapped away by Victoria. He was stunned, and saw Victoria's brows were furrowed, her ruby brows flashing with anger. "Do not touch me!" Victoria's voice was trembling and her emotions seemed to be extremely unstable. Yi Yan stared at her blankly. His ruby-like eyes seemed to contain endless anger and pain at this moment. He clearly remembered when his mother Victoria was just born. It was that look she gave him, a look filled with complex emotions, that he still cannot forget. Why Mommy is looking at him like this? His heart was filled with doubts and anxieties. Did he do something wrong? He tried hard to think back to what he had done recently, but couldn't find any reason that could make his mother so angry. Is this the mother's way of expressing love? Yi Yan suddenly thought of this possibility. He remembered that his mother was like this before. Although the way of expression is a little special, it is also her unique love. Thinking of this, Yi Yan's mood suddenly became brighter, and the originally depressing atmosphere was swept away. He understood that since his mother liked it this way, he would satisfy her. From then on, he would kill anyone who made his mother unhappy. Then bring their bodies to their mother. Mom will definitely be very happy. This thought made Yi Yan feel a little excited. He seemed to have seen scenes from the future, full of excitement and tension. Looking at Yi Yan, whose expression changed twice. Victoria really didn't understand. She didn't understand Yi Yan and what her child was thinking. The package in front of her was opened, and Victoria saw a lot of familiar things and equipment in it. She knew that this was the thing called the Kiddo Squad. Even though we only met once, I still can't accept it. The Silver Adventurer team, even among humans, is not the best, but is definitely not weak. Among them, the captain has the least mature strength. However, such a team was defeated and wiped out by Yi Yan in less than a few months. Seeing that his mother was staring at the package, Yi Yan poured everything out at once, showing off his achievements like a child. "Stop it! Stop it!" Things poured out like a waterfall and scattered all over the ground. Yi Yan pointed at the items with a proud look on his face and said, "These are for Mom, take whatever Mom likes." Looking at Yi Yan's innocent smile, Victoria laughed at herself. What a filial child. However, at this moment, a crisp clang 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 sound broke this warm atmosphere. An object tumbled out from among the scattered objects and rolled to Victoria's feet. She looked down and was stunned. It was an exquisite pocket watch, its golden case sparkling under the illumination of the moonstone. She knew that the pocket watch belonged to the pastor's daughter. Victoria hesitated for a moment, reached out, picked up the pocket watch, and gently opened it. Inside the pocket watch, a yellowed photo lay quietly. In the photo, two young girls are leaning against each other, smiling as brightly as flowers. Below the photo, a line of beautiful handwriting caught the eye. Happy birthday! Chapter 34 Education, Ignorant Yi Yan, to kill or not? Seeing this photo, his eyes were dull and his voice was trembling as he muttered to himself. Is it my fault? Is it all my fault? Yi Yan was panicked when he saw his mother suddenly burst into tears. He hurried to Victoria and wiped her tears with his tender hands. Mom, what's wrong with you? Don't cry. Why? Victoria choked up and said. Why kill them? Because they want to kill Yenner. Yi Yan touched his head and looked at his mother blankly. He was about to say something when Victoria suddenly rushed over and carefully examined Yi Yan's body with her delicate hands. What? Her movements were gentle and urgent, like a mother caring for her child who had just returned from a fight. Someone wants to kill you. Are you okay? Victoria's voice was filled with tension and worry. Yes. How could she forget? Her children are goblins, low-level evil monsters in the eyes of humans, and a race hated by God. When those adventurers met Yi Yan, they naturally wanted to kill him, and her child was just fighting back. There is no right or wrong in this matter. Just a different stance. But she subconsciously thought that it was the child's fault. She is such an unqualified mother. Thinking of this, Victoria hugged Yi Yan even tighter out of guilt. No, Yenner is very strong. Yi Yan barely pulled his head out of the big bun and patted his chest. Mom, don't you want Yenner to kill someone? Hearing Yi Yan's words, Victoria lowered her eyebrows, not knowing what she was thinking. If Mom asked you not to kill, would you listen to me? Victoria's tentative question received a clear answer from Yi Yan. Of course, if my mother told me not to kill, I wouldn't kill. Victoria stared blankly at Yi Yan, who was patting his chest to make assurance. What if those people want to kill you? It's okay, Yenner can run. Yenner is really good at hide and seek. They can't find Yenner. Looking at Yi Yan in front of him, he doesn't understand any common sense or morality. In Victoria's eyes, Yi Yan at this moment was just a blank sheet of paper. Once dyed, it will be whatever color it is. Victoria didn't know what to say or do. After all, she is a first-time mother too. She wanted to teach him the truths of the world, human friendship, moral ethics, and legal rules. But what use are these in this chaotic forest, in this ugly nest? Here, the law of the jungle is the eternal truth. If you show even the slightest sign of weakness, everything will be eaten up. To be honest, it was a rare miracle that the goblin child in front of her could treat her as his mother. Besides, Victoria knew it. Asking him not to kill anyone is very cruel for Yi Yan. Because he is a goblin. As long as they appear in front of humans, they will be hunted down. To let him not kill is like pulling out the teeth of a wolf. Become a sheep that humans bully at will. Victoria was silent for a moment, her eyes flashing with complex emotions, as if she was weighing a decision in her heart. Then, she gently opened her pink lips and said in a clear and soft voice, Mom doesn't want you to kill people indiscriminately. She hesitated for a moment, and under Yi Yan's confused eyes, she continued. But if someone wants to kill you, Mom won't stop you. Mom hopes that before you kill someone, you will think about why you kill. Not to kill but, hopefully, sometimes, give them a chance. Chance? Yi Yan turned around, his eyes as bright as rubies flickering with doubt. Yes, it's an opportunity. Victoria responded softly and nodded slightly, her deep eyes revealing a hint of complex emotions. You can judge this opportunity yourself. Although, she could clearly tell Yi Yan what should be killed and what should not be killed. However, this is tantamount to depriving Yi Yan of his ideas. This is a very cruel thing. Her child was not a puppet, and she didn't want it to be. Hearing his mother's words, Yi Yan looked puzzled. Didn't my mother tell me clearly before what should be killed and what should not be killed? However, since it was his mother who said so, he just had to obey the order. After all, this has been the case for the past decade or so. The same is true now. Okay. Yi Yan nodded. I see. Just kill all those who are hostile to Yenner, and don't kill those who are not hostile to him. Give a chance to those companions who have no intention of killing? Hearing Yi Yan's words, Victoria was stunned, hesitated for a moment, and nodded. She suddenly thought of her mother and thought, Mom, it's really hard to teach children. She suddenly understood her mother a little. Leah, that's great. Here's a little red flower as a reward. Suddenly, her mother's voice rang in Victoria's ears. Green of life, hear my song! In the embrace of Mother Earth, the seeds quietly awaken, absorbing the sweet spring of life. As Victoria's melodious chanting echoed in the dark cave, it seemed as if a mysterious power was quietly awakening. Suddenly, in the darkness deep in the cave, a bright light flashed. Then, a bright and dazzling flower slowly stood up from the ground of the cave under the shining light. Wow! Yi Yan stared at the incredible scene in front of him in amazement, his heart filled with shock and curiosity. Recalling the strange goblin shaman from before. Suddenly, vines were summoned from the ground and trapped him tightly. It's amazing. The flower bloomed more beautifully in Victoria's hands, with layered petals and a faint fragrance. Victoria gently placed the flower into Yi Yan's ear. Here, this is a little white flower as a reward for you. Yi Yan was a little stunned. He touched the flower on his head with a dazed expression. He never thought he would receive such a special gift. Don't you like it? Victoria saw that Yi Yan was a little stunned and asked with some concern. She really had nothing to give Yi Yan now. But this little white flower was the most beautiful flower she could find. No! Yi Yan suddenly came back to his senses, and a blush appeared on his green face. He held the flower tightly in his hand, as if afraid it would disappear. Yenna likes it very much. This is the first time Yenna has received a gift from her mother. His voice was trembling, but his eyes were shining with happiness. When Victoria heard Yi Yan's words, a warm feeling surged in her heart. Yes, is that so? Victoria said nothing. But looking at Yi Yan, who was so happy, Victoria couldn't help but feel ashamed for what had just happened. Chapter 35. Elena, the human wife of the Goblin General? The child is still young. What does he know? What is good, and what is evil? What's more, he was born in a goblin's nest, in a forest where the law of the jungle prevails. What does he know? If someone wants to kill him, of course he will kill them back. At this time, isn't it the mother's responsibility to teach the child and guide him correctly? The little elf lowly mother raised her little fist to cheer herself up. You must educate your children well. The young elf lowly mother made up her mind at this moment. Mom, do you like flowers? Like. Then Yenner, when you go out, bring lots of flowers to your mother. Really? Xiaoyan is awesome. Victoria's voice trailed off. Until, finally, I fell asleep. Just like this, an elf and a goblin snuggled together in the dim nest. Although the surrounding environment was filled with damp and rotten smell, Victoria felt as if she was in heaven. In the distant mountains, there is a bottomless goblin nest hidden. The nest is made of huge stones and rough trees, and looks ancient and weathered. At the top of the lair, a towering castle stands inside the mountain, like the guardian of the earth. Around the castle, a scene of colorful flowers comes into view, with various flowers blooming in colorful colors and fragrant. These flowers seem particularly out of place in the goblin nest, but they blend harmoniously into this world. It is really hard to imagine that such a dark and gloomy goblin's lair hides such a lively place. And here is the residence of the Goblin General. At this time, on a high position in the castle, the Goblin General was sitting on the ground, holding a thick book in his hand, flipping through it from time to time. His eyes were deep and sharp, as if he could see through everything. I heard that you had an argument with Goblin Chandong? The Goblin General suddenly spoke, his voice deep and powerful. The Goblin Shaman stood aside and answered honestly. Yes, General. Oh? Tell me about it. Yes, General. The Goblin Shaman nodded, and then recounted the whole story in detail. After listening to the Goblin Shaman's story, the Goblin General was silent for a while. Then he put down the book in his hand and stared at the Goblin Shaman with his deep eyes. The sense of oppression revealed in those eyes made the Goblin Shaman feel breathless. Don't bother yourself with Yi Yan's affairs anymore. There was a hint of unquestionable majesty in the Goblin General's tone. But... The Goblin Shaman hesitated for a moment, as if he wanted to say something. Why, you don't even listen to me. The Goblin General looked at the Goblin Shaman with a smile. I don't dare. The Goblin Shaman felt that something was wrong with the General today. He broke out in a cold sweat and dared not say anything. Well, let's go. Yes. The Goblin General's eyes were like stars in the dark night, deep and bright, staring into the distance. Old friend, you're finally here. He whispered softly, with a barely perceptible excitement in his voice. Xiaotian. At this moment, a clear and pleasant sound echoed in the cave, like a stream in the valley, pleasant to the ear. As the voice rang out, a plump woman slowly walked out of the dim room. However, the woman's face was covered with hideous scars, which was extremely scary. However, if you look closely, you can still glimpse a hint of her once beautiful face through the twisted scar. That beauty seems to be frozen in the abyss of time, which is a pity. The Goblin General turned his head and looked at Elena, with a softer light in his eyes. He frowned and said softly, I told you not to come out casually. Elena smiled, as if she didn't hear his rebuke. She hooked her finger, with a mischievous gleam in her eyes, and asked softly, Shout Yan, do you want to come? The Goblin General shook his head. A helpless smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You are the only one who dares to call me by such a name. There was no blame in his tone, but instead a hint of fondness. Who could have imagined that majestic figure in this goblin's lair? The Goblin General, who was feared by countless enemies, was actually addressed so affectionately by a woman in private. What is even more unbelievable is that the wife of this Goblin General is actually a human woman with a completely disfigured face. Elena pouted and looked at the Goblin General, looking so adorable. If you could ignore the hideous scar on her face, she would look like a naughty girl. The Goblin General looked at her, a gentle gleam in his eyes. He nodded and said softly, Come. Thus, in this dim cave, a shocking battle broke out, the clouds turned and the long river flowed into the sea, endlessly. Soon, the whole cave was filled with the stench of seafood. After a fierce battle, Elena lay quietly in the Goblin General's broad and solid arms. Are you worried about something? Her eyes flickered faintly in the dim candlelight as she asked softly, her tone revealing her deep concern for her husband. The Goblin General shook his head slightly. His eyes seemed to penetrate time and space and fall into the distant past. It's just that my old friend finally came to ask for it. Elena frowned slightly, seeming confused by this statement. She thought for a moment, and suddenly thought of a possible person, with a bright smile on her face. Is it Xiao Si? The Goblin General nodded, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He lowered his head, looked at his wife in his arms, and said in a gentle voice, How about going to take a look? Elena shook her head gently, with a resolute yet relieved expression on her face. What are you looking at? I was already dead on that day. I am yours now. As she spoke, she buried her head in her husband's arms and said happily, Besides, I've already died in Xiao Si's eyes. The dead should look like dead people, so that even if we are leaving, we won't be sad. Yes. You are mine. The goblin held Elena in his arms, something flickering in his eyes. You are mine, and I can only be yours. So, don't leave my side until I die, okay? Elena raised her head and looked into her husband's eyes, which were full of happiness and dependence. Like a little bird, she nestled tightly in the Goblin General's arms, her voice gentle but firm. I will never leave until you die. So don't die so early. Hearing Elena's words, the Goblin General rarely responded. He just held his wife quietly, feeling her breathing and heartbeat. As the night deepened, moonlight shone through the window onto the bed. Their breathing gradually became steady, as if they had blended into the tranquility of the night. Chapter 36. A sudden visitor, a dagger pointed at Victoria. The first ray of sunlight in the morning shines through the gap in the curtains and falls on Yi Yan's bedside, heralding the arrival of a new day. The air was filled with the faint aroma of bread, which was the breakfast Victoria prepared for him personally. Yi Yan sat at the dining table and quickly finished his breakfast. Then he stood up, straightened his clothes, and prepared to go out. He turned and looked towards the kitchen, where Victoria was busy clearing the table. The sunstone sunlight shone on her white hair, making it look particularly dazzling. Mom, I'm going out. Yi Yan waved and said goodbye to his mother. Victoria raised her head and looked at Yi Yan, her eyes full of concern and reluctance. Be careful, run away if you encounter danger. Victoria nodded gently, responding to her son's farewell. Yi Yan nodded, turned and walked out of the house. Victoria watched Yi Yan's back gradually walking away, and a feeling of loneliness and worry surged in her heart. You must come back. When will you come back? I really am. Victoria laughed to herself and walked into the room. She knew that she and her son were two different species, but she still loved him as her own child. She prayed silently, hoping Yi Yan would return safely. However, just as she turned around and was about to go back to the room, a sharp dagger was suddenly pointed at her neck. She widened her eyes in horror and looked at the strange woman behind her. Don't move! The woman said coldly, her eyes full of murderous intent and cruelty. Victoria's heart skipped a beat, and she felt like she was enveloped by the breath of death. She didn't dare to move and could only watch the woman approach step by step. Otherwise, I'll kill you! The woman threatened, her voice full of ruthlessness and determination. At this moment, in another dark corner, Yen was once again assigned to a goblin reconnaissance team. Unlike the ridicule and mockery in the past, he was not ridiculed by anyone this time. The goblins in the team were talking to themselves. It was as if Yan's existence was just an insignificant role in their mission. Yan listened quietly to their conversation, trying to understand the structure of this new environment. From their conversation, he gradually drew a clear picture. It turned out that they lived in a huge goblin nest. This nest is like a huge castle, standing on a barren land. And around it, there are countless small nests. These small nests are like satellites of the big nest, echoing each other. The duties of these goblin teams are to conduct reconnaissance and disrupt the vision of adventurers. They will set traps on paths where adventurers may appear, or deliberately make some noises to attract the adventurers' attention. As a result, adventurers are often fooled by these tricks. As a result, they ignore the truly important target, the huge goblin nest. In addition, the goblin squad has another important task, which is to reduce the adventurers' vigilance. From time to time, they would create some illusions to make adventurers mistakenly believe that the goblins were just insignificant little characters, thus letting down their guard. However, in Yan's opinion, the wisdom and cunning of these goblins are far more than what they appear to be. He knew himself well and had to remain vigilant at all times and not take it lightly. At the same time, he began to think about how to take advantage of this opportunity. Gain a deeper understanding of the goblins' action patterns and strategies. So that in the future, he could more effectively kill all the goblins who coveted his mother. At this time, outside the Xingyun forest, a group of adventurers were walking on fallen leaves, carefully passing through the dense bushes. Their eyes are full of curiosity and desire to explore, as if every leaf and every branch hides unknown mysteries. The sunlight shines through the treetops, dappling onto the ground, creating patterns of interlaced light and shadow. The adventurers followed these lights and shadows, occasionally bending down to check the traces on the ground. From time to time, I looked up at the bird's nest in the treetops, trying to find traces of the goblins in every detail. However, what is strange is that they walked for a long time but still couldn't find any goblin. This made the adventurers feel confused and disappointed. How come there isn't even a single goblin here? A young adventurer couldn't help but complain. His face was full of dissatisfaction and anxiety, and he seemed very disappointed with the results of this expedition. Upon hearing this, the other adventurers also echoed it, and their hearts began to become a little heavy. After all, their purpose in this trip was to find goblins in order to train their strength and courage. I also received a mission and was planning to come here. But now, not even the shadow of the goblin can be seen. This made them begin to doubt their luck and abilities. Just then, a breeze blew, and the leaves swayed gently, making a rustling sound. The adventurers immediately looked around vigilantly, fearing that they had missed any important clues. They held their weapons tightly, ready to deal with any possible danger at any time. Also at this time. Hee hee, stupid human! The goblin on the tree sneered scornfully, and the sharp sound pierced everyone's ears like a needle. It waved its short stick at the goblins behind it and shouted loudly, "Let's go together and show these humans how powerful we are!" Oops, we encountered goblins! Someone in the group of daredevils exclaimed in a low voice, with a hint of fear in his voice. Everyone suddenly became nervous. They knew that although these goblins were small in size, they were cunning and cruel and were not easy to deal with. At this moment, a girl in the team saw the cruel appearance of the goblin, and was so scared that her face turned pale and her legs went weak. She didn't dare to confront these monsters head-on, so she turned around and ran away without hesitation, disappearing into the depths of the woods. "Hey, hey, hey!" The man shouted when he saw this, his face full of astonishment and helplessness. He didn't expect that their team would be missing one person before the battle even started. He secretly regretted in his heart that he should not have added everything when forming a team and should have been more careful in choosing teammates. But it was too late to regret now. He could only grit his teeth and prepare for the coming battle. "That traitor!" The knight cursed angrily, raised the sword in his hand, and a determined light flashed in his eyes. He shouted, "Fight with me!" Everyone was cheered up upon hearing this, and they all raised their weapons, ready to fight a desperate battle with the goblins. For a moment, the shouts of killing were deafening, the flashes of swords and the shadows of knives were intertwined, and the fight was very lively. As for Yen, at the beginning of the battle, he hid himself early and watched the fight between the two groups below. Chapter 37. Can Victoria escape? Deep within the goblin's lair. In the dim light, on the second floor, in a room. Victoria, looking intently. Corys was sitting opposite him. Collis, relying on his extremely strong stealth skills, obtained the status of a silver adventurer, and also an extremely famous adventurer in Linxia territory, Linxia town. It is said that his stealth ability is so great that even mithril-level adventurers cannot compare to him. But what made Victoria curious was, how on earth did this kind of person get caught? At this moment, Collis's face showed a hint of excitement. His eyes were flashing with a strange light, and he was telling Victoria about his thrilling experience. So you're saying that you were saved by a unique goblin? Victoria covered her mouth with her hands, her tone full of surprise and curiosity. Chris nodded vigorously, his face filled with an indescribable joy. She stroked her face gently, her face slightly red. Until now, she can still feel the warmth and security that the goblin brought her. I really didn't expect that there would be such selfless dedication in this world. Collis' voice was full of respect and admiration. He is really amazing. In order to gather information, he is willing to turn himself into an ugly and dirty goblin. Victoria couldn't help but feel ripples in her heart as she listened to the little girl's description. Well, can I ask when did this happen? She asked tentatively. Collis thought for a moment and replied. It seemed to be the day before yesterday. There was a hint of uncertainty in her tone. But that moment was deeply engraved in her heart. In order to repay that big guy, I also gave him a dagger. As Corey spoke, he drew the shape of a dagger on the ground. Looking at the simple lines, Victoria couldn't help but think of Yi Yan. She recalled the dagger that appeared on Yi Yan's body after he went out that day, and the doubts in her heart gradually dissipated. Now she was sure. The goblin who saved Collis was none other than his own cub Yi Yan. She didn't expect that her own son, who usually seemed cold and ruthless to others, would have such a kind side. Victoria's mood instantly improved when she thought of this. It's like I did something good and was praised by my mother. Is this what it feels like to be a mother? Victoria thought so. Do you know that the boss's strength is really beyond imagination? Corey said to Victoria excitedly, his eyes sparkling with admiration and envy for the mysterious boss. Do you know how powerful the boss is? Yeah. Victoria nodded. Swish, 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 we took care of the goblin in no time. Yeah. Victoria nodded with a smile. Also, his concealment ability is ridiculous. Khalees narrowed his eyes, looked at Victoria who was smiling like an ant, and asked doubtfully. Why do I feel like you're happier than me? Victoria touched the corners of her mouth, and found that they were already raised high. Yes, is there? Victoria lowered her head shyly after realizing her own gaffe. Why? Corey sighed. I originally wanted the boss to take me out with him, but he was so cold, and ignored me. Victoria couldn't help laughing when she heard this. Puff! After hearing Chris call his own kid Big Brother, Victoria couldn't help but laugh out loud. What? Belize felt that the elf was laughing at her. Moreover, the evidence is conclusive. Hateful. Without. Victoria covered her mouth and smiled. I don't mean anything. The broad-minded Collis decided to let bygones be bygones and forgave the elf lowly. That's right. Corey's thought of something. Let me take you out. My stealth skills are amazing. Victoria was stunned when she heard what Chris said. Victoria lowered her eyes slightly, as if she was having a fierce struggle in her heart. She was silent for a moment, then finally raised her head, shook her head slightly, and said firmly, You can go out on your own, that's more than enough. If you take me with you, you will never be able to get out. Upon hearing this, Corys frowned. Victoria was right, but Reese's stealth skill was only effective on himself. An elf without stealth skills is like a target in the goblin's lair. There is absolutely no way to get out. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stayed at the Silver Adventurer stage. Don't worry, I'm fine here. Victoria seemed to see through the worry in Cora's heart, and she added softly. However, Khalees couldn't believe her at all. She knew very well that the elves were a race that was highly sought after and coveted in the human world. What's more, it is in this goblin's nest full of savagery and desire. The elves are a race that, even among humans, there are still a lot of people who covet and want them. Even other races use elves as badges to show off their strength. Legend has it that in ancient times, elves were even treated as extremely rare commodities and sold by various ethnic groups. This situation did not stop until the king of the elves was born. This also leads to the elves' distrust of other races, and they often live in the elven kingdom and exclude outsiders. Only a small number of young elves will come out. And this is what happened to all other rational races. Not to mention, this was in the lair of the goblins, low-level monsters that think with their lower bodies. In Khalees's mind, a series of disgusting scenes emerged. She could already imagine the scenes of the elves among those goblins, this, and this. But Khalees looked at the cave in front of him and indeed found no traces. But she didn't believe that the goblin could control his lower body. Goblins can control their lower bodies, just like humans not eating for 7 days. Thinking of this, I then thought of the golden gold. Corys couldn't help but hold Victoria's hand tightly, with a determined light flashing in his eyes. Trust me, I can get you out. Victoria felt the warmth and strength coming from Chris's hands, and couldn't help but feel inexplicably moved. Ever since I was caught, this place has been dark and gloomy. She was thinking about leaving all the time, getting out of here. She thought that her companions would not abandon her like this, and would definitely come to rescue her. But this wait lasted for a year. She originally thought that her life would be one of despair and a fate worse than death in this dark nest. Until a beam of light illuminated her dark life. Her first child was born. Chapter 38 Victoria's Decision, The Strange Goblin. However, although Khalees' words were full of firmness and determination, Victoria remained unmoved. She shook her head, her bright eyes gleaming with determination. No, I can't go. Victoria's voice, though low. But it is full of determination. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions, and then continued. Not only do I not want to implicate you, but also. Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Khalees anxiously. Could it be? An anxious look appeared on his face, as if he wanted to awaken Victoria's mind immediately. You're concerned about your children? Khalees scolded loudly, her voice full of anger and confusion. Wake up, it's just a goblin! Trying to wake up the elf in front of him, who seemed to be trapped in an illusory world. You should know that! Khalees continued, her tone full of helplessness and sadness. Goblins are a race that has no concept of mothers. In their eyes, females are nothing more than tools for reproduction and toys for sexual gratification. Even the mother who gave birth to it is the same. Chris' words were like a heavy hammer, hitting Victoria's heart hard. Victoria's body trembled slightly. This is also what she was worried about. After all, you treat her as a child, it's just your wishful thinking. Maybe they just want to play with you. Hoo. But Rhys was suddenly out of breath and realized that he had said something a little too extreme. But he also understood that this was the only way to wake Victoria up. Well, maybe. Victoria took a deep breath, her eyes revealing a mixture of emotions. She was silent for a moment, then continued. But no matter what the situation is, I still choose to believe my child. She couldn't just let it go like this. Especially in a situation like Yen, who knows nothing. Since she has chosen and accepted Yen, she must fulfill all her responsibilities as a mother. No matter how difficult the road ahead is. Or maybe her choice was wrong. But she also wanted to go down and take a look. It was her children who gave her hope in this hopeless place. How could she just clap her hands and leave? Seeing this, Khalees didn't say anything more, as she knew very well the determination of the elf girl. All right. She nodded to show her understanding, and then said firmly. But don't worry, Miss Victoria. I will definitely bring adventurers to rescue you. You should also know that such a huge goblin nest is absolutely intolerable to the Adventurers Association and the country. There was a seriousness and determination in Kala's tone. Victoria nodded gently, her heart filled with helplessness and sadness. She understood that a devastating blow was about to hit here. She knew that no matter how hard she tried, she could not change Yian's fate. This is a war between races, the result of the hatred between humans and other races towards goblins that has lasted for thousands of years. I know, Victoria whispered, her voice revealing a deep sense of exhaustion and powerlessness. She understood that if she wanted to survive, she might have to give up her child. However, this decision was undoubtedly a huge torment and pain for her. Looking at Victoria's painful expression, Corys couldn't help but feel moved. She originally took on this task for the 100 gold coins. After seeing the elf in front of me, I thought about taking it away to have a look. But now, he found that he couldn't ignore this elf lady. She scratched her head and prepared to leave with an impatient look on her face, but stopped at the last moment. Wait a moment! Victoria suddenly called out to Chris. She walked forward and hugged Collis tightly. But Reese was a little confused by this sudden hug. His cheeks quickly turned red and he stammered. Well, Miss Victoria, what are you doing? Victoria didn't answer, she just hugged Chris tightly. Then, she opened her mouth slightly and uttered a complex and mysterious elvish language. The next moment, a golden light shot out from Victoria's mouth and merged into Corey's body. Corys felt a warm current flowing through his body, as if a magical power was being injected into his body. Holy light, blessing of the elves, cannot be used on evil monsters. Victoria slowly loosened her hand, a satisfied smile appearing on her face. I'm sorry for disappointing you, she said softly. This is my return gift to you, the elves' blessing. It has no other effect except to increase your luck a little bit. Perhaps it will make your journey out of this nest smoother. When Collis heard this, golden light suddenly appeared in his eyes. She excitedly grabbed Victoria's hand and thanked her repeatedly. Really? That's awesome, thank you. Victoria smiled and shook her head, saying, Fine. Take care of yourself. Then I'm leaving. Before leaving, Collis glanced at the elf. Then he sighed, turned and left. It was her choice, just the odd goblin cub. Is there such a coincidence? With such doubts in mind, Chris walked out of the cave and headed towards the exit. How terrible! How terrible! The girl was screaming madly in her heart. It was as if an invisible hand was tightly grasping her heart, making it impossible for her to breathe. She ran as hard as she could, as if she slowed down even a little, she would be overtaken by the terrible fear. The calls of her brother and sister kept echoing in her mind. Those familiar voices and smiles seemed to be right in front of her, yet out of reach. I originally thought that she had grown up and would be able to do it, and would not be afraid. But until you actually faced that disgusting monster, she still chose to escape. The moment she left the team, she hesitated and was afraid. However, she eventually chose to escape. But does she really want to be the coward who betrays the team? Sister, look at what I drew. The boy picked up a pair and showed them to his sister, saying that she had defeated the monster. Think of the scene in your mind. The girl suddenly perked up. No, she doesn't want to. She wants to face difficulties and overcome fears together with her teammates. Thinking of this, she stopped suddenly, took a deep breath, then turned around and ran back. She knew she couldn't run away anymore, nor could she let fear control her anymore. She wanted to return to the team and face this terrible challenge together with everyone. Her heartbeat gradually calmed down, and her steps became more firm. At this time, the girl didn't know. A strange goblin secretly watched her and followed her back. Chapter 39 A Call from the Goblin General. As an assassin, he knew that his duty was to hide in the dark and look for the best time to strike. He would not fight his opponent head-on unless it was absolutely necessary. Only when there is a need to kill with one blow will he strike decisively and demonstrate his value as an assassin. Yi Yan hid quietly in the bushes, observing the situation on the battlefield. He watched the goblins and adventurers fighting fiercely with indifference, without any ripples in his heart. In his view, these goblins were just obstacles on his way to completing his mission. Yi Yan never considered these goblins who couldn't walk when they saw his mother as teammates. The battle was extremely fierce. Although there are many adventurers, but faced with the goblins' cunning and cruelty, they seemed powerless. The goblins fought more and more bravely. They made excited crunching sounds and continuously launched fierce attacks on the adventurers. At this moment, the battlefield was filled with a strong smell of blood, as if even the air was shaking. The man was alone, facing the ferocious goblin, his eyes filled with determination and unwillingness. The sword in his hand was already stained with blood. But he didn't care and just held it tightly, as if it was his only support. The stone axe in the goblin's hand was broken into pieces. But it didn't seem to be affected too much, still roaring fiercely and pouncing towards the man. The man knew that he had no way out and could only fight with all his might. His companions fell one by one, their blood dyed the ground red and also dyed the man's eyes red. He didn't want to die, he really didn't want to die, but fate didn't seem to favor him. Just when he was about to despair, the goblin suddenly let out a shrill scream. The man looked up and saw a flash of a knife, and the goblin's head flew out. The man was stunned. He could hardly believe his eyes. This goblin was killed by another goblin? He stared with wide eyes at the strange goblin hanging upside down on the tree. This goblin's body seems to be stronger than the other goblins, and even better looking? A strong sense of crisis surged in the man's heart. The goblin in front of him was definitely more powerful than the previous goblin. He wanted to run away, but his feet seemed to be tied by something and he couldn't move. He could only watch as the goblin slowly descended from the tree and approached him. Congratulations on killing the goblin. Based on the effect of your skill, predation, you gained 1 point of strength. Congratulations on killing the goblin. Based on the effect of your skill, predation, you gain the goblin's talent. Beast Instinct D. The voice of the world echoed in Yi Yan's mind. Yi Yan ignored him and waved his hand indifferently, shaking the blood on the dagger to the ground. He glanced at the man lying on the ground again, then turned and left without saying anything. Stop! The man suddenly shouted, but immediately regretted it. He didn't know why he called out to the monster. His heart was filled with fear, fearing that his life would be taken away by this monster like those of his companions. However, he still mustered up the courage and asked, "Why?" He wanted to know why this goblin wanted to kill his own kind and why he wanted to save him. So many doubts were swirling in his mind. Bang! However, before he could finish his words, his body collapsed due to overexertion. As he was losing consciousness, he saw the woman running back. Run! The girl screamed, but it was too late. When she saw the scene before her, her heart was filled with despair. All of his companions had been killed by that goblin. She wanted to run away, but her legs felt as heavy as lead. I want. The woman's voice suddenly stopped, a flash of knife light flashed, and her head rolled to the ground. Congratulations on killing the human. Based on the effect of your skill, predation, you gained 1 magic point. Congratulations on killing a human. Based on the effect of your skill, predation, you have obtained the human's talent, perception D. Yi Yan wiped the dagger in his hand indifferently, glanced at the corpse on the ground, and turned and left. There is no need to show mercy to someone who wants to kill you. He has been indoctrinated with this idea. Then, live till now. As for the man lying on the ground who still had a glimmer of life, Yi Yan originally planned to kill him with a single knife. But he remembered his mother's words. In the end, I didn't do it. He turned and left, stepped over the pile of corpses, and returned to the goblin's lair alone. Another total wipeout. Only left again. He came back alone. This naturally caused dissatisfaction among the goblin Changdong. He stood in the center of the camp, his eyes like knives, piercing straight at Yi Yan. The goblins around were whispering and talking among themselves, and the atmosphere was so tense that even the air seemed to freeze. You are the only one who came back alive? Goblin Changdong's voice was low and cold, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Yi Yan nodded. There was no fear on his face. His clear eyes were full of doubt and confusion. What's wrong? You. Seeing Yi Yan's clear yet stupid eyes, Goblin Changdong's fingers trembled in anger. You bastard, do you really think that I dare not do anything? Goblin Cha Nong was furious. Oh! Yi Yan looked back, his ruby-like eyes flashing with cold murderous intent, and his weapon was clenched tightly in his hand. What do you want? Goblin Cha Nong was so shocked by Yi Yan's eyes and tone that he was speechless for a moment. He glared at Yi Yan with gritted teeth, but the anger in his heart grew stronger. Just then, a low voice broke the tense atmosphere. Come with me, the general wants to see you. I saw a goblin in armor walking slowly towards me, exuding a majestic aura. He stood in front of Yi Yan, looked him up and down, his heart full of disdain. Goblin Knight Mo was actually defeated by such a low-level goblin. What a disgrace to the Goblin Knights! The goblins nearby were all shocked when they saw the Goblin Knight. Unexpectedly, the general would actually call this goblin. It must be, this guy is too arrogant. This scene caused dissatisfaction among some goblins. I think this goblin is haunted. Every time he appears, it's a goblin coming back. Some goblins watched with gloating eyes. I think the general wants to interrogate him personally. Chapter 40. Defeat. Goblin General appears and threatens. Haha, great, I've seen it for a long time. This little goblin is a traitor. How despicable! This guy actually dared to betray our big brother Bryn clan. However, in response to the call of Goblin Knight, Yi Yan just turned his head slightly and glanced at the Goblin Knight indifferently. Then he turned and walked away, as if he hadn't heard what the other person said at all. In his eyes, nothing is more important than going back to see his mother. As for meeting that annoying guy, that is simply impossible. How dare you ignore me and the general's orders? Goblin Knight roared. He couldn't understand why this little brat dared to be so presumptuous and ignore him. The Goblin Knight's rage instantly reached its peak, and he rushed towards Yi Yan, wanting to bring this kid to justice and then escort him back to see the general. He waved the spear in his hand and stabbed Yi Yan fiercely. However, the current Yi Yan is not the same Yi Yan as before. Facing the attack from the Goblin Knight, Yi Yan didn't even look back. He just stretched out his hand and took the attack from the Goblin Knight. Grabbed its hand. What? Goblin Knight was horrified and tried hard to pull his hand back. But no matter how hard it tried, Yi Yan didn't move at all, and it was of no use at all. Hateful! Goblin Knight roared, and thrust out his other hand. Faced with this threat, Yi Yan simply raised his eyebrows slightly. Veins popped out on his hands. Immediately afterwards, Yi Yan swung his arm hard, and the Goblin Knight was thrown away like a fallen leaf blown by the wind. Bang! After drawing a long mark in the air, it fell heavily to the ground with a deafening noise. A deep trench suddenly appeared in the ground. This scene stunned the many goblins present. Their eyes widened and their jaws almost dropped to the ground. These low-level goblins had never seen such a scene before. In their minds, they are the high-level Goblin Knights. He was actually thrown away so easily by a low-level goblin. This is truly a huge refresh to their worldview. In their eyes, these high-level Goblin Knights are supreme beings, possessing power and majesty that they cannot match. However, it now seems that these high-level goblins are not unapproachable. Hateful! The Goblin Knight had a ferocious look on his face, and his green face became even more verdant because of his anger. It stared at Yi Yan with its eyes fixed, its heart filled with anger and humiliation. It never thought that it would make a fool of itself in front of so many low-level goblins. Damn you, little goblin! Goblin Knight roared, his voice filled with murderous intent and anger. It no longer cared about the general's orders. Now its only thought is to cut this low-level goblin who dared to embarrass it into pieces. However, just as it was about to rush up to teach Yi Yan a lesson, a heavy and solemn voice suddenly sounded. You guys step back. Brush. Perhaps out of respect or fear, the Goblin Knight stopped abruptly. It looked back and saw a burly and majestic Goblin General slowly approaching. The Goblin General exuded an aura of majesty, making all the goblins present feel an invisible sense of oppression. Seeing this, the Goblin Knight had to reluctantly retract his steps and glared at Yi Yan fiercely. However, what it doesn't know is, it has just returned from a trip to the gates of hell. If the general had not appeared in time to stop it, it would probably have died at Yi Yan's hands. General! The goblin knight gripped his sword tightly and thrust it into the ground, saluting with knightly etiquette. His eyes were full of awe and loyalty. Seeing this, the goblin general nodded. It knew that the little king in front of it would not listen to other goblins, so it came over first. Now it seems that this was the right decision. He slowly walked in front of Yi Yan and looked down at the little guy who was a head shorter than him. Yi Yan looked up at the general, holding the dagger tightly in his hand, his knuckles turning white from the force. His body was tense, and all his muscles were ready to attack at any time. The two goblins, one big and one small, stared at each other, and the air was filled with tension. They both saw something in each other's eyes. The air suddenly became silent. Seeing this, the other goblins around also held their breath and dared not make any sound. Just then, a gust of wind blew, and the leaves rustled, as if cheering for the upcoming showdown. Finally, it was the goblin general who broke the silence. "Come with me." After saying this, the goblin general just glanced at Yi Yan indifferently and left on his own. As if he had noticed something, after walking for a while, the goblin general turned around and looked. But he found that Yi Yan was standing there with a vigilant look on his face, looking for the goblin general's flaws. However, even the goblin general had his back turned. Yi Yan couldn't see any flaws in him. This made Yi Yan feel extremely incredible. He even vaguely sensed a gaze coming towards him from the front. It was as if there was a pair of eyes behind this goblin general. This is something I have never felt before. "If you don't want your mother to die, you'd better listen to me." Brush. As the goblin general finished speaking, the entire space seemed to be solidified by an invisible force. Yi Yan's figure disappeared like a ghost in that instant. His movements were so fast that it was dizzying, and even the air seemed unable to catch the trail he left behind. When he appeared again, Yi Yan was already in the blind spot of the goblin general's vision. The dagger in his hand flashed with cold light, and was aimed at the goblin general's heart. However, Yi Yan finally found the perfect opportunity. He didn't even look at Yi Yan, but just waved his hand lightly, and his two fingers clamped Yi Yan's dagger like iron clamps. "Oh!" A look of surprise appeared on the goblin general's face. He raised his head slightly and looked at Yi Yan, with admiration flashing in his eyes. "Not bad. In such a short time, your strength has improved so quickly." "Kill you!" Hearing Yi Yan's words, the goblin general chuckled. He looked back at Yi Yan, and there seemed to be an endless abyss hidden in his deep eyes. "If you can do it, give it a try," he said lightly, his tone full of confidence and provocation. "But can you do it? Don't make me say it again, follow me," the goblin general suddenly said, flicking his fingers and releasing the dagger. Boom! A huge force erupted instantly, and Yi Yan was knocked flying backwards by this force. Yi Yan adjusted his falling posture in the air, squatted down, rolled on the ground for a few times, and released most of the force, barely reducing the damage to a minimum. As soon as he stood up, he heard the goblin general's threat. "If you don't want your mother to get into trouble, then just follow me obediently," the goblin general said, his tone full of unquestionable majesty. Hearing this, Yi Yan did not hesitate and followed. The goblin general glanced at Yi Yan indifferently, with a slight smile on his lips. "I didn't expect to take the college entrance examination again. I feel like I've gotten a little older. Here, I wish all the students taking the college entrance examination good luck." Chapter 41 Adventurers Guild, Danger is Coming. Outside the guild's door, the sun was shining and the air was filled with a lively atmosphere. A woman stood quietly by. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise broke the quiet atmosphere. The door of the guild was violently kicked open by a foot. This loud noise instantly attracted everyone's attention. Immediately afterwards, a deafening scream echoed throughout the guild. "I'm finally back!" Those who knew Collis had already anticipated the scene. I covered my ears tightly early in the morning to avoid being disturbed by the deafening screams. However, some new members do not have this awareness. They grumbled in dissatisfaction and tried to find out the source of the sound. Looking back, I saw a young girl standing at the door. The girl has long hair like a waterfall, deep eyes, and is wearing tight leather armor that outlines her perfect curves. It looks heroic yet feminine. Her appearance was like a beautiful landscape, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Those newcomers who were originally complaining. At this moment, they forgot their previous dissatisfaction and stared at her with wide eyes. I was originally dissatisfied with the deafening scream. But the moment he saw Corey's, all his dissatisfaction turned into lustful desire. They all stretched out their hands, wanting to strike up a conversation with the beautiful female thief. However, they did not know about Kala's temper. I saw Kala smiled slightly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The figure disappeared in front of them. The next moment, those who dared to strike up a conversation broke their hands and feet and fell to the ground screaming. During this process, they didn't even realize how they got tricked. Ha! There was a burst of laughter in the guild. This has become a custom in the guild. Every time Kalas came back, there were always some people who tried to strike up a conversation with him without knowing the consequences, and then they were cruelly punished. However, even so, the new members still enjoy it. It was as if this was a necessary ritual for them to join the guild. But Reese seemed to be accustomed to all this, so he just gave them a proper lesson. Some of the newcomers got up from the ground, looking unhappy and wanting to retaliate. But he was stopped by the old adventurer, Timothy. I advise you not to think about revenge. That guy is a silver adventurer. Ha! When they heard the word silver adventurer, the newcomers became like deflated balls. You must be kidding. You're already a silver medalist at such a young age? You know, silver adventurers are already the backbone of the Adventurers Guild. It is also the mark of a mature adventurer. Ordinary adventurers may not even be able to become silver adventurers in their entire lives. It is a hurdle between iron and gold. Not to mention these bronze rookie adventurers. You guys, there's no need to compete with this girl. Seeing the newcomer looking dejected, Timothy sighed and comforted him. Hey. Hearing so many compliments, Khalees puffed out his hands and chest, and said embarrassedly, Yes, there is no need for you to compete with me. After all, I am a genius adventurer. The new adventurers couldn't accept the conceited beauty in front of them for a moment. No, shouldn't you be a little cooler? Just get used to it. This girl is extremely vain. We can't spoil her. Oh, this is really our lost cat. Where did it get lost? Everyone looked at each other with a somewhat joking expression. Among the adventurers sitting nearby, someone joked. Maybe she was in her own nest, got lost for a while, and just ran out now. When everyone heard this, they burst into laughter, as if this sentence hit everyone's funny spot. Ha! But Reese listened to the laughter, put his hands on his hips, frowned, and stared at them with displeasure. What are you guys talking about? This is really too much. There was a hint of grievance and anger in her voice. I came here today with important information to share with you, and you actually laughed at me like this. As soon as she finished speaking, a man couldn't help laughing. Come on, little girl, haven't you cheated us enough times? We won't be fooled by you again. When Corys heard this, he became furious. She widened her eyes, glared at the man, and said, I'm serious this time. I took a tour of the goblin's lair. Can you believe it? As soon as she finished speaking, the surroundings fell into silence. Everyone stared at Collis with wide eyes, as if they couldn't believe their ears. A big goblin lair? There is a goblin general there. Organized goblins seem much stronger than unorganized goblins. No, they are not even the same concept. As for would Chris lie? There is no need at all, and we dare not tell such a big lie. Even though the girl deserved a beating and liked to lie, she would never joke about such a big thing. At least they still have this trust. Also at this time. What did you just say? The president, Jory, ran over breathlessly, holding on to Chris' shoulders tightly with both hands, his anxiety and worry evident in his eyes. Then, Collis told everyone about his experience. However, in the process, Corliss hid Victoria's affairs. Collis' words completely shocked the entire Adventurers Guild. The existence of the Underground King, the Goblin Lair. As soon as Collis finished speaking, the entire Adventurers Guild fell into silence. People looked at each other with expressions of disbelief on their faces. They didn't expect that there was such a huge mine hidden so close to them. Jory asked in a trembling voice. Is everything you said true? That underground king, those goblins, do they really exist? Collis nodded, her eyes firm and deep. Well, there are a lot of goblins in there. A lot of them. And they haven't found out yet. That says it all. If there were no superior goblins, and goblins with extremely high IQs, it's simply not possible. Moreover, the goblins' methods were also very powerful. Otherwise, it would be impossible to make so many goblins obedient. You know, monsters like goblins are low-level monsters that respect their instincts and have low IQs. If there were no high-level goblins commanding them in secret, or even using human knowledge to set rules and restrict them, there's no way they could be so obedient. It's impossible that they haven't discovered it until now. Jory and the others were so shocked by what Corey said that they were speechless. They knew that this area was about to become chaotic. Chapter 42, Yi Yan, an expert in picking flowers. In the conference room late at night, under the dim light, Xiaoli frowned and looked solemn. Got it, there is such a danger. Jory didn't hesitate and was about to report to the nearby countries. I encountered a difficult problem. Ha! Jory stood up suddenly, his eyes as big as bells. He stared at Collis with sharp eyes. Don't know where it is. The atmosphere in the entire room suddenly became tense, as if even the air had frozen. But Reese was a little frightened by Jory's sharp gaze. She swallowed her saliva and answered carefully. Because when I was taken away, I was dizzy. Have no idea? Xiaoli frowned, with a hint of impatience in his tone. How could you not know? Weren't you captured by the goblins? Yes. Collis nodded, and a look of embarrassment appeared on his face as he recalled the past that he didn't want to recall. Normally, the body should have been picked up. But how could she possibly say such an embarrassing thing? But at that time I was knocked unconscious by them and was so dazed that I didn't see clearly where they took me. It's urgent to leave. I'm scared. The goblins are taking me back again. I didn't have time to observe my surroundings. You all know that when it comes to hiding and escaping, I'm naturally second. No one dares to say I'm first, but I'm strong in combat. After saying this, Collis stuck out his tongue, hit his head with his fist, and said with a naughty and cute expression. Hey, you ghost! Jory punched Collis on the head. Oh damn! Corey's ran out angrily. I'll ignore you if you hit my head every day! As soon as I opened the door, I almost bumped into a woman. Carly, vice president of the Adventurers Guild and Jory's assistant. Really? Did you make Xiaoka angry again? What do you mean I'm provoking you? Xiaoli was furious. He stroked his white beard with a look of resentment on his face. It's this girl, she's so brainless. You've watched her grow up, and you haven't gotten used to it yet? Carly chuckled, but when she saw the tea placed in front of Jory, the smile on her face instantly disappeared. How's it going? Why? Jory sighed heavily. Difficult, very difficult. If it's really as Chris said. Then, even if we mobilize all the adventurers in this land, I'm afraid it will be difficult to shake that big nest. There was a tremor in Jory's voice. How could it be? Carly covered her mouth, her face turned pale and she looked terrified. If Miss Collis's intelligence is true, then they will be facing an unprecedented challenge. The number of goblins in that nest is probably already in the staggering tens of thousands. And their strength, even in this land, is considered to be a considerable team. But compared to this, it seems so insignificant. He couldn't imagine what a horrific sight it would be to have tens of thousands of goblins. What frightened him even more was that among those goblins, high-level goblins were born, and there might even be superior species. These powerful beings are enough to make these adventurers feel despair. Don't worry about that. Jory interrupted Carly's thoughts. Destroying the goblins is not just our job. Xiao Li's face was gloomy. At this time, I will report it to the nearby countries. Yes. He raised his head, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes, and said to Carly beside him. Notify all adventurers immediately and gather them together. We need to find the goblin's lair. We must find where they are hiding, and if possible, find out how many goblins there are. Upon hearing this, Carly immediately nodded in agreement, then turned around and left in a hurry. As Jory finished his words, the entire Adventurers Guild became busy. The adventurers gathered and prepared to embark on an operation to find the goblin's nest. Various goblin-related commissions are posted on the task list. At this time, Goblin Lair, top floor. On the stairs leading to Chimao. As soon as Yen looked up, he could see the towering castle standing inside the mountain. Around the castle, a scene of colorful flowers comes into view. Various kinds of flowers are blooming, colorful and fragrant. These flowers seem particularly out of place in the goblin nest, but they blend harmoniously into this world. Soon, Yi Yen and the goblin general came to the top floor. At the castle gate, there were 2 goblin knights guarding. The area outside the castle is very spacious, and there are flower fields nearby with all kinds of flowers. The top of the cave is covered with sunstones, and the sunlight emitted by them falls on the flowers. A light and fresh smell permeates the air. I really didn't expect that there was such a place in the smelly goblin's nest. If my mother were here, she would definitely like this place. Yi Yen was very curious, so he squatted down and picked one. The goblin general beside him frowned when he saw this. Pick another one. The goblin general beside him frowned again. When Yi Yen was looking for the next flower, the goblin general could no longer hold back and spoke. That's enough. ? Yi Yen looked up at the goblin general in confusion, but his hand did not stop, and he had already picked the flower. The things here are not mine, the goblin general reminded. Yi Yen looked at the goblin general in confusion. Without any hesitation, he picked another one. The things here were grown by others. The goblin general frowned and then reminded. Yi Yen picked one and looked at the goblin general with a puzzled look. It's not easy for that stupid woman to grow the things here. At this time, the goblin general's voice already had a hint of anger. But I managed to control myself. But Yi Yen seemed not to understand and picked another one. Just when he was about to pick one, the goblin general couldn't bear it any longer. After a punch came down, Yi Yen didn't have time to dodge. There is a big bump on my head. I told you not to pick it! The goblin general raised his fist, looking angry. These flowers were grown with great effort by that stupid woman. What will happen if we let this kid continue to pick it like this? You didn't say! Yi Yen covered his head, very unconvinced. If I could beat him, I would have killed the goblin general in front of me long ago. It's so abominable. He was beaten even though he had done nothing wrong. Don't you understand what I mean? The goblin general covered his head, unable to understand. Sometimes, this guy is terrifyingly mature, but sometimes, he is just like a child with no common sense. It's so naive and scary. Chapter 43, Battle, Unreasonable Panel Numbers. What do you mean? Yi Yen turned his head in confusion. His eyes were clear and his face was full of innocence. Why don't you just say it directly? If you don't tell me, how can I know everything? Yi Yen pouted and held the flowers in his arms, fearing that this hateful guy would snatch them away. Looking at Yi Yen like this, Goblin General didn't know what to say for a moment. Do you like flowers? Dislike. Yi Yen shook his head without hesitation. Then why did you pick it? Mom likes. Yi Yen looked at the flowers, his eyes full of tenderness. If I bring it back, my mother will definitely like it. Oh, really? Yi Yen lowered his head and looked at the flowers, not noticing the Goblin General's increasingly gloomy expression. Well, if you want to take those flowers, try to hit me. Real? My words always count. The Goblin General looked serious, with his arms folded across his chest as he looked at Yi Yen. Just when the Goblin General was thinking about how to discipline Yi Yen, he didn't expect Yi Yen to directly refuse. I don't want to, you are much stronger than me. Oh, really? The Goblin General chuckled. So, you still have times when you're afraid. I just don't fight a battle I'm not sure of winning. Yi Yen pouted, looking unhappy. Good. The Goblin General waved his hand. The next moment, the Goblin Knight whose name was Yi Yen ran out. As long as we defeat him, that's fine. General, this is not good. Goblin Knight said so. But there was a smile on his face, and he was obviously very excited and looking forward to it. This is just bullying the goblins. Goblin Knightly had long wanted to kill this ignorant kid in front of him. If the general hadn't been here, he would have taken action long ago. He waited until now and let this brat stand in front of him so arrogantly. The goblin general at the side ignored his arrogance and looked at Goblin Lee. A strange light flashed in the goblin general's eyes. Then, a panel appeared in front of him. Name: Lee. Race: Goblin Knight. Stage: Growth. Strength: 66. Speed: 57. Constitution: 57. Mana: 5. Talent: Beast Intuition C. It is normal to exceed the average panel in terms of growth level. After all, it has been 10 years since the goblin force entered its growth stage, so it is reasonable for it to have such power. However, with such a value, I am afraid that it will never break through the growth stage in my lifetime. Compared to Goblin Lee, who had been waiting for 10 years to grow, Yi Yan, who had just broken through the growth period, seemed extremely abnormal. Name: Yi Yan. Race: a special individual of low-level goblin. Stage: Growth. Strength: 50 up from 30 to 100. Speed: 56 up from 30 to 100. Constitution: 43, upper limit from 30 to 100. Mana: 12 cap increased from 30 to 100. Skills: Shadow, Fireball E. Special skills. Talents: Concealed Breath, Language Proficiency, Magic Affinity, Self-Healing C, Strength Enhancement C, Speed Enhancement C, Magic Control D, Physical Enhancement C, Beast Intuition C, Perception D. Special Talent: Seed of the King, Limit Breakthrough. Are these extreme talents brought by that exclusive skill? When the Goblin General saw Yi Yan's panel, he fell into deep thought. Every time he goes out, this kid's panel data will improve. It's really interesting. You know, for ordinary creatures, if they want to increase the strength on the panel, their speed needs to be slowly improved through long-term training. For example, if a goblin's strength is to be raised from 66 to 67, it would probably require not only daily hunting but also time to accumulate strength. And this time is at least 1 year. This is still the 60-year stage. The bigger the number, the more time and energy you will need to put in the future. This is also the reason why Goblin General and Goblin Knight cannot break through the mature stage. Not only is he lazy, he also lacks talent. The higher the talent, the faster the chances of improving numbers will increase with training and time accumulation. It was obvious that Goblin Knight lacked talent in this area. This also reflects the irrationality of Yi Yan's data improvement. Too fast. In just a few days, he covered a distance that others would have covered in years. Also, the values that exceed those of others right after birth are worth pondering. What is the factor? What affects these? Is it the exclusive skill that he can't see? But what are the triggering conditions? Okay, let's get started. Without thinking too much, the Goblin General waved his hand and the Goblin Knights immediately rushed forward. Okay, little devil, you're dead. Facing the attacking Goblin Knight, Yi Yan was not at all panicked. Compared to the Goblin General who was in front of him, and had no idea of his own strength, it was obvious that the Goblin Knight in front of him was much weaker. Yi Yan took a step back and dodged the Goblin Knight's attack. Haha, do you think you can run away? The Goblin Knight laughed loudly, and with his other hand, he took out a dagger and shot it towards Yi Yan. Block. Facing the incoming dagger, Yi Yan raised the dagger to block it while raising his other hand. The next moment, flames gathered in Yi Yan's hands and then condensed into a huge fireball. Brush. The fireball went straight over. However, facing Yi Yan's fireball, Goblin Knight had no intention of dodging. The fireball hit the Goblin Knight's armor accurately. Bang! The flames exploded and splashed everywhere. Goblin Knight was so powerful, yet he didn't even frown. The fireball just now only left a faint scar on the Goblin Knight's armor. It didn't have any effect on the Goblin Knight's power at all. Ha! It's no use, it's no use! Goblin Knight laughed loudly and rushed to Yi Yan. Goblin Knight's armor is probably immune to most magical attacks. Magic is useless to me. Goblin Knight grinned and swung his sword at Yen. Brush. Seeing this, Yen raised his knife to resist, but the powerful force still sent Yen flying. With the help of this reaction force, Yen and the Goblin Knight were able to distance themselves from each other. Seeing Yen in the air with nowhere to escape, the Goblin Knight rushed forward, wanting to kill him. Brush. But just as it jumped, a fireball hit its face head-on. It's useless. The armor's anti-magic ability is not limited to. The Goblin Knight hadn't finished speaking when he sensed danger and tilted his head to the left. Boom! Brush. The fireball hit the knight, and along with it, a dagger hidden behind the fireball shot out. It scraped across the Goblin Knight's cheek, leaving a faint scar and red and black blood on the ground. This is... Goblin Knight touched the scar on his face and was furious. If he had not dodged in time. That dagger has already taken its life. Just now, I was just careless. This time I will definitely not. Goblin Knight's face flushed red as he looked at Yen, trying to lock onto his target. But they found that Yen had disappeared without a trace. Chapter 44. Why can't we kill him? Goblin Knight is shocked. How so? When did he lose track? Could it be that the series of attacks just now were all aimed at diverting his attention away from him? But even if it is just a short move, it is impossible for the whole person to just disappear. Where on earth is it? Goblin Knight looked around, trying to find Yen's trace, but he couldn't find him no matter how hard he looked. Is it hidden? Impossible, there is nothing to hide here. Is it magic? No, I didn't see him chant, which means it's most likely a skill. This is... The Goblin General who was watching the battle on the side narrowed his eyes slightly. Although the Goblin Knight could not see, he could see clearly. Take advantage of blind spots in vision and move quickly to hide yourself. Follow the Goblin's gaze. Coupled with his skills and the help of his concealed breath, he can achieve the effect of completely disappearing repeatedly. In this situation, even he could not find Yen without using his skills. This technique cannot be acquired overnight. But it was indeed a goblin cub that was born. How could this happen? Why this assassination technique? The Goblin General frowned. But no matter what, the king is the king. It is the key to the revival of the Goblin clan. It is the Goblin clan's hope to escape from this evil race. The rest is up to Goblin General Tian. It doesn't make any sense. Brush. The battle is still going on, and the Goblin Knights are now on the verge of collapse. Oh! Come out! Goblin Knight was furious, and roared towards the empty space. Hiding and hiding, what kind of skill is that? Come out if you have the guts, let's fight! The next moment, Yen appeared behind the Goblin Knight. Oh no! By the time the Goblin Knight noticed Yen, it was already too late. Could it be that he is about to die? Brush. Just as the dagger was about to be aimed at the Goblin Knight, the Goblin General stepped in to stop it. With just one hand, he easily blocked Yen's attack. This lightless technique is purely a difference in strength. Okay, that's enough. Damn it, you actually wanted to kill me! Goblin Knight was angry, but also relieved. This goblin is really too weird. Snort! Just wait for me. I will make you pay the price. Facing the Goblin Knight's angry roar, Yen ignored it. Instead, he pointed at the Goblin Knight and looked at the Goblin General and said, "He is not dead yet." What? Goblin Knight was furious. This guy really wanted to kill him. It's really abominable. When had he ever been looked down upon by a tiny low-level goblin? You bastard! Goblin Knight hadn't finished speaking yet. The next moment. Brush. Yen's figure disappeared again. When he appeared again, he was already behind the Goblin Knight. The pitch-black dagger was pointed at Goblin Knight's neck. What? Goblin Knight was shocked. He really didn't expect this. The goblin in front of him actually dared to disobey the Goblin General's words and dared to kill him under the Goblin General's nose. At this point, the dagger was less than a few millimeters away and it was too late to dodge. Question mark. Just when Black Cleaver was about to cut Goblin Knight's neck, Yen vaguely sensed something. He pushed on his toes and dodged to the side. The dagger scratched the Goblin Knight's neck, leaving a shallow scar. A strange look flashed in the eyes of the Goblin General standing beside him. I couldn't help but be shocked. What did he notice just now? What an excellent perception ability. Maybe you are not far from gaining the ability to sense breath. His talent is so terrifying that even the goblins, who are known as the most talented in the past 1,000 years, feel inferior to him. This is the future king of the Goblin clan. Goblin Knight walked back from the border of death. He took a step back, keeping a sufficient distance, and stared at Yi Yan. He was afraid that if he wasn't paying attention, Yi Yan would disappear from under his nose again. Hateful! Goblin Knightly touched the scar on his neck, his face full of anger. You bastard, I'm going to kill you! That's enough! Stand down! But... Goblin Knightly, looking unhappy, wanted to say something else but was interrupted by the general. Stand down! The Goblin General's gaze fell on Goblin Knightly, and he instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Don't make me say it again! Good! The Goblin Knights were too powerful to disobey the general's orders. He had no choice but to retreat, and as he did so, he secretly glared at Yi Yan. Just wait for me, I will never let you go. The goblin thought about it, touched the scar on his face, wiped the blood, and walked out of the castle. But what he didn't notice was, there seemed to be something mixed in the blood. Why don't you stop? Seeing the Goblin Knight leave, the Goblin General's gaze fell on Yi Yan again and asked, Do you want to kill him? Stop? Yi Yan turned his head, looking puzzled. Why do you want to stop? Is there anything wrong with killing him? There was a sense of matter-of-factness in his tone, and his eyes were extremely firm. Shouldn't the competition be won only after the death is determined? So why should I stop? You! Faced with Yi Yan's twisted thoughts, the Goblin General didn't know what to say for a moment. He can kill me, and I can kill him. Isn't this what so-called competitions and contests are all about? If I don't kill him, I won't be able to live. I don't want to die, so there's nothing wrong with killing him, right? Is this your way of survival? The Goblin General looked at Yi Yan with complicated eyes. How to survive? Yi Yan turned his head in confusion and looked at the annoying guy in front of him who kept talking incomprehensible words. What is that? I only know that if I want to survive, I have to kill everyone who poses a threat to me. If you don't kill, you will die. This was the concept that was instilled in him since he was a child, as a killing weapon. Besides mother's words, it is the second rule that we should obey and practice. It is also the greatest masterpiece of Mom. It's just that it's too perfect, so perfect that even Mom is afraid of it. Then abandoned. How ridiculous this is. You! Hearing Yi Yan's words that were not appropriate for his age, the Goblin General sighed heavily. Just go! Take the flowers you picked and leave. By the way, you can't pick the flowers on the ground anymore. From now on, you have to come here every day. The Goblin General glanced at Yi Yan indifferently, with the complexity in his eyes clearly revealed. I'll teach you fighting skills. I can. Hearing this annoying guy want to teach him, Yi Yan was very unhappy and retorted. Killing people is easy. Congratulations to everyone, happy Dragon Boat Festival. Chapter 45, Encounter with the Strange Woman Elena. I'm awesome! Yi Yan proudly puffed out his little chest. You know, in his training in his previous life, he practiced everything to perfection. Those teachers looked at him with admiration and some even shed tears. But I never saw them again afterwards. Your skills are assassination techniques, not combat techniques or killing techniques. Besides, your assassination technique is too dangerous. It completely abandons all defense. The Goblin General said, sighing heavily. Who taught you that? He simply doesn't take his life seriously. Or perhaps, Goblin General had seen this form of fighting, and it was used by humans to train Deadpool. It's just that the techniques and skills are more sophisticated. Mother! Yi Yan held his head high and chest puffed out, looking proud. If it weren't for his mother, he would have starved to death in the corner. So, his life has long belonged to his mother. Oh! The Goblin General narrowed his eyes and said nothing. Later, come over. The Goblin General paused and repeated. Come here no matter what. I don't want it. I've already said that if I kill someone I will. Yi Yan was very resistant. He didn't want to be with this annoying guy. He wanted to go home and be with his mother. Mom must be very lonely in that dark and damp place. He wants to go back quickly to be with his mother. You can't fight. The Goblin General frowned and corrected. I can. You won't. One big and one small, arguing stubbornly. Why do you say I can't? Yi Yan got angry when she heard what her mother taught her was repeatedly denied. He didn't care whether he could defeat this annoying guy or not. Why do you say I can't? Just because I'm stronger than you. The Goblin General had a proud look on his face, and his tone was full of certainty. Come and try it. Yi Yan clenched his teeth, feeling very unhappy. He threw away everything unnecessary and pounced towards the annoying guy in front of him. A moment later, Yi Yan, panting and covered in wounds, lay on the ground. I will definitely kill you! Yi Yan, lying on the ground, stared at the general with a pair of clear ruby eyes. If you can try it. As long as you want to kill me, I'll be there for you any time. The Goblin General just glanced at Yi Yan indifferently, left a word, and turned away. Before that, let's do whatever it takes to become stronger. Only in this way can he be worthy of the identity of the future Goblin King. After all, being a king is not easy. Especially the king of goblins. This is a path that is hostile to all races. Also, the path of rebelling against God. The various tribes will not allow the goblins to have their own king. It cannot be allowed either. That's little king? Elena, who was hiding on the wall, looked at the Goblin General with a smile on her face. The Goblin General nodded. It's so cute. I didn't expect there would be such a cute goblin. Elena stroked her belly, her eyelashes drooping. If I could get pregnant, would I be able to give birth to such a cute little one? The Goblin General glanced at Elena, a hint of sadness flashing in his eyes. Don't think too much. Elena nodded, looked at the Goblin General, and said nothing more. Castle, inside the training ground. The moonlight shines through the cave on the top of the mountain. Scattered on the ground and on Yi Yan, who was lying there. Yi Yan wiped the blood from his mouth and wanted to stand up. He barely used the dagger to support his body and slowly climbed up. Yes. Bang! The next moment Yi Yan's legs went limp and he fell to the ground. The fatigue from the previous battle almost came all at once. Talent breaking through limits. It cannot be used indiscriminately. While improving the body's basic strength, it also brings double the burden and fatigue. Watching the nearby sunstone dim, it means night has arrived. The moonstones lit up one after another. It's too late. If you don't go back quickly, Mom will be lonely and worried. Yi Yan forced himself to stand up, and was about to succeed. His legs suddenly went weak and he fell down again. But just at this moment, he fell on something soft, and a faint fragrance, different from his mother's, slowly entered Yi Yan's nose. A woman caught up with Yi Yan, who was about to fall. Really? If you're injured, you should just rest well. Elena has a nice voice. Xiaotian, you are really so cruel to a child. If it's on the human side, it's child abuse. Elena pouted, her eyes full of resentment. At this moment, Yi Yan finally reacted. When he fell down, he was bumped into the two huge bodies of Elena in front of him. Sister, who are you? Yi Yan raised his head and looked at Elena, who held him in her arms. I am Xiaotian's wife. Elena touched her face, and when she touched the scar on her face, she felt lost instantly. I'm sorry, am I really ugly? Did I scare you? Ugly? Yi Yan tilted his head, his innocent eyes full of confusion. Sister, are you ugly? For a moment, Elena was stunned, staring at Yi Yan. She couldn't see any falsehood in Yi Yan's eyes. In other words, what does he really think? Puff! Hearing this unexpected answer, Elena covered her mouth and laughed. Ha ha ha, yeah, is my sister ugly? It had been a long time since she met someone with such a pure mind, no, a goblin. beauty and ugliness, good and evil, whether subjective or objective. Almost all people make judgments subconsciously based on their own thinking. But the little guy in front of him didn't have that. In his eyes, good and evil, beautiful and ugly, all seemed the same. What a pure little fellow! It is really unexpected that such a little guy actually has the qualifications of a king. Well, that. Yi Yan looked at Elena strangely and wanted to get up from her arms. I have to leave first, my mother is still waiting for me. No! Elena stopped Yi Yan, strangely. For some reason, Yi Yan couldn't exert any strength. As if being fixed by something. Yi Yan had never experienced this kind of wonderful feeling before. You are still injured. I will heal your wounds for you before you go back, okay? Elena blinked her orchid eyes and looked at Yi Yan. Long time? Yi Yan tilted his head. Elena shook her head. Soon. Yi Yan hesitated for a moment, looked at his own injuries, and nodded. That's great. Come, lie down, I will treat you. Having said this, Elena took out some bandages and medicine from her ring, along with some bottles and jars. I sniffed it, and it wasn't poison. This made Yi Yan feel a lot more at ease. Besides, at this distance, Yi Yan could kill directly. Chapter 46 Goblin Slayer Clash, Gold Level Adventurer. But I don't know why. Yi Yan felt a strange feeling towards Elena in front of him. Because the Elena in front of him is other than her mother. The second person who didn't have any murderous intent? The people here don't know what's going on. Whenever I see him, I always want to kill him. Elena bandaged Yi Yan. Healing magic is generally a kind of magic that notifies life force to accelerate cell metabolism. Any magic has a certain price. Using healing magic in battle is a last resort. But after the battle, if there is time and the injuries are not serious, it is better to use some medicine to assist and rely on your own recovery. Elena explained as she bandaged Yi Yan. Yi Yan nodded blankly. It means I have learned something again. I always feel that he still has a lot to learn. For example, what Elena just mentioned, the healing magic that speeds up recovery. Can it be used on poisons to speed up the onset of the poison or something like that? If there is such a thing, that guy will never be able to get out of here. Elena, who was standing by, smiled when she saw Yi Yan like this. So cute. If only he were his own child, it would be fine. Elena thought about this and recalled what happened in the Vatican room, and her eyes gradually dimmed. The knife scar on my face hurts a little. Night. Linxia territory, in Linxia town. At this time, at the entrance of the Adventurers Guild. Hateful! Where on earth is that damn goblin? Amy cursed and reached out to open the door. Don't let me catch him. I will make him regret living in this world. Snap! The guild door was opened. Brush. The next moment, a spear suddenly came and stabbed straight at Amy. What? Amy was shocked by the sudden attack. Seeing that there was no time to dodge, she gritted her teeth and readied her fist filled with holy power to strike. At the critical moment, a big hand grabbed the gun handle in time. You're still as rude to women as ever. Dita smiled and looked at the person coming at the door. It was the gold-level adventurer Keilu. His body is muscular and angular, and he is wearing a set of black leather armor. A loose strip of cloth tightly binds the skin of the hips, revealing the strong and well-shaped waist and abdomen and flawless six-pack pectoral muscles. She wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on her face, revealing her mature charm. Keilu, why are you back? Dita frowned. Of course, the president asked me to come back. Seeing his familiar good friend, Keilu laughed and said, After all, something big happened here. President? Morris murmured. Ha ha ha, Uncle finally meets you again. Hearing the familiar voice, Morris drew his sword without hesitation to block the oncoming attack. Block. There was a sound of metal colliding. Maud, you have become stronger. Morris looked at the child who, not long ago in his memory, had been only waist-high. Ha ha, of course. You damned fellows! The continuous attacks have made Amy's already unhappy mood even worse. She raised her fist and punched Keilu. Keilu smiled confidently and wanted to reach out to take it, But unexpectedly someone pulled him from behind and he took a few steps back. The fist missed, but the golden light on his hand followed the fist and fell to the ground against the wind from the fist. Click. The ground cracked rapidly, and then bang! A sound. There was an explosion, and a big pit appeared. Looking at the big hole on the ground, Kalu swallowed and secretly thanked God that he didn't take the punch just now. If I accept it, I will probably be disabled if not dead. What a monster this is. The strange priest, the weirdo in the Holy Light Church. A beautiful woman wearing revealing clothes, revealing her snow-white skin, walked out from behind Kalu. It was she who pulled Kalu from behind and avoided Amy's attack. Oh! Amy raised her eyebrows, looking extremely displeased. Have you heard of me? Of course, I was fortunate enough to hear my friends talk about it. The woman stretched out her hand. Hello, nice to meet you, my name is Xena. Amy looked at it, stretched out her hand, and then instantly grabbed Xena's hand and threw her out with an over-the-shoulder throw. Oh, that's so rude! It was not until midair that Xena reacted. She waved her staff and her whole body instantly became light. Hey, what's going on? The commotion here naturally attracted everyone's attention. Hey, could that be the gold-level adventurer Kalu team? The gathered adventurers quickly recognized Kalu's team. Huh! Are they famous? Of course. The adventurer at the side looked at the new adventurer Drew beside him and straightened his chest. Legend has it that they participated in a dragon hunt and successfully killed the dragon. When Drew heard them kill a dragon, he made a sound of surprise and looked at Kalu and the others with respect. You know, even for a young dragon, it would be easy for it to destroy their village. Not to mention a dragon in its growth stage, which can destroy an entire region. A mature dragon can even destroy a country. And these 3 people in front of me have actually participated in such a fierce hunt, which is really amazing. What about them? Pointed at Morris and the others. To be able to confront the dragon-slaying team, they must be extraordinary people. Unexpectedly, when the old adventurer looked at Morris, his eyes were full of disdain. Them? The greatest achievement is killing goblins. Drew was confused. Aren't goblins monsters that newbies can kill at will? Killing things is not an achievement. Is there nothing else? Drew didn't believe that anyone who could confront a gold-level adventurer would be so weak. Does killing goblins all the time count? In an instant, Drew lost interest in Morris and the others. Even with a hint of contempt. How weak and how afraid of death must one be to be a goblin? The same thing happened repeatedly among the onlookers, and many contemptuous eyes fell on Morris's team. As for Morris and the others, they didn't care. After all, they were already used to it. As for their opponents, Kalu and others naturally admire and respect them the most. It is human nature to admire the strong. Facing everyone's odd gazes, Kalu couldn't help but straighten his chest. His eyes fell on Amy and invited. That super strong girl, do you want to join my team? It's such a waste to follow Morris. A vein popped up on Amy's forehead. Are you looking for death? Dita, leave me alone. If Dita hadn't grabbed her, Amy would have rushed forward. Don't excite Amy. Killing someone in this town is against the law. This? Seeing Amy's angry look, Kayla touched his head for some reason. If you don't want to, then there's nothing I can do. If you agree, you can come anytime. It seems that there are too many people here, and Kayla doesn't want to stay here. Just as I turned to leave, Morris stopped him and asked, What big thing are you talking about? I'm looking for a house and moving house recently. It's a bit late, and it's a headache. Chapter 47 The Strange Goblin Following Yin. Oh, we found the goblin's lair. Kaylu looked nonchalant. Although I don't think it's a big deal. After all, how powerful can a goblin be? At this point, Kaylu chuckled and said disdainfully, I heard that the president also called a few gold-level adventurers besides me. If you asked me, I can take care of that so-called goblin nest by myself. Why do I need so many people? You underestimate the goblins. Hearing Kayla's words, Morris frowned slightly and wanted to give a reminder. After all, gold-level adventurers are the main force in attacking the goblin nest. But Kalu didn't listen at all. Interrupted Morris. Come on. I don't want to listen to someone who has been in the silver level for so long. Just stay here. In a few days you will receive good news. Ha! Kalu waved and left with the team of two. Goodbye, Uncle! Maud waved goodbye to Morris. Soon the three figures disappeared into the night. Maurice, do you want to catch up? Dita asked with a worried look on her face. With this attitude, they will suffer a great loss when facing the goblins who have a leader. No. Morris shook his head slowly. No matter how much we explain, it's useless. Those who have not experienced it will not understand. Why? Dita sighed regretfully. Humph! It would be better if they died. At this time, Amy was still angry about what had just happened. Let's go! Morris walked into the Adventurers Guild. He still has a lot to do. And what about that so-called goblin lair? Could it be that the guy is in that big nest? This would be a bit difficult to deal with. Even if it was him, it would be impossible for him to clear an entire nest alone. The hundreds and thousands of goblins inside were enough to kill him. It was already late at night when Yen came out of the goblin general's castle. When going downstairs and passing by the door, Yen was suddenly called. Hello? It's Goblin Changnong. I haven't taken your things yet, don't let me lose them. Goblin Changnong kicked the big bag under his feet. Inside was the spoils that Yen had collected today, but he forgot to take them when the goblin general called him away. Originally, it should have been taken away by the goblins, but I didn't expect it to still be there. Yen walked over and glanced at Goblin Changnong. What happened? Goblin Changnong was frightened by Yan's eyes and took a step back unconsciously. Without. Yan shook it, picked up the package, and exchanged it with the goblin who was still doing business. Just as Yan was about to enter the nest, the goblin with one ear missing, who had been lurking in the depths, ran out. Want to keep up with Yan. Which goblin are you from? But he was soon stopped by patrolling goblins. Crunch, crunch. It seemed that the other party could not speak goblin language and could only make gaha and gatsi sounds. It wanted to break free and move forward. However, the strength of the two patrol goblins is obviously superior to it. In just a moment, he was pressed to the ground. Yen just glanced at it indifferently and turned away. No longer pay attention. He naturally knew that there was a goblin following him. After all, it was so bad at hiding. But I didn't expect that this goblin would stay squatting all the time. Give. The trading goblin handed Yen a few shells. This is what is called points. These points can be used to redeem corresponding items, which is equivalent to the goblin version of money. Yen had no intention of keeping these shells. Instead, I used the points I earned to exchange some things for my mother. Give me all this. Mom will definitely like it. Thinking so, Yen took the fruit and food. There's even instant noodles on top. It's magical. Because the cave was small and there was no pot or anything like that, Yen chose to bring some instant noodles back. When Yen wanted to buy that strange little bucket, the goblin who was assisting in the sales looked at Yen as if he was a fool. That thing, what's so delicious about it? The goblin thought. Even the goblin Changnong, who had not left, looked at Yen with suspicion. The bread on top is the best, why not get some meat instead? Goblin Changnong hesitated for a moment and reminded. However, Yen ignored Goblin Changnong's words. Yen had also brought up the topic of meat, but his mother seemed to dislike it very much. So, since then, Yen has never brought meat. I took the instant noodles and packed everything. When Yen passed by Goblin Changnong, he handed one of the buckets of pickled cabbage noodles to Goblin Changnong. Looking at the strange things that appeared in my hands, Goblin Changnong was also speechless. This thing has only recently become popular among adventurers. But he really couldn't imagine what was so delicious about it. It was dry, but the strange thing on that strange bag did have a smell. But the taste is also strong. The goblins don't eat it, and I don't know how humans eat it. It would be better to bring more dry food and let them snatch it. No way! Goblin Chandong suddenly realized that those humans were definitely doing this in order to prevent them from obtaining food. No wonder the Goblin General wanted them to learn from humans and grow crops. What a foresight! So the so-called arsenal is based on the same principle? Goblin Chandong didn't understand, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Chandong, the instant noodle goblin, wanted to return it, but found that Yi Yan had already walked away. Oh, damn it! Goblin Chandong was furious and jumped up and down, but he still quietly put the instant noodles away carefully. Master Goblin! At this moment, the figure of patrolling goblin was heard behind him. This strange goblin doesn't seem to be from our nest. What should we do with this guy now? Oh! Goblin Chandong turned around and looked at the earless goblin who was pressed underground. Crunch, crunch! The earless goblin was unhappy. Could it be a spy sent by another large nest? Thinking of this, Goblin Chandong's face turned even greener. Snort! Do those stupid goblins really think they can sneak up on us like this? But... The two patrol goblins looked at each other and asked, could it be possible that this is a new goblin born in our little nest? Hearing this, the goblin chief was silent for a moment and nodded. Take it to the general. Nothing can escape the eyes of the Goblin General. Yes. The earless goblin who was pressed to the ground barely raised his head, his eyes fixed on the direction where Yi Yan left not far away. So awesome, so awesome. If it could learn something from that goblin, it might be able to take revenge. Of course you can. Just give up everything. No, maybe it has nothing left to give up. In a daze, I felt my body being dragged. Where on earth were they going to drag him? Chapter 48 Instant Noodles. In the dark corridor, Yi Yan passed through a series of iron doors that were as heavy as mountains. What came to my ears were waves of shrill and obscene shouts. The first and second floors here are basically inhabited by high-level goblins. Just to mention those superior species. The general's confidants live on the first and second floors, and the general lives on the top floor, the castle. The real nest is inside a mountain. There are low-level goblins underground, and high-level goblins on the mountain. Not long after, Yi Yan's figure hurriedly appeared at the door. He was dragging a large, heavy bag in his hand and gently pushed open the door. A familiar and warm atmosphere filled his face. Mom, I'm back! Yi Yan shouted loudly, his voice revealing unspeakable joy. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure walked out from the depths of the room. She was a petite but unusually plump white-haired lowly elf. Yi Yan's mother, Victoria. I'm back! As soon as she heard the noise, Victoria ran out to greet her child. But what he saw was that Yi Yan was wrapped in bandages all over and there was thick blood on his body. Victoria panicked and rushed over. Xiao Yan, what's wrong with you? She checked Yi Yan's body and fortunately there was nothing wrong with him, so she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The treatment of the injury was also correct, at least better than hers. What happened? Victoria asked. So Yi Yan told his mother everything that had just happened. Victoria was surprised when she heard this. I didn't expect that there would be normal human women here. And it appeared where the Goblin General lived. So, its identity is not simple. Xiaotian's wife? Could it be that she is the wife of a special goblin like Yi Yan? This goblin is very important to the Goblin General, so he gives it special treatment as a woman. That way, everything makes sense. If she could meet him, that woman would thank him in person. But what about that Goblin General? Specially trained Yi Yan? Could it be that Yi Yan has the qualifications to become a Goblin General? Goblin Generals are the absolute superior race among goblins, except for goblin heroes. It is a calamity that commands tens of millions of goblins. I really don't know whether to be happy or what. However, at least it is certain that the Goblin General does not seem to have any intention of harming Yi Yan. This made Victoria relax a lot. By the way, this is for you, Mom. Yi Yan handed all the things he had just exchanged to his mother. Looking at Yi Yan, who was looking expectant, and with shining eyes, Victoria seemed to see a pair of furry ears on Yi Yan's head, and a small tail wagging on his buttocks. Puff! Victoria's laughter echoed in the air like a clear silver bell. Well, my kids are really great. She hugged Yen tightly in her arms and buried him in her chest. A soft, sweet scent fills your nose. Yen buried his head deeply into Pan Rant's mind, making him feel extremely warm and soft. But what followed was a feeling of suffocation. Yen instantly lost the ability to breathe. Question mark. What's wrong? Victoria saw that Yen's face suddenly turned pale, his eyes filled with fear and confusion. She immediately loosened her arms. Huff, huff, huff! After being freed from Victoria's huge creature, Yen gasped heavily, and his long green ears turned slightly red. Xiaoyan, what's wrong with you? Victoria shook Yen's shoulders in panic and asked anxiously. Mom, I'm fine. After a moment, Yen took a deep breath and finally calmed down. In this situation, Victoria had no idea what was happening. She looked down at her breasts. Well, they were indeed a bit big. It was her fault for not thinking it through. But could this be her fault? Victoria's delicate face flushed with a blush, and she pouted cutely. She put her hands on her hips and said to Yen in a reproachful manner. You kid, really, if you feel uncomfortable, why didn't you tell your mother earlier? Her tone was full of concern and worry. Yen stood aside, lowered his head, a blush on his face, and replied in a low voice. Because when I'm with my mother, I always feel comfortable and warm. His voice was full of innocence and attachment. Yenner and Mom don't spend much time together, why would Yenner push Mom away? Victoria was slightly stunned when she heard this. She didn't expect Yen to say that. Don't worry, Mom will always be with Xiaoyan. Really? Real. Mom, when did you lie to Xiaoyan? Well, Yenna believes in Mother. After hearing this, Yen showed a bright smile on his face. He hugged Victoria tightly, as if he was afraid that she would disappear in the next second. Every time, his mother would secretly disappear from his side. Now, it finally won't happen. Looking at Yen's trusting eyes, Victoria couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt. Sometimes she wondered, was she really worthy of this child's trust? Victoria is aware of her identity and her past. But she didn't want Yen to know those complicated things. Just then, Victoria's eyes fell on a mysterious object on the ground. It was something similar to a big bowl, but not a bowl. It had all kinds of strange patterns and words on it. She picked up the object curiously and examined it carefully. She had never seen anything like it before and was filled with confusion. Seeing this, Yen quickly explained. Mom, this is instant noodles. It's a very convenient food. You just need to soak it in hot water and you can eat it. Instant noodles? Victoria blinked, her little head filled with question marks. She had never heard of such food, let alone seen it. By the way, Mom must be hungry. How about some instant noodles? Without waiting for his mother's response, Yen started moving on his own. He skillfully tore open the outer packaging of the instant noodles and his fingers lightly slid across the seal, as if playing a silent piece of music. Then he took out a bucket of instant noodles. Gently tear open the seasoning packet inside, and a rich aroma will immediately spread, making you salivate. Yen smiled slightly, stretched out his hand, and a ball of blazing flame ignited in his palm. He waved lightly, and the flame floated to the kettle beside him, instantly boiling the cold water. After a while, the hot water was ready. Yen carefully poured hot water into 2 buckets of instant noodles, and saw the noodles quickly soften and smelled fragrant. Mom, please wait a moment. You can start eating in 3 minutes. Eat? Victoria nodded blankly, her big, watery, ruby-like eyes blinking continuously, obviously amazed by Yen's actions. She had never seen such a novel way of preparing food and her heart was filled with doubts and curiosity. Yen was silently counting the seconds, waiting for the instant noodles to be cooked. Chapter 49, Poisoning, Goblin General's Plan. At this time, we are on the upper level of the goblin's lair. Under the dim light, a group of goblin knights sat around a huge stone table. The air was filled with the aroma of wine, and the atmosphere was lively. They were talking loudly and enjoying their rare leisure time. Oh shit! A rude curse suddenly rang out, breaking the moment of silence. You don't know how I taught that brat a lesson. Bang! Goblin Knight slammed the wine glass onto the table, and a blush appeared on his green face. Obviously, he had drunk a lot of wine and was now immersed in his heroic deeds. Ha ha ha, worthy of goblin power! A skinny goblin knight nodded in agreement. Although they did not have any deep hatred towards the goblin named Yi Yan, they did not have any good feelings towards him either. In their eyes, the Yi Yan goblin was just an insignificant little character. Young man, Brotherly has avenged you. Goblin Lee put his hand on the shoulder of the one-eyed goblin beside him and smiled proudly. Thank you so much, brother. A strange light flashed in the goblin's black eyes. So is that Yi Yan goblin still alive now? This. Goblin Lee was stunned by the question for a moment, and thinking of his previous battle with Yi Yan, he suddenly became angry. If that guy challenges me head-on, can he lose? Why are you asking this? Can I kill a goblin in front of the general? Don't worry, I will definitely make that guy unable to get up. Yes, I said the wrong thing. Goblin Black said modestly, but he was very disdainful in his heart. A high-level goblin who can't kill a low-level goblin is really useless. But, Goblin Lee chuckled and stretched out his hand to rub it. If you have more, I don't mind helping you solve your troubles. Anyway, there was no way he would let that little devil live. By the way, I heard that he has an elf, so he must enjoy himself when the time comes. Isn't this a matter of course? Goblin Black took out dozens of shells and said, This is the deposit. Anyway, it's just profit from reselling it later. Not to mention, it's pretty easy to make money from these idiots. You can make a lot of money just by stockpiling different foods and weapons in different locations. Kid, know what's best for you. Goblin accepted the shell and laughed. However, just as he was getting carried away with success, he did not realize the impending danger. With a puff sound, a stream of black blood suddenly spurted out of his mouth. Goblin Lee was stunned. He raised his hand and looked at the black blood flowing between his fingers, his eyes full of fear and confusion. He didn't know when he was poisoned, nor did he know where the poison came from. Goblin Lee, what's wrong with you? I heard my companions asking questions. Their voices were full of worry and fear. However, Goblin Lee could no longer hear. His eyes gradually lost focus, and his body began to stiffen. With a bang, Goblin Lee's body fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The surroundings suddenly fell into chaos and panic, and the goblins screamed and fled in all directions. It was as if this sudden fall of the body was some terrible plague. Congratulations on killing the Goblin Knight. Based on the effect of your skill, predation, you have obtained the Goblin's talent. Wild Instinct C. Your Wild Intuition C is repeated and reintegrated to obtain Wild Intuition B. Congratulations on killing the Goblin. Based on the effect of your skill, predation, you gain 2 points of strength. You kill your superior race and gain special evolution point +1. At this moment, the sound of the world echoed in Yi Yan's mind. The onset is so slow. Yi Yan thought to himself, feeling very dissatisfied. Is it because the goblin's physique is far superior to that of an ordinary person? It seems that it is correct to use 2 kinds of poison. What's wrong, Xiaoyan? Seeing that something was wrong with Yi Yan, Victoria asked worriedly. No. Yi Yan shook his head and smiled. Mom, it's time to eat. 3 minutes passed in a flash, as if it were just a blink of an eye. As the lid of the pot was gently lifted, a wonderful fragrance immediately spread out, as if carrying some kind of magic, instantly attracting Victoria's attention. This aroma has a strong meaty flavor. There is a light vegetable freshness mixed with an indescribable tempting scent that makes people want to find out more. Victoria couldn't help but make a gurgling sound in her throat, which was the sound of her swallowing saliva. Her eyes were fixed on the bowl of instant noodles in Yi Yan's hand, with a gleam of desire in her eyes. Seeing this, Yi Yan smiled slightly and handed the instant noodles to his mother. Mom, give it to me! Yi Yan's voice was gentle and confident. Victoria blinked, a hint of doubt flashing in her ruby eyes. She seemed a little bit unbelievable. Could such a simple production process really produce delicious food? However, when she saw Yi Yan's confident expression, the doubts in her heart slowly dissipated. She took the instant noodles handed to her by Yi Yan, picked up the plastic fork, and took a bite carefully. At that moment, an expression of surprise appeared on her face. The magical taste seemed to explode in her mouth, and she was instantly conquered by the deliciousness. Although the taste of this instant noodle is not particularly amazing, it is definitely not bad. It has a unique taste and aroma that leaves a lasting aftertaste. And the production process just now is so simple and quick. It only takes a few minutes to make such a delicious meal. Victoria couldn't help but fall into deep thought. If such delicious food were promoted, it would surely be loved by adventurers. It is not only a food to fill your stomach, but also a way to enjoy and relax. Moreover, this production method does not require any professional chefs and anyone can easily learn it. Thinking of this, Victoria's heart was filled with anticipation and curiosity. She wanted to know, who invented this magical delicacy? What kind of changes and surprises will it bring to adventurers? Yen just sat quietly by the side, watching his mother enjoy the delicious bowl of instant noodles. His heart was filled with satisfaction. Soon, Victoria finished the bowl of instant noodles. At this time, inside the castle, the Goblin General looked at the goblin in front of him, a smile appearing on his lips. God bless my elder brother Bryn. Although he didn't want. From now on, you will be called Xia, Goblin Xia. In an instant, a surge of magical power flowed into Goblin Man. Goblin Warrior just felt warm all over, an indescribable comfort, and he found that he could actually use magic. From today on, you will always follow that Goblin Yen. Yes. Goblin Man looked sincere. I will assign you a task tomorrow. The Goblin General waved his hand and asked the knight to take Goblin Man out. Looking at the Goblin Warrior leaving, a strange smile appeared on the corner of the Goblin General's mouth. It's time to let the little king get in touch with his plan. Chapter 50 Goblin Arms Factory. What Yen saw before his eyes was the outstanding performance of the past few days. It brought him a rich reward. No longer can you only choose from the simple arsenal you had before. Instead, they stepped into a new and better equipped arsenal. The light here is dim, but the sunstones around are enough to illuminate the rows of neatly arranged weapons. Yan's eyes wandered among the various weapons. Suddenly, his sight fixed on an inconspicuous corner. There, a pile of black powder lay quietly, emitting a faint smell of sulfur. Yan was delighted, as this black gunpowder was a rare treasure. Although the sound of gunpowder explosion is very unfavorable for assassination. However, if there are enough of them, they can flatten an entire mountain. Well, that's another matter. As long as we kill all the goblins we see, wouldn't that be an assassination? Yen was thinking at this time, what if he prepared enough black gunpowder? Is it possible to assassinate the so-called Goblin General? Such a thought flashed through his mind. Yen silently memorized the location of this place, intending to come back to it when he had the chance in the future. He continued to search the armory, and soon found a row of rifles. These rifles look quite crude. It seems to be handmade, far from the exquisite weapons produced on the assembly line of a military factory. Yen picked up a rifle, looked at it carefully, and found that the workmanship of the rifle was extremely poor. I'm afraid the gun will jam after a few shots, or even explode. He couldn't help but sigh. Such a weapon would probably not be able to play its due role on the battlefield. Putting down the rifle, Yen turned his attention to the bow and arrow next to him. Although these bows and arrows look ancient, they are still well preserved, with tough bows and sharp arrows. He gently picked up a bow and arrow, tried the feel of it, and felt quite satisfied. Yen already had a plan in mind. He decided to temporarily give up those rifles that seemed powerful but were actually vulnerable, and instead choose this bow and arrow as his new weapon. After all, in assassination, stealth and precision are the most important. And this bow and arrow is very suitable for him now. Crack! Hearing the goblin's unique cry, Yen looked back. He is his teammate this time, but he doesn't know whether he can survive until the end of the inspection. However, this time, it seems that the goblin he encountered didn't speak goblin language. Standing blankly in front of some blood-stained weapons. I don't know what this goblin without ears is thinking. The weapons of those powerful people that Yen had assassinated before are still there. As for why it's here, of course it's because Mom doesn't like selling anymore. Master Yen! At this time, a goblin holding a staff ran towards Yen. Hello, I'm your teammate this time. My name is Goblin Man. Goblin Man stretched out his hand, but did not get a response from Yi Yen. Yi Yen just glanced at Goblin Man indifferently. His sight fell on the Goblin Changdong, who was walking slowly towards him. Seeing this, Goblin Man withdrew his hand awkwardly. Although, I know it's hard to say what the general said. But he didn't expect that the other party didn't even give him a chance to speak. Why? Goblin Man sighed heavily. There is indeed a long way to go. Okay, if you have the weapons, follow me. This time I, the high-level goblin, will lead you and I will also be your captain. My name is Goblin Chaonong. You should feel honored by that. Goblin Chaonong was wearing a black suit, tilting a red tie that came from nowhere, and said proudly, Today, our mission is assigned by the general. After the words were spoken, there was silence, which was extremely awkward. Looking at the four goblins in front of him who were not supportive, Goblin Chaonong was so angry that he gritted his teeth. These damn low-level goblins really don't know how great the Goblin General is. Forget it, the big goblin doesn't care about the little goblin's mistakes. Today I'm going to take you to see the world, to our goblin factory. You don't know. Not killing people? Before Goblin Chaonong could finish his words, he was interrupted by a huge goblin holding a machete. In an instant, Goblin Chaonong's expression darkened. When was it your turn to interrupt me when I was talking? I just want to kill people. The big goblin went up to confront it, showing no sign of weakness. This? The goblin warrior on the side, looking at the two goblins about to fight, wanted to stop them, but his strength was limited. We can only place our hopes on the other two goblins. But they found that Yi Yen was looking at them with indifference, with no sign of taking any action at all. The other strange goblin kept staring at the blood-stained equipment, and no one knew what he was thinking. Oh my God! Goblin Man complained inwardly. Why did the general bring the five of them together? Well, we are all goblins. Goblin Knight went over and tried to stop the fight, but was scolded by the two goblins as soon as he opened his mouth. Shut up! This? Goblin Warrior retreated silently and wanted to retreat behind Yi Yen, but suddenly sensed danger and stopped beside Yi Yen. Oh! Goblin Chaonong looked at the big fool in front of him and chuckled. That's a pity. Our mission this time is not to kill people. If you don't obey orders, you can leave. After hearing what Goblin Chaonong said, the big goblin turned around and left without hesitation. But he was frozen by Goblin Chaonong's next words. If you don't obey my orders, then leave the goblin lair. This is what the Goblin General wants. Real? The big goblin turned around and looked at Goblin Chaonong with sharp eyes. You think I would lie about the Goblin General? Goblin Chaonong looked disdainful. It's just a goblin from a small nest, how dare you question its words? Normally, it would ignore these low-level goblins. But this was the order from the Goblin General, and he had no choice but to follow it. Follow the Goblin Chaonong, and come to a goblin's nest. This place is different from the goblin lair. As soon as you step in, you can feel the heat blowing towards you. The goblin in front of me is actually forging? Hey, goblin over there, please send some iron over here. There is none left. Then use the discarded sword. Goblins wearing red turbans shuttled through the fiery lair, transporting weapons. And this place is the Goblin Arsenal. The place responsible for weapons manufacturing. Whether it's a big nest or a small nest, apart from the weapons stolen from adventurers, almost all weapons are produced here. Goblin Chaonong spread his arms and explained to Yi Yen and the others. How's it? Awesome, right? Yi Yen did not listen to Goblin Chaonong's words. At this time, his eyes fell on something not far away. On one of the women who were captured by the goblins in their lair. Chapter 51. Caught again? Encounter. Goblin Arsenal. A burst of hot air hit my face, as if I was in a furnace. The surrounding stone walls were baked red, and in the center was a huge forging table with blazing flames that illuminated the entire space. The sultry air made the goblin's presence sweat profusely. Yi Yen couldn't help but squint his eyes, adapting to the sudden light, and looked around curiously. The goblin warrior on the side seemed to be thinking about something. Big Goblin looked at all this with deep confusion in his eyes. His hoarse voice echoed in the cave. Why should we waste precious resources to do these seemingly useless things? His voice was full of confusion and dissatisfaction. Wouldn't it be faster and more convenient to rob those adventurers of their weapons? We already have so many weapons looted from adventurers in our great lair, why would we bother making these? The big goblin didn't understand. Now many of the weapons they robbed from adventurers in their big nest are gathered in the armory to collect dust. Why waste energy doing this? It would be better to kill a few more humans. Drive humans out of this forest. Chang Dong heard this and shook his head slightly. His voice was calm and firm. The general said that we can't always rely on others. Only by mastering the technology of weapon manufacturing can we goblins truly become an independent group and no longer be controlled by others. After hearing this, the eldest goblin frowned even more. He didn't seem to fully understand what Chang Dong meant, but he nodded anyway, indicating that he accepted the explanation for the time being. Oh! Hearing this, the goblin warrior next to him suddenly realized. General, do you want us to get rid of our reliance on the adventurers' weapons? Besides, most of the weapons snatched from adventurers are made to suit their human characteristics. It's not suitable at all. We goblins. General, do you want to create a weapon that is unique to us? Really? Goblin Chang Dong also didn't understand. However, Goblin Chang Dong did not refute Goblin Man's words. After all, this guy is a goblin named after the Goblin General, so it's not surprising that he has his own opinions. Goblin Chang Dong is not stupid either. He knows that those who are chosen by the general to come here are undoubtedly special goblins. Ha! At this moment, a hearty laugh suddenly came from the cave. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a burly goblin slowly approaching with a huge hammer in his hand. A confident smile spread across its face and a proud gleam in its eyes. You're half right. A goblin holding a hammer slowly walked over. Let me introduce you to the person in charge of the arsenal, Goblin Hammer. Goblin Chang Dong stretched out his hand to introduce Yi Yan and other goblins behind him. Ha ha ha, just call me Brother Hammer. Goblin Hammer laughed and glanced at the goblins behind Goblin Chang Dong one by one. His gaze finally rested on Yi Yan, and a hint of doubt flashed across his eyes inadvertently. He actually sensed danger from this low-level goblin? You know, now it is in the mature stage and the growth stage, which are very different. There is also a big goblin that is bigger than the other goblins. Although not as strong as the one named Yi Yan, he also felt a little bit of danger. The remaining one was a strange goblin who was missing ears and had his mouth wide open with a look of disbelief since he came in. There was a smell on him that he hated. As for the goblin holding the staff, he was subconsciously ignored by the Goblin Hammer. It's not that they are not strong, but it is very rare among goblins to know magic. But this is nothing compared to the mature Goblin Hammer. Moreover, among these weirdos, he seems extremely mediocre. This combination is really interesting. I don't know what General Goblin wants to do. Goblin Hammer raised the corner of his mouth into a smile. That? Goblin Chang Dong hammered the goblin so hard that he was dumbfounded. He had no choice but to say, What does that mean, half and half? Ha ha, there's no rush for this. You've come all this way, take a rest first. I'll take you to see a big one tomorrow. When the time comes, I will definitely surprise you. The goblin smiled and waved his hand, calling the goblin Tai beside him to come over. Tai, come here and take them to their room to rest. Okay. Goblin Tai ran over, stretched out his hand and said with a smile. Please follow me. No, don't. At this moment, a series of shrill screams were heard from the door. Looking back, I saw a group of women who were captured by the goblins and taken to their lair. They were tied together, their eyes filled with fear and despair. The goblins' lustful gaze licked their bodies like a tongue. They were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Among these women, a familiar figure caught Yi Yan's attention. She was a woman in a blue dress, with long hair draped over her shoulders and a thick layer of dust covering her pretty face. But through the outline, Yi Yan easily recognized her. It was the woman who gave him the knife, Corey's. What is she doing here? Was he arrested again? The other party seemed to have noticed Yi Yan as well. The two looked at each other, and a hint of joy flashed in Reese's eyes, but it was quickly concealed in his gray eyes. Following, the captured girl slowly walked deeper into the nest. From time to time, women would escape and ask for help, even though they knew that no one would come to rescue them in such a place. But the instinct of survival still made them ask for help. Yen turned a blind eye to these pleas and requests for help, his eyes full of indifference. He has no interest in these. He didn't know how many times he had heard these voices asking for help, begging for mercy, and pleading. There are so many that even without training, I'd become numb. Therefore, during the assassination process, he always adhered to the principle of killing with one strike. Crunch, crunch! However, at this moment, beside Yen, the goblin without ears made a sharp, unpleasant sound and rushed towards the goblin holding the rope. Crunch, crunch! The earless goblin seemed to be saying something or roaring something. But no goblin could understand its chaotic barking. Naturally, no one cared about him. Damn it! Are you trying to steal our spoils? How dare you! Bang! A goblin went up and kicked the earless goblin in the abdomen without any mercy. With a dull thud, the earless goblin was kicked away and fell to the ground. The earless goblin struggled to get up from the ground, and the other goblin showed no mercy. Just when I was about to step on its head. Stop! Chapter 52. The earless goblin wants to save those women? Goblin Changong called out to the low-level goblin. After all, that earless goblin is also his subordinate, the goblin he leads. If he lets this goblin bully him at will, how will he survive in the future? Snort! When the low-level goblin saw that Goblin Changdong was of a higher class than him, he snorted coldly and didn't intend to pay any attention to him. From now on, don't pounce on women when you see them and try to catch them outside. They are our spoils of war, and we get to enjoy them first. This is our right. Or you can wait until we get tired of playing. Ha! A group of goblins laughed and looked with contempt at the earless goblin lying on the ground. Just as they were about to leave, the earless goblin slowly climbed up and grabbed the hand of the low-level goblin. Crack! The blood followed the trembling hand and dripped onto the hand of the low-level goblin. Crack! You bastard! The low-level goblin was angry because the little goblin had repeatedly tried to steal his things. This is challenging his bottom line. Bang! A slap landed on the earless goblin's face, but the hand was still holding tightly. There was no sign of a backhand. You! Goblin Changnong wanted to speak, but was pushed back by the low-level goblin. Look carefully, this guy is the one who wants to steal our things. The general said that personal property is more important than anything else. Even if I kill him now, you won't lose anything? After he finished speaking, the other low-level goblins stepped forward and confronted Goblin Changdong. Seeing so many low-level goblins, even Goblin Changdong was helpless. Bang bang bang. A moment. Bang bang bang. Punch after punch landed on the earless goblin's face. Even though he was hit hard and his face was bruised and swollen, the earless goblin never intended to let go. His face was so swollen that his facial features were almost invisible, and his eyes were cloudy and unclear. Crunch, crunch. A harsh and unpleasant sound came from his swollen mouth, like a rusty iron door being blown in the wind. He turned his head and looked at the panicked women behind him, with a hint of tenderness in his eyes. He tried to comfort them with his distorted lip movements. However, that look made people feel even more disgusted and hateful. When the women saw the earless goblin in this state, fear and disgust mixed in their hearts. Their eyes were filled with deep hatred for the goblin, as if they wanted to eat him alive. You bastard! A low-level goblin saw this and roared angrily. He swung the long knife in his hand and slashed at the earless goblin fiercely. The blade flashed with cold light, as if it was going to split the earless goblin's head in half. However, at this critical moment, the earless goblin smiled with relief. He seemed to no longer be afraid of death, and even looked forward to this moment. He closed his eyes and waited for the fatal blow to fall. However, the expected slash did not come. A strong and powerful hand suddenly appeared in front of the earless goblin and firmly grasped the long knife. The owner of that hand was a big goblin with a burly figure. He stared at the earless goblin, a gleam of admiration in his eyes. Little goblin, you may be weak, but you have rare courage. The low-level goblin was angry and wanted to pull the knife back, but found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move it at all. This guy's power is too great. Let go. Snort! Facing the low-level goblins, the big goblin snorted in annoyance. You stupid fellow, you actually pointed the knife at your companion. If you have this much energy, you might as well kill a few more humans. Ha! Which goblin could tolerate being scolded by the big goblin for no reason? Who are you? Why should you educate me? Brothers, come on. Huff, huff, huff. The low-level goblin roared and rushed towards the big goblin. Bang! However, his strength seemed so insignificant in front of the big goblin. The big goblin just swung his fist lightly, and the low-level goblin flew out like a kite with a broken string, drawing a graceful arc before falling heavily to the ground. Bang! It fell to the ground. Gulong! The other goblins swallowed their saliva upon seeing this. They looked at the big goblin's strong fist and felt an inexplicable awe in their hearts. You can't do this! This guy violated the rules and tried to steal our things. Seeing that he couldn't win, the goblin started to reason with the big goblin. So what? But the big goblin had no intention of preaching to them the so-called great principles. Huh? The low-level goblin's eyes widened. No, you don't have any tricks at all? You guys just give him a woman, there are so many of you anyway. No. The low-level goblin wanted to say something, but was interrupted. What's wrong? The big goblin glared at the low-level goblins fiercely. Then, they saw that except for Yi-Yan, Goblin Changdong, and other goblins all stepped forward and stood behind the big goblin. Damn it! We'll fight you. So, after the friendly exchange between the big goblin, help the earless goblin and get a little girl about 13 or 14 years old. In their words, it's small and boring to play. Wait! However, just as those low-level goblins were about to leave, the goblin Tai, who had been silent, spoke up. What's wrong? Master Tai. When they saw Goblin Tai, the goblins immediately put on fawning smiles and tried to please him. After all, this Goblin Tai is the disciple of the big goblin Hammer here. Didn't you see how many of them there were? Goblin Tai laughed and said, How can it be enough for you to leave a woman behind? Ah, this. Hearing Goblin Tai's words, the low-level goblins felt great pain. It looks like there will be another heavy bleeding. They dared to challenge the Goblin Changong only because they relied on their numbers, and he was not a goblin from this nest. But if they dare to challenge Goblin Iron, they will probably have no good days in the future. Hee hee, what Mr. Tai said is... The low-level goblin smiled on his face, but in his heart he had already cursed Goblin Tai countless times. If you had told me earlier, wouldn't they have handed it over long ago? What a waste of their expressions. They are stupid, but they can see it. They were being used as a touchstone by Goblin Iron to test the strength of the people in front of them. Looking at these goblins in front of you, aren't they simple? What's the point of this? Without hesitation, the goblins left behind 4 more women, all of whom were very beautiful. This reduced the number of women captured to half. Chapter 53 The Runaway Nun, Vidona. This made the low-level goblins feel very distressed. How are we going to divide these women among ourselves? Of course, how long they can play and whether they die or not depends on their bodies. Hey hey. A group of low-level goblins, smiling obscenely. Only the goblin who had just crawled up from the ground after being knocked away by the big goblin had a gloomy face. He stared at the big goblin and the others, taking pictures of their appearance. Thought. Its big brother is a high-level goblin, and this is his territory, so he must make them pay. Because this place is far away from the big nest, some of the general's laws are of no use at all. Goblin Iron is coming again, for women. Goblin Changdong, Big Goblin, Goblin Xia Yi-Yan, and 1 goblin. Hee hee, that's quite good. Goblin Changdong held the woman in his arms and walked into the room under the guidance of Goblin Tai. The earless goblin was lying on the ground, looking up at the ceiling, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. He is really useless. He can't do anything well and can't achieve anything. Well, that... At this moment, a timid voice interrupted his thoughts. He turned his head and saw a girl of about 13 or 14 looking at him with fear. The girl wanted to run, but there were evil goblins everywhere. Where could she run to? It would be better to follow her feeling and stay with this goblin who fights with those goblins for her. She feels that this goblin is not that bad. Crack! Yes. He couldn't fall down yet. He wanted revenge, although he didn't know where the strange goblin was. In fact, in the eyes of some people, they can't tell which goblin is which goblin. For example, among hundreds of pigs, can you accurately tell which pig it is? The same goes for goblins. To humans, they look pretty much the same. But so what? Besides, if he fell, the girl in front of him would be raped by those goblins. He stood up from the ground in front of the earless goblin. Suddenly, his legs went weak and he was about to fall, but fortunately the big goblin acted in time and stopped the earless goblin. Be careful, your injury hasn't healed yet. The big goblin looked rough on the outside but was actually very delicate on the inside. He carefully supported the earless goblin. Crack! The earless goblin looked at the big goblin and called out in thanks. It seems that not all goblins are evil goblins. Ha ha ha, I don't understand what you are saying. But you are really weird. You don't even know goblin. The big goblin laughed, not taking this matter seriously at all. Seeing this, the earless goblin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then his eyes fell on the woman next to the big goblin. As if noticing the earless goblin's gaze, the big goblin asked, "Why is one not enough? Do you want this one too?" The earless goblin looked at the woman, and was stunned for a moment. However, because of this dullness, the big goblin thought that he didn't want it. "Oh no, there's no point in keeping it." As soon as he finished speaking, the big goblin chopped off the woman's head with one blow, almost without hesitation. The earless goblin opened his eyes wide, filled with fear and anger. Bang! The woman's head fell from the air, an expression of horror frozen on her face forever. How disgusting! I don't know why those goblins captured these humans. The big goblin's face was filled with disgust. We should kill them all. Kill all those humans who tried to invade our goblin territory. You said so. As he spoke, the big goblin stretched out his hand and tried to put it on the earless goblin's shoulder. Bang! But he was slapped away by the earless goblin. Crack! The earless goblin roared angrily at the big goblin. Oh, you want it? Big Brother Blin touched his head and said innocently. Why didn't you say so earlier? It's nothing serious. Crunch! It seemed that the earless goblin was having trouble communicating with the big goblin. He pulled the dazed girl and walked into his room. Bang! The door was slammed shut. Seeing that the earless goblin was angry, the big goblin scratched his head. As for a little human being, is he wrong? No. He is not wrong. If it weren't for those humans, his brother wouldn't have died. Originally, they were fine in their little nest, but everything changed since that day. However, they did not harm anyone. In the eyes of humans, the goblins were the representatives of evil. As if killing them is showing justice? Ridiculous. This is your room. Goblin Tai pointed to the room with 01 written on the side. Yin nodded and walked in, just when the door was about to close. Well, that. A woman in a long dress stood trembling at the door with her head lowered. Yin just glanced at the woman indifferently. Without any hesitation, he closed the door. The woman, Vidona, stood in front of the door and blinked her crystal eyes, not knowing what the goblin in the room wanted to do. Could she possibly escape? But this place is full of goblins, can she really escape? The guards were all dead. And she was just an ordinary nun in the church who could only assist and bless. But, looking at the closed door, Vidona thought maybe she could give it a try. Quietly, Vidona left the doorway and headed towards the entrance to the lair. Along the way, for some reason, perhaps because he was lucky, he did not encounter any goblins. Ah, don't. Please spare me, I can't take it anymore. At this moment, a miserable cry was heard from not far away. She was very familiar with that voice. It belonged to her companion, one of the women who was taken away by those low-level goblins. The source of the sound came from the house without a light door in front. Gulong. Vidona swallowed. If she wanted to get out, she had to go through the entrance. So she approached cautiously, perhaps out of curiosity, or perhaps out of concern for her good friend. She took a quick look and then just froze in place. There were several corpses in the room. They died in extremely cruel ways, with blood coming out of all their orifices, and there was a strange liquid mixed in their blood. The lower body itself is even more horrible. Vidona couldn't even recognize him, and the only person still alive in the room was her friend. It is being penetrated through 3 holes and 4 entrances. Those eyes were cloudy and unclear, already filled with despair for the future. Woo! At this moment, the woman seemed to see something. Her eyes widened, staring at the door and screaming. But because something was stuffed in his mouth, he couldn't scream. However, this movement was enough to attract the goblin's attention. Oh no! Vidona felt something was wrong. When she saw the goblin's gaze, she ran away without any hesitation. Bang! However, a pair of hands suddenly stretched out from behind her, grabbed her neck, and lifted her up in an instant. Chapter 54. Breaking into Ian's room, Khalees. Ha! The goblin's laughter echoed in the dark corridor, full of arrogance and obscenity. He grabbed Vidona's neck fiercely with one hand and used the other hand to exert force on her weak shoulders, pressing her against the wall. A smug smile spread across the goblin's face, and his deep-set green eyes flashed with an obscene light. I really didn't expect that I would encounter such a surprise even when going to the toilet. The goblin's voice was low and hoarse, like the whisper of a demon from the depths of hell. He stared at Vidona, his eyes gleaming with greed, as if he wanted to devour her whole. I remember you. You are the woman who was separated. A sinister smile appeared on Goblin's face. I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon. It's really fate. Vidona's legs struggled weakly in the air, her eyes filled with fear and despair. She tried to break free from the goblin's grip, but the force was too strong for her and her efforts were in vain. Am I going to die here? Vidona's heart was filled with fear and despair. She recalled what happened in the room. The scenes of being ravaged and insulted by the goblins were vivid in her mind. Perhaps, dying now would be a relief. Ha ha ha, Goblin Bew, you did a great job! At this time, low-level goblins slowly walked out of the door. Their eyes swept over Vidona's body in an obscene manner, as if they were looking at an object that was left for them to vent their anger on. Hey, let me see this woman's body! Goblin laughed loudly and reached out to tear off Vidona's clothes. No, don't! Bang! Vidona swung her feet and kicked Goblin Bew in the face with all her strength. The kick came suddenly and fiercely, and the goblin was completely unprepared. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. Damn it! Goblin Bew cursed and threw Vidona against the wall. With a loud bang, Vidona's body hit the wall hard and a mouthful of blood spurted out of her mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Vidona coughed in pain. Her body had been badly damaged. Can you do it, Goblin? The goblin on the side laughed sarcastically when he saw this. The goblin was provoked by this and immediately became furious. He could not stand such an insult and shouted, I'm going to show you now if my Goblin Bew can do it. After saying that, he turned and walked towards Vidona, with a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Looking at the goblin approaching slowly, Vidona looked desperate. Could it be that she was going to be raped by these hideous goblins in this dark cave and die miserably? Her heart was filled with fear and despair, and her thoughts were like flying snowflakes, chaotic and disorganized. For her, such a future is even more terrifying than death. She would rather face death than suffer endless humiliation and torture here. Thinking of this, Vidona stood up suddenly and slammed into the cold stone wall with all her strength. However, just as she was about to collide, a strong arm suddenly reached out and grabbed her shoulder tightly. If you were to hit it like this, wouldn't you be dead? Goblin Bew's voice sounded in her ears, with a hint of evil and lust. If you die, it won't be fun anymore, right? He approached her slowly, his eyes gleaming with greed. Vidona's heart was filled with despair. Now, she couldn't even die if she wanted to. She struggled helplessly, tears welling up in her eyes. Just as Goblin was about to tear her clothes off, an angry shout suddenly rang out, stopping him abruptly. What are you doing? I saw Goblin Iron, holding a huge hammer, slowly walking towards me. There was a hint of anger on his face, and he stared at Goblin Bew and Vidona with sharp eyes. Goblin Bew was startled and quickly explained. We are teaching this woman a lesson, and she actually wants to escape. You really don't know how to live or die. Several goblins beside him also echoed. Master Tai, don't worry, I'll take her back to her room and lock her up. Goblin Bew tries to calm Goblin Iron's anger. I won't bother you, Lord Tai. After he said that, he prepared to leave with Vidona. However, just as they were about to turn around, Goblin Tai called them. Wait. There was a hint of doubt in his voice. Aren't you Yan's slave woman? His eyes fell on Vidona, and his brows were furrowed. Why are you here? He asked. At this time, Vidona was so frightened that she was trembling and did not answer. Goblin Tai remembered what his boss said, that Yi Yan was a person who could not be offended. He had an idea and decided to take Vidona away. I took it away, he said coldly. Huh! Goblin Bew and the other goblins were stunned. They didn't expect Goblin Tai to suddenly intervene in this matter. What? Do you have any objections? Goblin Tai swept his eyes over them with a hint of threat in his tone. No. Goblin Bew shook his head quickly. How could they dare to have any objections? Damn it! They cursed in their hearts. This woman who changed hands ran away again. However, under the majesty of Goblin Iron, they could only watch Vidona being taken away. At this time, in the goblin's lair. 01 inside the room. Yi Yan slowly opened his eyes. Come out! Ha, I really can't hide it from the boss. Khalees smiled faintly, slowly walked out from the corner, and spread his hands. To be honest, sir, I am here to destroy this place, Corey said, looking at Yi Yan. Originally her task was to visit the entire nest and draw a map. This kind of thing is extremely painful for her, who has a poor sense of direction. But in the Adventurers Guild, he is the only one who can come and go freely in the goblin's lair without being discovered. Then, she didn't expect to meet the big boss here. Since you are here, you must be familiar with this place. That way, she wouldn't have to run all over the nest. Khalees looked at Yi Yan with eyes full of expectation. Yi Yan also looked at her, and their eyes met. Shouldn't I say something at this time? Corey's felt a little embarrassed as he thought so. Finally, it was Collis who broke the silence. Well, so boss, do you have any information about this place, maps, etc.? Certainly. If you are willing to help me, I am willing to give you half of the reward for this mission. Chapter 55, Ring, Help. Mission reward? Yi Yan turned his head, not knowing what he was saying. Just when Yi Yan was hesitating. But Reese thought Yi Yan was not satisfied with the share, so he immediately said, How about 6 or 4? You 6 and I 4. Yi Yan looked at her silently. 73, no more, Chris said with a look of pain on his face and tears in his eyes. Yi Yan looked at her silently. 82, it really can't go any lower. Corey's wanted to cry but had no tears, and choked with sobs in the drawer. Mission reward? Yi Yan didn't understand what this guy was talking about. However, it feels like the same task his mother gave him. But isn't the goal of the mission to kill people? Why are there still people drawing maps? Seeing that Yi Yan finally spoke, Khaleesi thought that Yi Yan agreed, and immediately said, My mission is to get the map here. It would be even better if I could investigate the defense force and garrison situation here. The mission reward is 1,000 gold coins. Corey's looked excited. 3 gold coins are already an ordinary person's monthly income. 300 coins equal 100 months. And she could get such a generous reward just by drawing a map. It was really a great deal. But this task is only possible for people like Collis who have practiced concealment to the extreme. Gold? Yi Yan didn't know what these 1,000 gold coins contained. Is that thing edible? The goblins are of no use either. It's not as good as some food. Of course it would be a different story if there were good weapons. Thinking of this, Yi Yan's gaze couldn't help but fall on the ring on Collis's hand. From the ring, Yi Yan could feel a vague, mysterious fluctuation. It was very similar to the mysterious feeling inside him. Seeing Yi Yan's gaze, Khalees clenched the ring on his hand, fearing that Yi Yan would take it away. That? That won't work. This is a very precious space ring that can store 3 cubic meters of things. It's worth thousands of gold coins outside. Yi Yan stared at Khalees blankly without saying anything. But Yi Yan's gaze has already put tremendous pressure on Khalees. He was afraid that this big guy would get angry and kill him. You know, apart from her strong concealment, her other fighting abilities are extremely weak. They all rely on stealth to fight, but this fighting method has no effect on Yi Yan, who also has the same means. That's right, the moment a thief reveals his shadow, he's already halfway lost. Finally, Corey's gave in and held it out. For you. Corey's was in tears. Every time I meet this big guy, I always order nothing. Woo woo woo. She is really so pitiful. No, he is so powerful, why would he need things from a junior like her? Woo woo woo. Fortunately, her home has a matching one. However, it's also a loss. After completing the mission and returning, she was determined to rip off the old man. It would take thousands of gold coins to do this. Corey's thought so. At this time, President Jory of the Adventurers Guild in the small town sneezed. Who is scolding me? Yi Yan took the ring and looked at it curiously. Following the magical wave, injected in. The next moment, with the infusion of magic power, the dagger in Yi Yan's hand disappeared. Yi Yan widened his eyes, feeling very incredible. I never thought that there would be such a convenient ring in this world. So, how do you get it out? Yi Yan didn't think too much and almost subconsciously injected magic power into the ring. The next moment, the dagger was taken out of the ring. Then, it appeared again and disappeared again. For a while, Yi Yan was having a lot of fun. However, it didn't take long before Yi Yan felt tired. This thing also consumes physical energy? Yi Yan didn't quite understand. But that doesn't stop me from liking this thing. It's so convenient. I remembered a lot of new assassination methods. Khalees felt strange looking at Yi Yan like this. How come the big guy is like a kid? Are all big guys like this? Corey's doesn't understand, but Corey's can learn. If he could be like the big boss, then wouldn't Corey's also be able to become stronger? Boom boom boom. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, interrupting Khalees's fantasy. In the room, Yi Yan and Khalees looked at each other. Khalees gave Yi Yan an expression that said, I understand. So he activated his skill and hid himself. Boom boom boom. There was another knock on the door. Is Yi Yan asleep? A familiar voice came from behind the door. Yi Yan clenched the dagger and opened the door. Standing at the door were the Goblin Tai and Vidona. I helped you get the slave back. As he spoke, Goblin Tai pushed Vidona beside him forward. Vidona looked dazed, with her head lowered and her pupils dilated. Yi Yan took a look and said without any reaction, I have no slaves. Oh. Goblin Tai narrowed his eyes slightly. Does that mean this woman was really driven out? I didn't expect that there was this kind of thing among goblins. But it doesn't matter, it's not a problem for him to come and enjoy himself. Just when Yi Yan was about to close the door, Yi Yan suddenly felt something, let go and grabbed the hand that Vidona extended. The dagger in the other hand was still tightly grasped, as if there was something wrong with the girl in front of him. Even if he felt murderous intent, Yi Yan would ruthlessly chop off the girl's head. However, contrary to his expectations, the hand the girl stretched out to him was not a sign of attack. Feeling the girl's hands trembling, Yi Yan set his gaze on the girl again. I saw drops of tears falling from Vidona's delicate and white face. No, don't. Vidona stretched out her other hand and held Yi Yan tightly. It is obvious that he regards Yi Yan as his last straw. This feeling was magical. No one had ever treated him like this before, so Yi Yan did not dodge this time. Don't want, Vidona cried. If I were taken there, I would never do it. It's better to be attacked by just one goblin than by so many goblins. Please save me. But in the face of Vidona's call for help, Yi Yan remained indifferent and let her go. From now on, no matter what you asked me to do, I can do it. Vidona grabbed her breasts with one hand and pressed the middle of her skirt with the other, with a look of shame on her face. It makes people want to bully her. But for Yi Yan, this was just like playing the lute to a cow. Don't want. Hearing Yi Yan's decisive voice, even Corey's, who was hiding in the room nearby, couldn't help but feel shocked by the boss's decisiveness. However, Corey's could understand it. After all, the boss's mission was to lurk in the lair. If at this time something happened because of helping Vidona, that would be a waste of time. As for miserable? There are many things in this world that are worse than hers, but Reese has seen a lot. If we help one by one, we never know when it will be over. Just by looking at the material of the clothes the woman was wearing, you could tell she was of noble birth. Perhaps, entering the goblin's lair was her most unlucky experience. Kalas hated these nobles. Chapter 56, Dragged into the room, a man and two women. Seeing this guy actually like this. Goblin Tai looked at Yi Yan curiously. He was indeed a strange goblin. I'm not lustful. Remembering what his teacher said, Goblin Tai just nodded. Maybe he's tired of playing. After all, he is someone the goblin general values, so how could he lack women? Okay, I'll take it away. Goblin Iron laughed. As he was about to take Vidona away, Vidona, who had been in a daze, dodged him. No, don't. Tears fell from Vidona's smooth cheeks. I should have known not to take on that elf's mission. Vidona sobbed and regretted taking on this task. If I hadn't taken on this mission, she wouldn't have to come to the Xingyun forest, wouldn't have encountered those terrible bandits, and the guards around her wouldn't have died. Otherwise, how could they catch him with those low-level goblins? Elf? Hearing the familiar words coming from the woman's mouth, Yi Yan hesitated for a second and quickly nodded. Wait, I want it. Huh? Goblin Tai was shocked, and before he could react, the newly acquired Vidona was pulled into the room by Yi Yan. Only Goblin Tai was left standing alone in the air, feeling messy. No, this? Goblin Tai wanted to say something, but shook his head helplessly. Turn around and leave. Goblins are lustful, that's right. This way, it is easier to control. Goblin Tai smiled darkly, walked to the room and opened a door. By the window of the door sat an extremely beautiful girl. She was wearing a gorgeous long dress and sitting there, like an angel descending to the earth, without a speck of dust on her face. However, such a woman had a dull look in her eyes. Facing the incoming Goblin Tai, there was no emotion on his face. I'm back, wife. Goblin Tai put on a gentle smile and closed the door silently. Door number 03. Well, that. At this moment, inside the room, Vidona's eyes widened, and she looked at Yi Yan in front of her with astonishment. She never expected that the goblin would suddenly grab her and bring her back into this enclosed space. She was filled with confusion, not understanding why his decision was so unexpected. Until she saw Yi Yan's eyes were fixed on her. This feeling of being watched made Vidona feel uncomfortable. At this moment, she bit her lower lip as if she had just woken up from a dream, and an expression of enlightenment appeared on her face. Then, she slowly began to take off her clothes. Sure enough, all goblins are the same. As she took off her clothes, her face flushed slightly, and she lowered her head shyly. It's my first time, she whispered, her voice filled with nervousness. The first time? Yi Yan was puzzled. What was that? And why did she suddenly take off her clothes? Is it because it's too hot? Vidona seemed to see Yi Yan's confusion. She gritted her teeth and nodded, and the blush on her body became more obvious. Then she said softly, So, please be gentle. A little more gently? Yi Yan really couldn't understand what she was talking about. The reason why she was allowed in was simply because she seemed to have mentioned the elves. And his mother, it seems? However, Yi Yan's silence had another meaning to Vidona. I remembered the things in the picture book. The blush on Vidona's face deepened. Just when he was about to take the underwear, Corey's suddenly appeared. Wait a minute! Corey's voice interrupted the confrontation between the two and broke the awkward and tense atmosphere. If you want to do it, you have to wait until I leave. Corey's covered his eyes, looking shy. The eyes that emerged from the gap between the fingertips looked back and forth between Vidona and Yi Yan, filled with resentment. These two people are so shameless. He actually did such and such things in front of such an ignorant, innocent girl. This, Who can withstand this? Human? When she saw Chris suddenly appear in the room, Vidona was dumbfounded. She really couldn't understand why humans appeared here. Can I run? However, the joy did not last long. Collis waved his hand and said goodbye to them. Okay, then I'll be leaving. No, it's not. Vidona wanted to say something and run away with him, but was interrupted by Corey's. However, let me remind you, miss, that may not be what the boss meant. As soon as he finished speaking, Collis opened the door and his figure disappeared as if he had never existed. That's not what I meant, sir. Doubts arose in Vidona's mind. Yen looked at the time and said without much hesitation. You just said that you received a mission from the elves. What's going on? Vidona didn't expect that Yen would be interested in this. You lied to me? Seeing Vidona standing there stupidly without saying anything, Yen couldn't help but frown, and the surroundings instantly became cold. Of course not. Seeing that Yen was about to get angry, Vidona didn't care about anything else and said directly. The reason I entered this forest was because I received a mission from a team composed entirely of elves. Made up entirely of elves? Yen did not speak, and Vidona continued. And the mission is to find the elf named Victoria. Hearing his mother's name, Yen's cold gaze fell on Vidona, making Vidona shudder. Are you sure this is your name? Vidona nodded desperately. Seeing this, Yen didn't say anything else, but said to Vidona. You can stay here. No one should come in here. After saying that, Yen walked out of the room. Are they looking for their mother? That is to say, are they mom's companions? If I tell my mother, she will be very happy. Snap! Bang! It wasn't until the door was closed that Vidona came to her senses. Is she okay? Whether in picture books or from what we hear, aren't goblins all evil, dirty, lustful, and low-level monsters? Vidona looked down at herself, stripped down to her underwear, revealing her white and plump body. A trace of dissatisfaction and resentment crept into her heart. Is she really that unattractive? Suddenly, Vidona thought of something. In the picture book, aren't there many goblins who fall in love with elves? In other words, that guy was sent by the elf. No wonder he reacted so strongly when he heard the elf. Vidona nodded to herself, and found a reason for herself. So, the goblin wouldn't touch her. It's definitely not that she has no charm. That guy just likes elves. However, why are most picture books about elves and goblins? Vidona held the clothes in her arms, looked at the door, and suddenly reacted. Can she escape? Just as I stretched out my hand, I thought of what I had discovered not long ago and pulled my hand back. There are goblins everywhere here. How can she escape by herself? Vidona smiled bitterly. He glanced at the bed, lay down, and recalled Yen's eyes. That look was different from the goblins before. There was no desire in it. Perhaps, staying here is relatively safe for her. Chapter 57 Skills Shadow Clone? At this time, Corys, who walked out of Yen's room, hesitated for a moment. Suddenly I thought of something. That's right. Someone asked him to deliver a message. It's really incredible that there is someone in the goblin's lair who needs to deliver a message. Could it be that there are people here who are the same as the big boss? Without giving it much thought, Collis had already arrived at room 03 as agreed. Knocked gently a few times. In the evening, night falls. Yen just walked out of the cave. Unexpectedly, they encountered the low-level goblins who had clashed with the earless goblin during the day. The goblin leading the group was none other than Goblin Boo. The other party also saw Yen. Hey, our distinguished guest, what are you doing so late at night? Goblin Boo walked towards Yen with a smile on his face. Just as he was about to pat Yen's shoulder, Yen dodged. Seeing this, Goblin Boo couldn't help but frown. Is this guy looking down on me? These high-level goblins are always like this. Goblin Boo's fists hardened. However, he is different now. Where are you going? We're planning on going out hunting. Do you want to come with us? Goblin Boo suppressed the anger in his heart and spread his arms. I'm really awesome! As he finished speaking, the shadow under the goblin began to twist, and then he actually stood up from the ground. Well, well? Goblin Boo proudly showed off the skills he had recently acquired. My shadow can lurk among shadows. Yi Yan glanced at Goblin Boo out of curiosity. He looked up at the bright moon, then glanced at the goblin behind Goblin Boo. The judgment was made in an instant. Well, killing them all would be a waste of time. Thinking of this, Yi Yan ignored the Goblin Boo who was proudly showing off his acquired skills and walked past. Seeing Yi Yan walking past him, a hint of viciousness flashed in Goblin's eyes. This guy is even more annoying than that persistent earless goblin. As the lowest level goblin, he had always been looked down upon and despised by other goblins. Even the high-ranking goblin didn't even look at him. Why? We are all goblins, why are you looking at me like that? It's just that I was born better, that's not a big deal. However, no matter how unwilling he was or how hard he tried, it was still like that. Unable to exceed the limits of his race, he will be a goblin of the lowest level his entire life. In other words, no matter how hard he tried, he could not defeat those high-level goblins. This is the difference in bloodline. Until he acquired the skill of Shadow Clone, he gained power that was on par with those high-level goblins. Also obtained the same status. Those goblins who looked down on him before, they all looked at him with admiration, and those high-ranking goblins who had previously looked at him in the face no longer ignored him. At this moment, he finally understood how great it was to be in a high position. From then on, no one looked down on or ignored him. Even those low-level goblins would involuntarily approach him. This feeling is really, really great. People admire the strong. This is especially true for beasts and monsters, which are mostly wild. However, why is this kid ignoring him now? Goblin Boo stared fiercely at Yi Yan who was about to leave. Wait, how about we? You don't know, there are a lot of adventurers outside right now. Goblin Boo immediately put on a flattering expression and followed with his team. Seeing this, Yi Yan just glanced at it lightly and ignored it. Let the goblins follow you. That's just right, it can be used as a shield. I'm telling you. I don't know what's going on around here, there are adventurers everywhere. The goblin kept making crunching and grunting noises. At this time, they had been walking for quite a long time. It was already some distance away from the goblin's nest. Seeing that the time and place were right, Goblin Boo gave a look to the goblin next to him. After finding the right opportunity, he said, Go ahead, let this little goblin who dared to steal our woman see how powerful we are. The next moment, the goblin beside Yi Yan suddenly jumped up, rushed towards Yi Yan. But they are looking for opportunities, and so is Yi Yan. These little movements along the way were very useful to Yi Yan, who was proficient in assassination and understood their behaviors. It couldn't be clearer. Brush. In just a moment, Yi Yan killed the goblin in front of him and rushed to the goblin. What? Goblin was shocked. I didn't expect that this goblin Yi Yan was so fierce. I originally thought that among all the goblins, except for the earless goblin, this guy should be the easiest to deal with. Could it be that he made a mistake in judgment? But so what? Goblin Boo smiled slightly and took a step back. You are too young to kill me. Brush. The goblin shadow that had been hiding on Yi Yan's shadow suddenly appeared from behind Yi Yan. The pitch-black broadsword was now pointed at Yi Yan's neck. Even a high-level goblin in its growth stage would not be able to avoid this distance. Just when Goblin thought he had won. Just as the pitch-black sword was about to chop off Yi Yan's neck, Yi Yan's body suddenly turned ink-black, as if he had turned into a shadow. Then the big knife made of shadows actually penetrated through. What? The goblin was shocked, and without hesitation, he immediately summoned a shadow to appear in front of him to resist. However, as Yi Yan touched the shadow, the next moment, Yi Yan's entire body merged into the shadow. Wait until it appears again. He had already stepped over the shadow and arrived in front of the goblin. The pitch-black dagger shone with a silvery white light. No! Goblin, trying to escape. But it was too late. Yi Yan, who had recovered from the stealth state, had already pointed the dagger at the goblin's neck. Brush. A silver blade flashed by. Blood splattered everywhere as the goblin's head floated towards control. The sound of the world rang in Yi Yan's mind. Congratulations on killing the goblin. Based on the effect of your skill, predation, you gained 1 point of strength. Congratulations on killing the goblin. Based on the effect of your skill, predation, you have obtained the goblin's skill, shadow clone. Bang! As the goblin cloth head fell, the goblins finally reacted. This guy actually killed the goblin? And it happened in an instant. What kind of monster is this? You know, Goblin Boo has the skill of shadow clone, so even if a high-level goblin wants to kill him, it is not that easy. Because of the strangeness of the skills, you may even be killed if you are not careful. You goblin, you are so abominable. They actually killed their own kind. The low-level goblins gathered together and put a hat on Yi Yan first. Everyone charge! Facing the rushing goblins, Yi Yan remained calm, as he already had the skills. There was no need for him to play with these goblins. Yi Yan clenched the dagger in his hand. The dagger flashed coldly under the moonlight. There are goblins here! At this moment, the adventurer's voice suddenly came. Finally found it? Yi Yan glanced at the adventurers rushing over and turned around immediately. Suddenly, Yi Yan realized something and hid behind. Cats! Bang! A bolt of lightning struck the place where Yi Yan was just now, creating a small hole. Yi Yan looked back, remembered the goblin that struck with lightning, then turned and left. Almost at the same time, a figure followed and chased after Yi Yan. Chapter 58. Encounter a human adventurer and identify the holder. It's a goblin? Don't let them get away! A group of adventurers rushed towards Yi Yan and his group. Seeing this, Yi Yan chose to leave without any hesitation. Crunch! Crunch! Seeing Yi Yan actually ran away when he saw humans. The low-level goblin cursed Yi Yan as a waste. Then, crunch! Crunch! He faced the adventurer head-on. The two engaged in a fierce confrontation. The adventurers are very strong, but the number of low-level goblins should not be underestimated. An adventurer, Archer Arna. Seeing Yi Yan, he chased after him without any hesitation. Damn it! There was an unknown emotion in Arna's eyes. Ignoring the calls of his companions behind him, he caught up. Yi Yan turned around and glanced at Arna. He deliberately slowed down his pace to lure her deeper into the jungle. Stand up! Arna shouted, her voice echoing through the woods. She pulled the longbow and launched a fierce attack on Yi Yan. Arrows shot towards Yi Yan like raindrops. However, Yi Yan was like a ghost, always dodging cleverly when she was about to hit him. Kill him obediently! Arna roared, her voice loud but unusually calm. All the arrows shot missed Yi Yan's vital points. The next moment, just as she was about to attack again. But he found that Yi Yan suddenly disappeared. Arna looked around but didn't see any trace of Yi Yan. You want to kill me? Suddenly, Yi Yan's voice came from behind Arna, scaring her so much that she trembled all over. She turned around and saw Yi Yan standing not far away, staring at her coldly. Arna was surprised to find out. This goblin can actually speak human language. She was confused. Could it be that this goblin was a superior species? However, when she looked at Yi Yan carefully. But he found that he did not have the aura of a superior species. Suddenly, Arna realized. Could it be that this goblin is a special individual? In every ethnic group, there are always a few special individuals who are different from ordinary people in some aspects. And the goblin in front of him was obviously such a special existence. This makes sense. Certainly. Arna replied coldly. Killing monsters is the mission of us adventurers. Yi Yan did not respond, but stared at Arna closely, as if he was looking at something. Arna felt a little frightened by Yi Yan's gaze and took a step back involuntarily. However, Yi Yan had no intention of letting her go. He continued to ask. What's wrong? Are you scared? Arna pretended to be calm and replied. I'm not scared. But her trembling voice betrayed her. Yi Yan ignored her answer and continued. I can see no murderous intent in your eyes. Arna was stunned by Yi Yan's words. She didn't know what to say. Thinking of his mother's words and the arrow that had deflected from his vital point, Yi Yan continued. So I won't kill you. Having said that, Yi Yan turned and left. Arna was left alone, standing there in a daze. watching Yi Yan's figure gradually walking away until it disappeared at the end of his sight. Arna felt her legs were as heavy as if they were filled with lead. Unable to support herself, she suddenly fell to the ground. Hoo hoo hoo! Arna was breathing heavily, her heart beating wildly, as if she had just escaped from the brink of life and death. She never imagined that such a terrible monster existed in this world. Yi Yan showed murderous intent at that moment, which almost overwhelmed her and made her unable to even think of resisting. What on earth is going on with that damn attribute? Arna muttered, her eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. She stared down at her hands, a strange light flashing in her eyes. The next moment, the voice of the world rang in her ears. You activated the skill, Identify, and the information about identifying the individual Arna appeared in your eyes. As the sound fell, a string of data appeared in front of her eyes, which was detailed information about herself. Name Arna. Race human. Stage growth stage. Strength 25. Speed 30. Stamina 20. Mana 30. Skill Identification. Talent Magic Mastery. Arna looked at the data and couldn't help feeling a little bitter. Although her panel values already exceed most people. But compared to Yi Yan, it is so insignificant. That guy's panel is almost twice as big as mine. Name Yi Yan. Race, a special individual of low-level goblin. Stage growth. Strength 56, up from 30 to 100. Speed 57, up from 30 to 100. Constitution 50, upper limit from 30 to 100. Mana 14, cap increased from 30 to 100. Evolution points 1. Skills Shadow, Shadow Clone, Lightning Strike, Fireball E. Special skills. Talents, Concealed Breath, Language Proficiency, Magic Affinity, Self-Healing B, Strength Enhancement C, Speed Enhancement C, Magic Control D, Physical Enhancement C, Beast Intuition B, Perception D. Special Talent, Seed of the King, Limit Breakthrough. You know, improving numbers is not as simple as addition. Also, what about those extraordinary talents and skills? And there's that question mark. I've never heard of such a sign before. She frowned and thought, her heart full of doubts. What shocked her even more was, Yi Yan also has a special talent called Seed of the King. This talent was something she had never seen or heard of before. This is so abnormal. When did goblins have such a thing? Arna murmured to herself, her heart filled with anxiety and doubt. The other side. At this time, most of the adventurers were lying on the ground, unable to move due to physical exhaustion or injuries. Only one Deldel holding a great sword and a goblin stood. Most of the remaining goblins were killed on the ground. In this case, the situation is settled. The team members supported each other, and each of them had traces of fighting, bloodstains, and injuries on their bodies. They were breathing heavily, their faces filled with fatigue and relaxation. Crunch! The only remaining goblin roared, and lightning flashed on his palm. Facing the goblin's attack, Del clenched the sword in his hand. Bring it on! Brush! However, just as Del and the goblins were about to attack, an arrow came flying through the air. Accurately hit the goblin's heart. Crack! The goblin looked at the arrow in his chest in confusion, then fell down with a pop. This is... Everyone was shocked. Who saved us? Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the last and most troublesome goblin die. But only Del frowned slightly, remained alert, and looked around, looking for the person who shot the arrow. Chapter 59, Battle, Absolute Strength Suppression. Verve Forest Edge. Congratulations on killing the goblin. Based on the effect of your predation, you gained 1 point of strength. Congratulations on killing the goblin. Based on the effect of your predation, you gain the skill, Lightning Strike, of the dead goblin. Yi Yan stood quietly on a treetop in the distance, witnessing it all. He silently put down the bow and arrow in his hand. There wasn't much expression on his face. Basically, this was all within his expectations. He knew this team, although they were not as strong as the one he had encountered before. But it's still barely enough to deal with these goblins. At least there won't be a situation where we can't defeat those goblins. Feeling that it was meaningless, Yi Yan put away his bow and arrow. Just as Yi Yan was about to leave, a sudden angry shout came. Here? Immediately afterwards, a sharp flying knife broke through the air and headed straight towards Yi Yan. Yi Yan flashed, jumped lightly from the tree, and quickly changed his position. However, he soon felt a strong murderous aura locking onto him. I found you! A crisp voice rang out. Immediately afterwards, a figure rushed towards Yi Yan at an astonishing speed. Yi Yan's eyes flashed, and he moved his body, colliding with the figure rushing towards him. There was only a muffled sound. Del was knocked back by Yi Yan's blow and hit a big tree heavily. How is this possible? Del fell to the ground and looked at Yi Yan in disbelief. He felt as if his chest was hit by a huge rock and the pain was unbearable. What shocked him even more was that this seemingly ordinary goblin actually possessed such powerful strength. He looked at Yi Yan carefully and found that this goblin's appearance was indeed somewhat different from others. Despite the iconic green skin and long ears, the face was strangely human. If it weren't for these obvious features, he would have really thought he had encountered a powerful human warrior. Yi Yan looked coldly at Del, who was lying on the ground, without any mercy. Captain, the situation is not good, run! The rest of the team discovered this with horror. After seeing the amazing strength displayed by Yi Yan, everyone shouted to the captain. It was obvious that the captain could not deal with the enemy alone. Even if their entire team joined forces, they might not be able to defeat him. Yi Yan's speed and strength are too amazing. What's even more shocking is, he stood there, and people could unconsciously ignore his existence, as if he himself was an invisible barrier. Could this be the legendary assassin? Only an assassin who is proficient in assassination and has undergone rigorous training can achieve this. However, the one in front of him was actually a goblin. This fact made everyone feel unbelievable. No! Del struggled to stand up from the tree, his eyes firm and determined. I will not abandon my teammates. If I do this, how can I live with dignity? Del roared, rushed towards Yi Yan, and slashed down fiercely with the sword in his hand. However, facing Del's attack, Yi Yan did not choose to avoid it. He slowly raised his hand and easily grasped Del's sword with just his fingers. How is this possible? Del's eyes widened, disbelief written all over his face. He tried to draw the sword out, but no matter how hard he tried, the sword would not budge. Yi Yan looked at Del coldly. He had no interest in talking nonsense with him. Since this Del wanted to kill him, there was no need for him to show mercy. Brush. Yi Yan suddenly raised his foot and kicked Del hard in the abdomen. Del suddenly felt a huge force coming, and the whole person flew out as if hit by a sledgehammer. Phew! A mouthful of blood spurted out of Del's mouth. His body drew an arc in the air and then slammed heavily into several trees. Then, a series of clicking sounds were heard. Del's body broke several bones in the impact, and he finally fell heavily to the ground. After killing so many goblins, Yi Yan's panel values have long surpassed most of the growing creatures. The strength has reached an astonishing level. Even when facing an entire team, he could handle it with ease. How is this possible? Del lay on the ground, staring at Yi Yan with wide eyes. He knew that there was a huge gap in strength between himself and his opponent, but he didn't expect it to be so huge. He simply couldn't imagine that a goblin could possess such powerful strength. Yi Yan looked at Del lying on the ground coldly, without any sympathy. Just when Yi Yan felt an urge in his heart to kill the person in front of him, his mother's teachings suddenly echoed in his mind. At this moment, Del suddenly shouted loudly in Yi Yan's direction. Just wait and see, you evil goblins! We're all going to die anyway, Del vented unwillingly. We, the Adventurers Association, have noticed you a long time ago. We will definitely wipe you all out. When Yi Yan heard this, the dagger in his hand trembled slightly. He raised his head and looked at Del. I saw a determined light flashing in the other person's eyes. You're going to kill all the goblins? Yi Yan turned his head in confusion, thinking of those goblins who had intentions towards his mother, and a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. That's right, Del answered without hesitation. We also need to rescue those innocent people who are imprisoned. Hearing Dell's words, Yi-Yen was puzzled. Can they rescue their mother? Yi-Yen stared at Dell closely. In that case, then you guys better do your best. After thinking for a moment, he said calmly, then put away the dagger and turned away. If you can't do what you just said, I will come back and kill you. Huh? Looking at Yi-Yen who just left, Dell opened his mouth wide. He didn't expect that he would be let off. Hey! What on earth do you want to do? Dell shouted loudly at Yi-Yen. You're letting me go just like that? Do you feel sorry for me? I'm telling you, I will definitely kill you damn goblins. However, no matter how Dell shouted, Yi-Yen did not turn back. You better be careful. There is a very powerful guy among our goblins. After saying this, Yi-Yen's figure disappeared in front of everyone. Only Dell was left standing there blankly, looking in the direction where Yi-Yen disappeared. I always feel that Goblin is weird. The big man lying on the ground muttered to himself. Is he provoking us? Damn it! Dell was very unwilling. He never thought that one day he would be spared by a low-level monster goblin. This is a shame for him. He swore to take revenge severely. Chapter 60, Premeditated, Undercurrents Surging. Rustle, rustle. A gust of wind blew by. Suddenly there was the sound of footsteps. Dell and others immediately became alert, and the atmosphere became extremely solemn. Suddenly, a woman's voice broke the silence. I'm fine, don't worry. Arna was seen pushing aside the dense leaves and walking slowly towards us. Although her words were calm, everyone's hearts did not relax. The soldiers in the team frowned and exchanged puzzled looks with each other. The goblin just now was obviously completely different from the others of its kind. Its power is so strong that it is terrifying. It was as if an invisible sense of oppression was looming over everyone's hearts. That goblin is indeed a little weird, a soldier whispered. Yes, its strength is simply terrifying. While everyone was discussing, the magician girl at the side, Jasmine, suddenly spoke, her voice carrying a hint of shyness and excitement. Also, have you noticed that the goblin seems a little different from the others? Everyone was stunned and turned their eyes to Jasmine. Her hands were covered in blood, but she covered her cheeks without caring, with curiosity flashing in her eyes. That goblin didn't pounce on me like the other goblins did when they saw a beauty like me, Jasmine said with some pride. Huh? When everyone heard this, black lines appeared on their foreheads. They secretly complained in their hearts. No, your focus is too weird, isn't it? However, Jasmine didn't seem to notice the helplessness of the crowd, and instead became more and more excited. Besides, do you think that goblin is actually quite handsome? Handsome? Everyone looked at each other, unable to believe their ears. Yeah, if you ignore its green skin and long ears, Jasmine added. Everyone was shocked by Jasmine's strange focus. But thinking back, it seems to be true. No. How could they be influenced by Jasmine? Since we met, Jasmine has liked some weird things. Even some disgusting foods are accepted. It can be said that he is a rare talent in their team. But she is also beautiful. Why? Everyone sighed and couldn't help but wonder in their hearts, isn't this girl's train of thought too strange? Looking back, though, that goblin was indeed different from the others. There seemed to be a hint of clarity and determination in its eyes, completely different from those goblins who only knew how to be lustful and kill. Everyone couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Let's go back first. Dell shook his hand, something flickering in his eyes. No matter what the goblin does, we need to tell the expedition team the intelligence we just obtained. Seeing this, everyone nodded. Jasmine felt regretful and followed him. If the expedition team knew about this, the white-haired goblin would probably be dead. What a pity! After all, his opponent was a gold-level adventurer who had participated in the Dragon Crusade. At this time, on the other side, Yi-Yen, who originally planned to return to the nest, saw the goblin knight being hammered to death. Seeing this, Yi-Yen frowned slightly. He has fought Goblin Knight before, to be honest, if it was a head-on match. He can't win either. So, what kind of enemy can kill him? There are no signs of fighting nearby. In other words, this guy escaped. Yen just glanced at it indifferently. He just wanted to ignore it, and just as he was about to walk over, the Goblin Knight underground grabbed his ankle. All dead. Please, you must bring this thing to the Goblin General. The Goblin Knight was holding a crystal in his hand, and Yen took it curiously. Seeing Yen take the crystal, the Goblin Knight smiled happily, then lowered his head and died. Yen held up the crystal and looked through the moonlight, but still couldn't see what was going on. Brush. At this moment, an arrow flew through the air. Yen sensed something was wrong and quickly dodged. After a few jumps, he disappeared from the spot. What is that? At this moment, an elf man with pointy ears not far away frowned and put down the arrow. Surprisingly, the goblin escaped. No, it was weird that the goblin could actually sense his attack. As an elf, it is no exaggeration to say that the forest is their home ground. Here they can blend their own aura into the forest, even their attacks are the same. And the goblin could actually sense it. Moreover, he actually sensed a familiar aura from that guy. And what did the Goblin Knight give to the goblin? It looks like a crystal. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the raw material similar to the photostone, the photo ore. As the name suggests, a photostone can record and store images of what is happening around it. As the raw material of photostone, it naturally has the function of recording, but because it has not been processed, its storage time is not as long as that of photostone. And it will be refreshed every week. What's wrong, Rimuru? The elf girl next to him looked at Rimuru, who was frowning. No. Rimuru shook his head. According to the speed of that strange goblin, it is too late to catch up now. Besides, there is no great need for it. Rimuru's gaze fell on a group of adventurers who were gathered around a campfire not far away. At this time, they were showing off their achievements during the day. Ha ha ha! You have no idea how many goblins I killed today! TSK, since when did killing goblins become something worth showing off? Oh! How many did you kill? Snort! The man said disdainfully. I just haven't encountered it yet. If it were up to me, we should just attack directly instead of waiting for any intelligence. Kayla looked confident and patted his chest. That's right. All right. I think everyone should not underestimate the goblins. Morris warned everyone, but was ridiculed by Kalu. Ha! Just stay aside and watch us destroy the goblins. Ha! Hearing what Kalu said, everyone burst into laughter and mocked Morris and others. Faced with everyone's ridicule, Morris remained indifferent and took it for granted. You! Amy was about to get angry, but Dita held her down and shook her head. It's no use. Seeing this, Amy gritted her teeth and sat down. She wanted to see what these people were capable of. But when should we attack? It takes so long to defeat a medium-sized goblin nest, so will it take a year or two to prepare for a large nest? Many adventurers were very dissatisfied with Edward's command. Didn't I tell you? Edward sighed. This goblin nest is different from other goblin nests. Snort! Kalu didn't bother to care and just hooked his finger. Call the nearby captain and discuss something secretly. Chapter 61: The Meeting of Two Women. The night was as dark as ink, covering the entire earth. A full moon hangs high in the sky, casting a silvery light, embellishing the dark night with a poetic and picturesque look. In the silent night, a figure came rushing towards them. Yen ran for a long time and finally stopped. Looking at the goblin nest in front of him, Yen stopped in silence after taking a step. He looked back into the depths of the dark forest and couldn't help but frown. Is it an illusion? Scratching his head, Yen didn't pay any further attention. Walking towards the goblin's lair. At this time, a gorgeous figure stood quietly on a tall tree a few hundred meters away. In the night, a woman's figure is enchanting, like a rose blooming alone in the dark night. She was wearing a charming long dress, the hem of which swayed gently in the wind, like a touch of bright color in the darkness. The pair of small wings behind it flickered faintly in the moonlight, as if they had endless magic power. This person was Moriga, the mysterious woman who had previously sneaked into the goblin's lair. Her eyes were fixed on Yen below, and a charming smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. That smile was filled with curiosity and a hint of teasing. This kid is really not simple, Marika muttered to herself. Even though he was so far away, Yi seemed to be able to sense a strange aura. This keen perception made Marika even more interested in him. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes. The next moment, her pupils instantly turned bright red like blood, which was a sign that she had activated her clairvoyance. Through the thick soil, suddenly a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Beside Yi, she saw a vague shadow. The shadow seemed to blend into the night, but it also seemed to have a unique vitality. That thing in her eyes was looming, sometimes clear, sometimes blurry. It was really magical. So, what is that? Normally, you can't see it at all. If it weren't for that unknown thing, Marika would have wanted to contact this kid a long time ago. Now it looks like it will be extended for a while longer. At least before she figured out what that magical thing was, she absolutely didn't want to touch it. That thing gave her a very dangerous feeling. That's really interesting. However, this little guy can't touch it. Maybe she could get in touch with someone else. Marika raised the corner of her mouth, and her eyes fell on the goblin's nest. After a quick scan, I seemed to see what was being hit. Marika's eyes widened, she was stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter. I really didn't expect that. You can always meet acquaintances in places like this. When will you be back? Victoria placed her heavy chest on the table, supporting her cheeks and puffing out her lips. She looked so adorable. She kept muttering, worrying about Yi. Boom, boom, boom! At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Hearing the knock on the door, Victoria jumped up from the table and said happily, Here it comes! Xiaoyan, Mom has been waiting for you for a long time. Snap! Just as she was about to say this, Victoria was stunned when she saw the person in front of her. His arms, which were stretched out because of excitement and the desire to hug Yi tightly, stayed in the air awkwardly. Excuse me, who are you? Victoria withdrew her hand awkwardly, and seeing that the person was actually a human woman, she couldn't help but ask curiously. After all, it is not normal for a human woman to appear in such a place. At least, it wasn't normal to show up at his door. Elena covered her mouth, and a gentle smile appeared on her face full of hideous scars. I'm so sorry to disappoint you. It's me, not your child. It doesn't matter. Victoria waved her head and glanced cautiously. The woman in front of me had a beautiful figure, but after seeing her face, I couldn't help but feel pity. If it weren't for the disfigurement, the face would definitely be beautiful. Even their appearance can rival that of the elves. So, what can I do for you? Well, would you mind coming in and sitting down? Elena smiled gently and glanced inside. Please come in. Victoria hadn't seen anyone for a long time and was unable to react for a moment. Well, so you are? Following Victoria into the house, Elena glanced at the small house that was out of place in this goblin's lair and smiled faintly. You should have listened to what your son said about me. What? Victoria asked, puzzled. When did her child meet the woman in front of her? The bandages on his body were applied by me. Hearing Elena's words, Victoria smiled brightly, immediately held Elena's hand, and thanked her. Is it you? My child, you really took good care of me. No, he's so cute. Elena held her cheeks with both hands and said with gentle eyes. Yeah. Victoria was very excited to hear someone praising her child. Well, he's so cute that I want to adopt him as my child first. Hearing Elena's words, Victoria's face froze for a moment. I don't know how to respond. She never thought that her child would be taken away by someone else. Is she too confident? If her child was really taken away, then she wouldn't know what to do. Puff! Looking at Victoria's seemingly changing, final expression of inferiority and loss, Elena couldn't help but chuckle. I was just kidding. Really? Victoria's eyes lit up like a happy puppy. Real. Elena looked at Victoria tenderly. You should trust your child more. Just like he always believed in you. As if her inner thoughts were exposed, Victoria's pointed ears drooped. What the woman in front of me said was right. She had not been able to trust her children. What should she do if she is afraid that her children will abandon her? Scared, what if the child becomes like the other goblins? She doesn't understand. But she knew that as a mother she had to stay strong by her child's side. As if she had thought of something, Victoria raised her little fist to cheer herself up. I will try my best. Being a qualified mother. So cute. Elena thought so as she looked at Victoria, who cheered herself up. The two talked a lot. Elena also passed on a lot of Victoria's experience as a mother. The two talked a lot. But he didn't say the name. At this time, Victoria also reacted. Well, may I ask, what is your name? The name. Hearing this, Elena lowered her eyes and immediately changed the subject. By the way, you seem to be in poor health. Chapter 62 Goblin General appears, blocking the way. Is there? Victoria was puzzled and looked at herself. Her belly was slightly fat from all the eating and no exercise. I made up my mind to start losing weight. No. Elena shook her head. Maybe I saw it wrong. It was really strange that she couldn't see through the person in front of her. It was as if the elf in front of him was not from this world. It's really bizarre. The two talked a lot and waited for Elena to leave. Victoria just reacted. She doesn't even know the other person's name. She was so rude that Victoria looked crestfallen, her pointy ears drooping. So, when will Cheyenne come back? Victoria sat on the floor, placed her hands on the table, supported her chin, and looked towards the door. Loneliness is written all over his face. At this time, on the other side. Goblin Lair, lower second floor entrance. A huge figure blocked Yi Yan's way. Get out of the way! Yi Yan looked at the Goblin General in front of him and said impatiently. Oh! The Goblin General raised his eyebrows. This little king is still the same as always. A faint light condensed in the eyes of Goblin General. As the panel emerged, Goblin General's expression changed slightly. But soon, everything returned to normal. It is true. As expected, you are the king. A faint, barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of the Goblin General's mouth. You seem to have something you didn't give me. Thing? Yi Yan frowned slightly, thought of something, took out a crystal from his pocket, and handed it to the Goblin General. Give. Anyway, this thing is of no use to him. It's just a strange stone that projects images. The general took the image and injected magic power into it without any hesitation. The next moment, a slight fluctuation occurred in the surrounding space. Then, a blue screen-like object appeared. And on the screen, there was a valley. No. It should be said that it is a mountain hollowed out from top to bottom. There are mountain walls all around, forming an open area in the middle. In that area, there were small houses, and in the center of the house was an altar made of various bones. Outside the altar is a magic circle carved with flowing blood. Are those disgusting bugs? Seeing the scene above, the Goblin General showed a rare expression of disgust. I didn't expect that the dirty things from the Gate of Truth would come here. The Goblin General glanced at Yi Yan, who was staring at the screen, and added, The Gate of Truth? Hearing the unfamiliar words, Yi Yan turned his head in confusion. What the heck is that? And the pattern on it is so ugly. Before, he had killed those who drew graffiti. That's right. The Goblin General nodded and pointed at the people wearing black coats and white masks. Those people, with the blood-red word Gate engraved on their black coats, explained. They are just some disgusting bugs who commit all kinds of evil in the name of pursuing truth and sacrifice their souls to evil gods in order to gain power. At this point, the Goblin General's disgust intensified. It was the first time that Yi Yan saw this guy showing so many emotions. Basically, if you encounter this kind of cultists, you will be hunted down. All the major clans hate these guys. Because the sacrifices and massacres of these cultists are not limited to humans. Anyone with blood and bones will be targeted. Although, even so. However, some people's disgust towards these cultists is less than that towards the goblins. Kill goblins first, cultists second. After all, in the eyes of some people, cultists are nothing to be feared. Oh! Yi Yan nodded, indicating that he didn't understand. At the same time, he didn't care about his business and turned to leave. But he was stopped by the Goblin General. "I said you can go now?" The Goblin General put away the image mine and looked at Yi Yan with a scrutinizing look in his eyes. "Didn't I say that before? From now on, you must come to my place every day. Why should I listen to you?" Yi Yan took a step back, tightly gripped the dagger, stared at the Goblin General with sharp eyes, ready to fight at any time. "Because I teach you fighting skills for your own good. I told you, I don't need you to teach me." "Why?" Looking at Yi Yan, who was so stubborn, Goblin General was very troubled. This guy is really stubborn. The way this guy is playing now, if he is not careful. If you are discovered and forced to fight head-on, it's okay if the opponent is some trash. But if the opponent has some experienced fighters, it will obviously not be enough. Moreover, the Goblin General discovered that in a head-on confrontation, Yi Yan's fighting skills are only suitable for the growth period. When he reaches the mature stage, it is obviously not enough. Suddenly, the Goblin General remembered what the Goblin Shaman Shah said. "As long as you can hurt me, this is for you." The Goblin General spread out his hands and showed Yi Yan the seeds that he was going to bring to Elena. Brush. Almost in an instant, Yi Yan's figure disappeared from the spot. "Oh!" Looking at Yi Yan, who disappeared from in front of him in an instant, the Goblin General smiled appreciatively. "How clever!" Knowing that there was no chance of winning if I noticed, he took action the moment he made up his mind. Even mature masters do not have this kind of action and decisiveness. Seeing this, the Goblin General also showed a little more enthusiasm. At this time, in the Goblin's lair, the arsenal. In room 023. "Well, don't eat me." The little girl huddled in the corner, tears welling up in her eyes, looking so pitiful. Looking at the scary earless goblin in front of him, his body was covered with wounds and his face was full of bruises. Although, it was the goblin in front of her who saved her. But her parents told her that goblins are bad guys and want to eat people. And many people were killed. Thinking of this, the girl burst into tears. I'm still young. It's not delicious. Can you wait until I grow up? I don't want to eat." A hoarse, unpleasant voice sounded. The girl was stunned, and looked up at the goblin in front of her who was speaking human language. She was so surprised that she even forgot to cry. You can speak?" The earless goblin nodded. "Don't worry, I won't eat you, nor will I hurt you, and I won't let anyone hurt you." "Really?" The girl wiped her tears. "Yeah. I swear." The earless goblin raised his hand and performed the movements in a very realistic manner. "Yes, that's right." The girl stood up slowly, but her legs were numb from squatting and she fell to the ground. "Are you okay?" Just as the earless goblin stepped forward, the girl behind him waved his hand away. "No, don't touch me, you goblin monster!" For a moment, the earless goblin's hand hovered in the air. He looked down at his own glowing green, thin and ugly hand, and remained silent. I'm not." Seeing the missing ear goblin was disappointed, the girl was afraid that he would be angry and immediately said, I'm Xiaoyu. "You, please don't be angry, okay?" Chapter 63. You Can Be My Child. Deep in the inky black lair, a silver blade light streaked across the night sky like a meteor, instantly illuminating everything around. The flashing light seemed to carry an endless chill that made people shudder. Time seemed to slow down abnormally at this moment, and the silver blade light jumped and flickered in the darkness. Under the illumination of this light, everything in the nest was clearly visible. Just as the figure was about to disappear into the darkness, a cold voice suddenly sounded in the air. "One day, I will kill you!" Yi Yan's voice echoed in the empty nest. "Kill me?" A deep and majestic voice sounded in the nest. Goblin General Tian opened his hands, only to see that the seeds that were originally in his hands had disappeared without a trace. Instead, there was a faint scar on his hand. Although the scar was not deep, it revealed a strange aura, as if some power was quietly surging in it. The Goblin General looked down at the scar on his hand, a smile forming on his lips. "Growing again!" His voice was filled with relief and pride. "And that talent? As expected! You are worthy of being the king!" The Goblin General muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming with determination. He knew that his choice was not wrong. This king, whom he had high hopes for, was constantly growing and becoming stronger. However, at this moment, a mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out of the goblin general's mouth. His face turned extremely pale in an instant, and his body seemed to be becoming shaky. Time is running out. The goblin general wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. He knew he couldn't just fall down like this, he had more important things to do. My body, hold on a little longer. He clenched his teeth and endured the discomfort in his body. Even if it means sacrificing his own people, he will let the king grow up. He cannot die until he can stand on his own. The goblin clan shouldn't be suppressed all the time. He raised his head and looked up at the bright moonstone above the nest. The moonstone emits a soft light, as if telling something. We are not ants that can only live in dark and damp nests. The goblin general stretched out his hand, as if trying to grab the bright moon. Puff! There was a dull sound, as if something was shattered in the air. A trickle of blood suddenly flowed out from the corner of Yan's mouth, and he held the wall tightly with one hand. The other hand was spread out weakly, with 3 glowing seeds lying quietly in the palm. He narrowed his eyes slightly, stared at the 3 seeds, and a smile appeared on his face. Mom, you will be very happy, Yan whispered to himself. Then he took a step forward. But the body suddenly shook as if it had lost control. Then, his whole body leaned forward, as if pulled by an invisible force, and fell into a gentle embrace. His cheek touched a piece of warm skin, and a familiar smell instantly filled his nostrils. He raised his head slightly, and what came into his sight was a familiar and gentle face Elena. There are several scars on her face, but it does not diminish her beauty and strength at all. Oh my, what's wrong with you again? There was a hint of worry and helplessness in Elena's voice. She gently helped Yen up and held him in her arms, letting him feel the familiar warmth and sense of security. Yen wanted to struggle to stand up, but was held tightly by Elena. He could hardly breathe in the arms of that huge creature, his sister. Fortunately, Elena was not a reckless person like Victoria, and she immediately pulled Yen out. Oops. I'm so sorry. There was a hint of apology in Elena's voice. She carefully lifted Yen from her arms and let him lean against the wall. Are you okay? Elena asked concernedly, her eyes full of worry. No. It's okay. Yen forced a smile. I just feel dizzy, it's not a big problem. Yeah, that's great. Elena breathed a sigh of relief. Then he skillfully took out the bandage and potion from the ring on his finger and began to bandage Yen's wound. You're good. Yen lay on Elena's thighs and suddenly spoke. These words made Elena's hand dazed. She raised her head and looked at Yen, with complex emotions flashing in her eyes. Why do you say that? Elena asked softly. It was fine before, but not so good now. Elena smiled a meaningless smile and shook her head. Yeah? Yen had an innocent look on his face, his eyes fixed on Elena. You are better than that guy. Is it my illusion? Oh. Elena chuckled. What's wrong? Does this mean that you want me to kill him? No. Yen shook his head, with a determined look in his eyes. I will kill him myself. When Elena heard that Yen wanted to kill Xiaotian, a trace of sadness flashed in her eyes. You. Elena hesitated for a moment, then continued. Do you hate him? Hate? Yen turned his head and stared at Elena with his clear eyes. I have no idea. Then why kill him? Have no idea. Yen shook his head again. Yes, yes. Elena lowered her head. If you want to kill him, you have to work really hard. He's very strong. Speaking of this, Elena showed a bitter smile at the corner of her mouth, and a trace of reminiscence flashed in her eyes. At least, much better than me. She stretched out her hand, her golden eyes staring at the moonstone on the wall, as if she was thinking about something. Card touch. Suddenly, something slipped off Elena's sleeve. Yen lowered his head and took a closer look. It was a book. How was my mother made? How to become a qualified? Yen was halfway through reading when the book was quickly taken away by Elena. What is that? Yen looked up and saw that Elena, who had been staring at him, had turned her head to the other side. The face could not be seen clearly, but the base of the ears turned red. No, nothing? Elena hurriedly denied it, but did not dare to look Yen in the eye. Do you have children too? But the ignorant Yen did not care about other people's faces. I. After hearing Yen's fatal question, Elena didn't know what to do for a moment. I don't have any children. Then why do you want to read this kind of book? Yen didn't understand at all, just like those kids had no extracurricular books to read. It's obviously of no help to you, so why watch it? In Yen's eyes, those meaningless things are a waste of time. I don't understand why they would waste their time doing this. There was no leisure and entertainment in his eyes. After all, Yen's life was spent either in assassination training or in assassinations. Entertainment, leisure, and even reading a book quietly are all luxuries for him. But not understanding these things may be a kind of happiness. Because I want to be a qualified mother. As if she had made some decision, Elena turned her head and looked at Yen seriously. Will you be my child? It gives me the opportunity to be a good mother. Chapter 64, Moon Lotus, Elf Ritual. No way! Without any hesitation, Yen decisively refused. Yenner, you have your own mother now. Yes, is that so? Elena lowered her head in disappointment. If you want a child, you can have one. Yen looked at his recovered body, stood up, jumped, and felt pretty good. Although my body has become strange, my recovery speed has also increased significantly since my physical condition has improved. He waved goodbye to Elena. Then I'll leave first. Elena showed a gentle expression. Looking at the direction where Yen left, Elena touched her belly, with strange emotions flowing in her eyes. I really envy her. Elena showed a bitter smile and murmured softly. Give birth to one? Can she really give birth? Thinking of this, Elena's face became even gloomier. She touched her belly. Until now, she still remembers it vividly. Absolutely will not forgive those who took away her right to be a mother. Goblins are disgusting and evil? However, in Elena's eyes, some people are even hundreds or thousands of times more disgusting than goblins. Too much is as bad as too little. Take. Just when Elena was about to lose control, a pair of large hands rested on her head. What nonsense are you thinking about again? Hearing the familiar voice, Elena turned around and hugged Goblin General Tian. Nothing, I just miss you. Yes. Goblin General Tian hugged Elena's petite body with his big arms. You went to see him? The Goblin General stared at Elena for a moment, and in an instant, he seemed to know something. Elena nodded without any hesitation. You shouldn't go. You want to kill her? Elena looked at the Goblin General, her tone showing a hint of emotion. She's harmless. No. The Goblin General shook his head. Her existence is a hazard to the king. He won't agree to that. He doesn't need consent. He will resent you. Elena's tone was pleading. She really didn't want the little king to resent her beloved goblin. He loves his mother so much now. He is different from other goblins, you know? I know. He is the king, so he is naturally different from other goblins. No, you don't know. Elena shook her head frantically, trying to change the Goblin General's mind. Are you sure he will follow the path you have paved? After hearing Elena's words, the general fell into a brief silence. He will. There was a sharp gleam in the Goblin General's eyes. Whether he hates me or wants to kill me, I will accept it when the time comes. All this is for the Goblin clan. But... Elena wanted to say something, but was hugged by the Goblin General. No, say it again, okay? For the first time, there was a hint of pleading in the Goblin General's tone. She was also the second woman that Goblin General surrendered to. Good. Elena nodded and said nothing more. He thought about a lot of things, but he didn't think about himself. Consider them. But what can we do about it? Who made her fall in love with him? Mom, I'm back! As soon as Yen opened the door, a figure rushed over. The long-term training of his body allowed Yen to react instantly. Just as he raised the dagger, the familiar smell and feeling made Yen let down his guard instantly. Xiaoyan, you're finally back! The snow-white hair fluttered in the air, and Victoria hugged Yan's petite body. Let Mom take a good look at you! Victoria blinked her ruby eyes and looked at her adorable child. What happened to your injury? Yen answered truthfully, and recounted what happened with the Goblin General. This made Victoria even more certain. So the Goblin General was training her child as the future heir? This is a good thing. In such a world, strength is everything. It's just a pity for her child. Oh, right. Yen suddenly thought of something and took out something from his pocket, but he didn't know what to take out. This is for Mom. Yen spread out his hands, revealing a few seeds. This is? Victoria looked at the seeds in Yen's palm, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. The seeds of the moon lotus. How did Yen get these rare seeds? Moon lotus? Yen tilted his head, looking puzzled. That's right. Victoria nodded. It's a very beautiful flower, and its buds are said to bring a hint of luck. It is a flower favored by the goddess of luck. It looks good. Hearing his mother say it looked good, Yen became interested, which was rare for him. Want to see it? Victoria looked at Yen and asked. I want to, but it will take a long time to grow it. Yen wanted to see what his mother meant by beautiful. It won't take long. Victoria shook her head. As long as the micro-elves try hard. Effort? Micro-elf. Yen didn't understand what that thing was. Victoria nodded and buried the seeds in the soil. Then he closed his eyes and placed his hands on his chest, as if praying for something. Micro-elves, please listen to my request and let the life dormant in the soil renew its life and grow. As her chanting ended, the originally dim room suddenly lit up. Starlight gathered from all directions. Little stars appeared and swirled around Victoria's body, setting off her beautiful face, like a magic. Those starlights seemed to have life. Jumping and flickering in the air, illuminating the entire room with a dreamy beauty. So beautiful! Yen was waiting for his fairy-like mother, and was very happy. The stars surrounded Victoria and gradually formed small points of light. These spots of light seemed to be given life and began to jump and shuttle in the soil. Not long after, the seeds that had just been buried in the soil began to sprout and grow green leaves. Then, tiny flower buds gradually emerged surrounded by leaves. Finally, with the efforts of the micro-elves, beautiful moon lotus flowers bloomed with their light in the dim nest. Their petals emit a faint light, as if lighting up the entire room. Soon, a beautiful glowing lotus bloomed alone in this dim nest. Wow! Seeing this magical scene, Yen was wowed with surprise. How is it? Does it look good? Victoria slowly opened her eyes, reached out to pick the moon lotus, and inserted it into Yen's ear. Nice! Yen looked at Victoria with admiration. Mom, that's amazing! So, Xiaoyan, do you want to learn? Can I learn? Yen pointed at himself. Can he learn such a magical thing? Certainly! Victoria nodded without hesitation. Xiaoyan, who has my blood, will definitely be able to learn it. Well, Yenner wants to learn. What I teach you is not magic, but spirit rituals. Elf warlock? Yes, something different from magic. A special spell that only certain elves can use. Chapter 65, Succubus, Maica attacks. This is? Victoria looked at the starlight surrounding Yen and covered her mouth with a surprised expression. Unexpectedly, her child was actually liked by the elf. This was something she had not expected. After all, goblins are hated by all races, including elves. I'm just like my mom! Yen was very happy. When he raised his hand, the micro-elves gathered on his palm and surrounded him. Victoria touched Yen's head and showed a relieved expression. My child is so talented. Hey. Yen was intoxicated by his mother's long-lost gentle touch, and an indescribable peace and happiness surged in his heart. However, this moment of peace did not last long. A strange smell quietly invaded, breaking the harmonious atmosphere. Yi Yan was extremely alert, and he noticed the changes around him almost immediately. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he quickly pulled out the knife that had been prepared long ago from his waist. He just shook his wrist, and the knife drew a graceful arc in the air and shot towards the dark corner like an arrow. With a swish, the sharp sound of the flying knife cutting through the air echoed in the night sky. The flying knife drew a bright light in the darkness and headed straight for the target hidden in the corner. Block! Just as the flying knife was about to hit the target, a sound of metal collision was heard. I saw a black shadow flash out from the corner and block the attack of the flying knife. "Oh, is this your way of welcoming me?" As the voice rang out, an enchanting figure slowly walked out of the darkness. She was wearing a jet black long dress. She was tall, with a full figure, a firm chest, and a slender waist wrapped in the tight long dress, outlining her seductive curves. Her ankle-length black hair was spread out, and a thin scarf covered most of her face. Only the eyes revealed outside the veil revealed a sense of charm and enchantment, as if they could see through all illusions. This person is Maica. Her appearance made everyone present feel an inexplicable pressure. "Who are you?" Victoria looked at Maica in front of her with a frown, as if she recognized her identity. "From the demon clan?" Maica smiled softly, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. "Oh, I didn't expect that there would be pure-blooded elves in a place like this." There was a hint of teasing and sarcasm in her voice, as if she was laughing at the absurdity and incredibleness of this world. "Ha!" Maica suddenly burst into laughter, and the laughter echoed in the night sky, carrying an indescribable weirdness and madness. "I've lived long enough to see everything." She held her stomach and laughed so hard that she fell backwards, as if she had seen something extremely funny. "I never thought that a purebred elf would be captured. If those elf nobles who think they are noble find out, I wonder what those old antiques will think. What on earth are you doing here?" Victoria was about to take a step back when faced with a woman who saw through her background at a glance, but when she noticed Yi Yan behind her, she went forward instead. "What should I do?" Feeling the opponent's terrifying magic power, Victoria's body trembled continuously, but she never took a step back. "What?" Hearing Victoria's words, Maica chuckled. "Of course, yes." Bang! In just a moment, Yi Yan eliminated his breath, found the flaw, and came behind Maica. The pitch-black dagger flashed with a sharp cold light, and slashed down at Maica mercilessly. "What a passion!" Then, face Yi Yan's attack. Maica chuckled, and when she raised her hand, a strange long sickle appeared. An ominous black gas emanated from the sickle. The dagger and sickle collided, making a crisp sound. Boom! Immediately afterwards, a terrifying force came and Yi Yan was directly blown away. He rolled in the air to release the force and was able to stand firmly. After just one fight, Yi Yan understood that the person in front of him was definitely not someone he could defeat with his skills, tactics, or desperate valor. If it were before, he would run away without hesitation. But at this moment, behind him was his mother. Yi Yan took a step forward. "You absolutely cannot let anyone hurt your mother. Even if it means sacrificing one's life. This is an iron rule that has been engraved in Yi Yan's mind since he was 3 years old." "Oh, not bad." Seeing that this kid dared to come forward after fighting with her, Maica chuckled and became interested. "Let me test your strength." After she finished speaking, the magic power in Maica's body was slowly released and injected into the sickle in her hand. Then wave. Brush. Immediately afterwards, the pitch-black sickle blade turned into countless sharp black blade beams, slashing down towards Yi Yan. Ding ding dong! The flashing sword light was particularly dazzling in the dark night. Yi Yan could feel the force of this attack. "We'll die if you don't avoid it. Don't hurt my child!" Victoria's shout exploded like thunder in the silent air, her eyes flashing with anger and determination. Around her body, faint spots of light flickered like fireflies. Almost at the same time, the ground beneath Morrigan's feet began to wriggle. Countless green vines broke out of the ground like living things. They spread quickly, tightly entangling Morrigan's feet and hands. Marika looked at this scene with a scornful smile on her face. She swung the sickle in her hand, and the sharp blade tore through the vines easily, as if it was cutting fragile paper. Shockingly, however, the torn vines did not die. They seemed to have life, absorbing the magic in the air, trembling slightly, repairing the broken parts, and even becoming thicker. As Marika watched this scene, the calm expression on her face finally changed. She cried out in surprise. Is this a spirit ritual? Elf magic is a power that only some elves can master. It is a special technique that is different from magic. If the essence of magic is to use one's own magic power to perform miracles, then the essence of the elven ritual is to utilize micro-elves, use the magic power in the air, and perform miracles. But so what? There was a loud bang. Boom! A huge amount of magic power burst out from Marika's body. The next moment. Brush! With just a swing of the sickle, the thick vines were torn apart. However, Victoria and Yi-Yen were nowhere to be seen. As early as when Victoria released the elf warlock, Yi-Yen knew that he was no match for him, so he didn't hesitate and ran away holding his mother. Then Xiaoyan, let me go! Victoria's petite body was held in Yi-Yan's arms. She could clearly feel Yi-Yan's heartbeat at this moment. If you take my words with you, you will be discovered. Don't want. Yi-Yan glanced around, his brain working at full speed, thinking about a way to survive. Let's go together. Brush. Yi-Yan stopped and looked at the woman standing in front of him, Marika. Chapter 66 Desperate Situation. Ah, I'm so touched. Marika walked slowly towards them with a sickle in her hand. That elf is right. If you were alone and used your special method to hide your aura, I really wouldn't be able to find you. You are such a strange goblin. Don't goblins have the concept of mothers? Why do you want to protect your so-called mother? After all, she just gave birth to you. Marika looked at Yi-Yen curiously, then her eyes fell on Victoria's plump yet tender body, and she smiled meaningfully. Oh, I see. Your face is too young. Do you plan to wait until your mother grows up before enjoying it? Not bad, you are quite good at playing. Marika stuck out her tongue and gave a seductive smile. However, the growth of elves is very slow. Even if you die, you can't wait. Why not? I'll play with you now. As she spoke, Molly pulled off her clothes, revealing a snow-white patch. You are shameful! Victoria was in Yi-Yan's arms, blushing as she accused the shameless woman in front of her who tried to seduce her mother and her child. He actually blatantly seduced her innocent child right in front of her. She originally wanted to cover Yi-Yan's eyes, but thinking that this was a battle, she didn't do it. Fortunately, looking at Xiaoyan's expression, she was not bewitched at all. Yi-Yan shook his head, which was a little dizzy, slowly put his mother down, and prepared for battle. Oh! Marika narrowed her eyes slightly. I was not charmed by her. Could it be that the person in front of me? Seriously, no sexual desire? Or is she just not charming enough? Not able to fully utilize your talents? Thinking of this, Marika's eyes gradually turned cold. Damn little devil, he doesn't even know how to appreciate. Brush. After just a moment of hesitation, Yi-Yen had already arrived behind Marika. Brush. Time seemed to stop at this moment, and all sounds and movements came to a standstill. It was just a moment of hesitation, and Yi-Yan's figure left a blurry trail in the air. In almost a blink of an eye, he had quietly come behind Marika. Just as the dagger was flashing with cold light and was about to deliver a fatal blow to Marika's neck, a strange light flashed. Block! A seemingly ordinary sickle appeared out of nowhere, blocking the dagger like a ghost. The powerful impact caused Yi-Yan's dagger to be instantly knocked away, and it drew an arc in the air like a kite with a broken string, and inserted behind Marika. Yi-Yan's body was also subjected to a huge recoil force. He flew backwards as if hit by a huge hammer, drawing a graceful arc in the air, and flew rapidly towards the hard wall. Just when Yi-Yan was about to hit the wall, a pleasant chanting voice suddenly sounded. The sound was like the sound of nature, ethereal and mysterious. Then, an amazing scene happened. A huge dandelion suddenly emerged from the ground, its branches and leaves were lush and green, as if it was a gift from nature. The branches of the dandelion quickly stretched out, catching Yi Yan's body just right. With the help of the dandelion's cushioning, most of the force on Yi Yan's body was relieved, and his body slowly landed on the ground. Ha ha ha, it's useless. Is this the only strength you have? Malika looked at Yi Yan, who was lying on the ground, and burst into laughter. However, just when she was getting carried away, a mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out of her mouth. She lowered her head in confusion, and saw that the tip of a dagger had pierced her stomach, and blood was slowly flowing down the blade of the dagger. Marika looked up in astonishment, only to see a dark shadow standing behind her. What the shadow was holding in his hand was the dagger that Yi Yan dropped. Its movements were swift and silent, as if it had been lurking in the darkness, waiting for the opportunity to strike a fatal blow. There's no trace of magic or chanting at all. Is this a skill? Marika looked at the shadow in shock, her heart full of doubts. It looks like a shadow. This kind of method must touch the shadow in order to hide in her shadow. In other words, from the moment he first came into contact with her and tried to kill her, this guy had hidden his shadow in her shadow. If you think about it carefully, he has been moving in the darkness since then. I originally thought that this was his habit of assassination in order to eliminate his aura. I didn't expect that it was to hide the fact that I had lost my shadow from her. Ha, interesting. Before Marika could hesitate at all, the dark shadow had already rapidly spun the dagger in his hand, as if trying to destroy her internal organs in an instant. But sister, you made me angry, Marika whispered to herself, her voice revealing a hint of coldness and determination. Suddenly, with a loud bang, an unprecedentedly powerful magical power burst out from Marika's body. Under the impact of this magical power, Yi Yan's shadow was knocked away in the blink of an eye and hit the wall hard. Then it blended into the shadows around it and disappeared without a trace. But Marika didn't care. Snap! The bones made a sound of dislocation, and Marika's body began to undergo strange changes. Cells divide rapidly, and wounds heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. The wound that was pierced by Yi Yan just now recovered in a short moment, as if he had never been injured. In the face of absolute power! Marika slowly raised her hand, and an even more terrifying magical power began to gather in her hand. The air around seemed to be pulled by this magical power, making a trembling sound. All means, techniques, and conspiracies are in vain, she said coldly, her voice revealing an unquestionable majesty. As she finished her words, blazing flames began to condense in her hands, gradually transforming into a huge fireball. The temperature around suddenly rose, as if even the air was ignited by the flames. So die, Marika said calmly, and threw the fireball in her hand fiercely at Yi Yan. Boom! The terrifying flames projected towards Yi Yan. This is facing a fire attack that was close at hand and basically covered the entire field. At this time, Yi Yan had no time to escape from the attack range. Don't want! Victoria held Yi Yan in her arms. Starlight twinkled, and countless tree branches and vines emerged from the ground, protecting the two of them. And it spread quickly, rushing into the huge fireball. However, these trees and vines were like moths to a flame in front of the burning flames. It was ignited instantly. Is it possible that I am going to die? However, just as the fireball was about to hit Yi Yan, a series of figures suddenly appeared in front of him. Boom! Almost in the next moment, terrifying flames and air waves burst out from the fireball, burning everything around it, stirring up thick smoke. Chapter 67 Waltz of Death. He died just like that. Malika raised her eyebrows, feeling it was very boring. I thought that the little goblin in front of me had some hidden cards and could turn the tables. In picture books, it's common to see people explode over a disagreement. No, that's not right. Marika frowned, sensing something was wrong. Almost at the same time. Hey, goblin who wants to kill us, have you ever asked us? A rough voice was heard, and the smoke and dust dissipated. Rows of neatly organized goblin knights stood in front of Yi Yan and used their bodies to block the terrifying magic attack. The person leading the team was the goblin knight Mu, who was almost killed by Yi Yan before. At this time, he has broken through the growth stage and entered the mature stage. His strength improved by leaps and bounds, and there was a determined light in his eyes. Oh? Marika looked at the goblin knights in front of her, with a hint of disgust and disdain in her eyes. Do you think you can stop me? No, we're not only going to stop you, we're going to kill you! Goblin Knight roared loudly, his voice revealing an unprecedented firmness and determination. It's a pity to kill him. They should take turns to kill him. The other Goblin Knights echoed this as they looked at the gorgeous woman before them. There was a lustful light in his eyes, as if he had seen the dawn of victory. However, facing the goblin's lustful expression, at this moment, Marika felt rarely proud. See, it's not her charm that's problematic, it's that goblin named Yi Yen is too weird. Hee, when the time comes, I want this woman to kneel on the ground. Goblin Knight licked his tongue, his eyes darting back and forth over Morriga's alluring, voluptuous figure. The lustful look on his face was clearly evident. Hee. I heard these lowly goblins dare to be so arrogant. Marika's expression suddenly darkened. Can you do it just by yourself? After saying this, Marika slowly raised her hand. Boom! A huge amount of magical power burst out from her body. Goddess of war and fire, please listen to the request of your loyal followers. Send down fire and flames, and burn your enemies to ashes. As Marika's chanting sounded. As soon as she finished speaking, balls of flame appeared behind Marika. Die! Brush! Balls of flames, like meteors, flew towards the Goblin Knight. Ha! It's no use! Faced with the blazing fireball, the Goblin Knights laughed loudly and instead of retreating, they rushed forward, ignoring the flames. Bang! When the flames fell on the Goblin Knight, his armor emitted a faint glow, and the fireball hit it without any effect. It's no use, it's no use! Goblin Knight raised his great sword and slashed at Morriga in front of him. Magic is something that we... Brush. Goblin Knight hadn't finished speaking yet. A flash of knife light passed across the goblin's neck, and a line of blood appeared. Puff! Immediately afterwards, a column of blood spurted out from his neck. A goblin head floated into the air. Oh! Marika chuckled and waved the strange black sickle slightly, and another column of blood shot up into the sky. A goblin head fell to the ground. So, you guys are so fragile. You! In a blink of an eye, 2 of his brothers died. The Goblin Knight's face looked grim, and his anger was rising. Kill her for me! Kill, kill, kill! The Goblin Knight showed no fear at all and rushed forward regardless of his life. Ha! The seductive voice echoed in the goblin's lair. Facing the Goblin Knight charging at her, Marika only needed to lightly swing her sickle to easily take the Goblin Knight's life. Then, he slowly walked towards Yi Yen. Goblin Knights kept rushing towards her on the way, but it did not slow down Morriga's pace at all. Kill! The Goblin Knight roared, as if there was something behind them that they had to protect even at death. Even if their death is not as good as slowing down the pace of the people in front of them. But they had no doubt, or even hesitation. There is no magnificent war song, only the courage to face death head-on. At this moment, even Victoria was shocked. She didn't expect that the goblins in front of her would fight to the death to protect her. Even if it's a useless sacrifice. However, as the protected object, they don't know it. Being protected. Mom, let's go quickly. Face those goblin knights who are ready to die. Yi Yen just glanced at him indifferently, and there was no emotional fluctuation in those ruby eyes. He grabbed Victoria's hand and planned to escape now. Xiaoyan, you! Victoria didn't expect that her child was not at all moved by the scene before her. Or maybe he doesn't understand. What's wrong? Yi Yen was puzzled. They are all protecting you and risking their lives for it. Really? Yi Yan's gaze fell on those goblin knights who were constantly courting death. In his ruby-like eyes there shone a gleam of innocent doubt. They are all protecting Yenner? Why? Why, you want to protect me? Did I do or say anything to let natural beauty protect me? Since birth, Yi Yen has never been protected, and he doesn't even know what protection is. Throughout his life, he was either killing people or on his way to killing people. The same is true after coming here. What exactly is this so-called feeling of protection? Why? Victoria was asked by Yi Yan, and she didn't know what to say. But I don't understand. Why is there such a big difference between how Xiaoyan treats himself and how he treats outsiders? It seems that nothing matters to Xiaoyan. Victoria knew that this was absolutely not possible. People cannot live alone. So are the goblins. This is true for all groups. She cannot guarantee that she will always be by Xiaoyan's side, so companions, friends, and even lovers become particularly important. But if Xiaoyan always remains like this, being extremely indifferent to everything, then Goblin is destined to be alone. This is absolutely not possible. Mom, let's go! Seeing that his mother didn't move, Yi Yan picked her up. The sudden movement prevented Victoria from reacting, and she was picked up by Yi Yan. Are these goblin knights really not afraid of death? There was a glimmer of surprise in Marika's eyes. Generally speaking, goblins are extremely cunning and cruel, and do not take the lives of their companions seriously. Even cases of slaughter have occurred. These goblins, even the high-level goblins, actually. All for a tiny low-level goblin, constantly committing suicide? This made Marika even more curious about Yi Yan's identity. She licked her tongue and couldn't help but quicken her pace. Die! The goblin knight rushed over, and Marika swung her weapon impatiently, killing him directly. What a hassle! The corners of Marika's mouth turned up, with a hint of seriousness in her eyes. You all die now! As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying magical power erupted and condensed on the sickle, and black gas filled the sickle. Then, wave it in a circle. Waltz of death! The next moment, a dark circular blade light spread outward with Moriga as the center. Anything that comes into contact with the pitch black blade light will be quickly cut, decomposed, and killed. Chapter 68, Guardian from the Night. Not good! Yi Yan sensed something was wrong and immediately climbed down with Victoria, avoiding the circular slash. Puff! Bang bang bang! One voice after another was heard, and Yi Yan looked back. All I saw were the lower bodies of countless goblin knights standing on the ground. As for the upper body, it had already been cut in half and fell to the ground. All right. Marika stepped on the goblin's corpse and walked slowly towards them with a charming smile on her face. My little goblin, are you ready? Brush. At this moment, a dark shadow emerged from the shadow under Marika's feet, holding the big sword that fell on the ground and slashed over. I'm still underestimated. Marika chuckled and turned her arm. But he just swung his sickle and dispersed the shadow clone. Brush. Almost at the same time, using scattered shadows, projected shadows. Yi Yan stepped on it, activated the skill, shadow, and instantly came in front of Marika. What? Just as Marika reacted, Yi Yan was already in front of her, and his attack was within reach. However, the gap in strength between the two was too great, and Marika used her speed, which was far beyond Yi Yan's, to dodge. Brush. But the sharp dagger still cut Marika's face. This is... Marika touched her face, looked at the blood on her hands, and became furious. You little brat, don't you know that face is a woman's second life? Marika was furious and swung her sickle towards Yi Yan. Just when Yi Yan was about to dodge, he found that he couldn't move his feet. Looking down, the blood on the ground seemed to have life and entangled Yi Yan's feet. This is... It's no use, you can't hide. Marika chuckled and slashed down. Just when Yi Yan thought he was going to die. Brush. A black shadow suddenly appeared in front of Yi Yan and blocked the fatal blow. Puff. Blood splattered everywhere. Yi Yan looked at the goblin knight Mu who was standing in front of him and had fought with him before. Something was gleaming in those ruby eyes. Why? Yeah, why? Phew! A mouthful of blood spurted out from the mouth of Goblin Knight. He had originally planned to just lie there and be lazy. But after seeing that the little guy was about to die, came here unconsciously. Could this be the charm of the king? Goblin Knight Curtain chuckled and squeezed out words from his mouth. Run! Brush! Almost without hesitation, Victoria picked up Yi Yan, who was in a daze and thinking about something, and left. Seeing Yi Yan leave smoothly, Goblin Knight Mu roared in anger, and his muscles swelled. Bring it on! The voice of the world echoed in Goblin Knight's mind. You activate the skill, Frenzy, and your physical strength is greatly improved. Your sanity is fading away. Oh! Marika chuckled and looked at the presentable goblin in front of her. Interesting, but I don't have time to play with you. I will never let you pass. Blood filled the Goblin Knight's eyes. He roared angrily and swung his silver sword. Can you do that? As soon as she finished speaking, the black sickle danced in Marika's hand and collided with the long sword. Boom! The resulting storm swept across the entire place. Mom, why did that guy block the knife? Yi Yan was held in Victoria's arms and asked in confusion. Because he is protecting you. Seeing, her child was thinking. Victoria was very pleased, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise, revealing a gentle smile. Her child is not a cold-blooded person. I just don't understand. Why are you protecting me? Yi Yan was puzzled. He wanted to capture my mother and kill me before. I almost killed him. Maybe a lot of things happened. Victoria hesitated for a moment and said, whether it's humans, goblins, or elves, they will all change. A lot of things? So what if a lot of things happened? Can it be changed just because of this? In Yi Yan's understanding, once the target is determined, either that person will die or he will die. There is no such thing as change. Maybe the goal will change, but it has never happened once in Yi Yan's case. Once the assassination target is determined, he will execute it and then assassinate. No matter what the process is, the result is the same. That's up to you to figure out. Think about it, why does he want to protect you? While Victoria was running away, she was also providing support and guidance to Yi Yan. Does he have any purpose? Does it have any impact on me? As she spoke, Victoria smiled kindly at Yi Yan and said, Mom, I hope that one day Xiaoyan can use her own ideas to save the people she wants to save, goblins, elves. Anything is fine. Save? Yi Yan was confused and puzzled. There is no such thing as being saved for him. Some just keep killing people. He didn't even understand why he should be saved. As for Victoria, his mother, it was an instinctive action, seemingly without any thought, so much so that Yi Yan didn't know it until now. He had saved Victoria and protected his mother. Kindness. As long as you think it's good. What is good? That's for you to decide. Oh. Yi Yan nodded ignorantly. Of course you don't have to do it. As she said that, Victoria hugged Yi Yan tightly. Mom, what happened? Xiaoyan, remember, no matter what you do, you must put your life as the top priority. But it's my mother's order. Yi Yan was about to say something, but was interrupted by Victoria. If it endangers your own life, you can ignore it. But Yenner has to listen to her mother. Hearing Yi Yan say this, he was stubborn. Victoria's eyes dimmed. You just take this as a matter of course, mother's order. Yi Yan agreed without hesitation. Seeing Yi Yan, he immediately agreed. Victoria couldn't help but feel distressed. What kind of life did he lead before that? Only then will it change like this. Until now, she had already vaguely guessed something. She is not a fool. But so what? Yi Yan, Xiaoyan, will always be her child. No matter how the soul changes. From the moment he opened his eyes and called her mom. Sometimes she kept wondering whether she was really qualified to be a mother. Mom, Brush. Bang! A powerful impact came crashing down with terrifying force. Victoria, who was running away, was sent flying backwards. Mother! Yi Yan, who was in his mother's arms, opened his eyes wide and looked at his mother with worry. No, it's okay, Victoria said comfortingly, while Che moved the bleeding corner of his mouth. Then he used all his strength to block the wall with his body. Bang! The entire Victoria crashed into the wall and fainted. Chapter 69 Angry Yi Yan. No, I don't want that. Yi Yan, who was protected in Victoria's arms, got down from her arms and looked at his mother who was lying on the ground with a dazed face. Mom! Yi Yan stretched out his hand tremblingly and shook his arm. "Mom, how are you?" Looking at Victoria, who was lying on the ground motionless with blood oozing from the corner of her mouth, Yi Yan fell into a daze and stood there in a daze. A nameless anger surged out from Yi Yan's body. At this moment, his eyes, which were originally ruby-like, turned extremely dark. "Oops!" A charming voice was heard, followed by footsteps. "Duh. Do you really think you can run?" Marika looked at the scene in front of her and couldn't help but laugh. "Ha!" When seeing Victoria lying on the ground to protect a goblin, Marika couldn't help but laugh loudly. "Does this guy really think of himself as the mother of a goblin? Protecting a goblin. Ha!" Marika held her belly. "I've never seen this before. Little devil." Before Marika could finish her words, Yi Yan had already gone up. Block. The daggers and sickles collided. "You have initiated a limit breakthrough. Your attributes will be greatly improved in a short period of time." The sound of the world echoed in Yi Yan's mind. "Kill you!" Yi Yan looked at the person who had hurt his mother with an angry look on his face and gritted his teeth. "Absolutely unforgivable." "Oh!" Feeling the force coming from the dagger, a hint of surprise flashed in Marika's eyes. If she was not mistaken, the little kid in front of her was only in the growth stage, but he had such strength and even speed. Even his fighting skills and the richness of the abilities he used were not something a goblin of less than a year old could achieve. Even if it is a mutant individual, I'm afraid it's impossible. In an instant, Marika became more and more curious about the strange goblin in front of her. Could it be that this guy has the talent to become a general, an absolutely superior person? But Marika chuckled, exerted force with her hands, and a domineering force was transmitted through the sickle. Bang! In just a moment, Yi Yan was blown away. "This strength is still too weak for me." Marika smiled. He didn't take Yi Yan seriously at all at this moment. "You know, there is a huge gap between the growth stage and her complete form." Brush. Almost at the same time, Yi Yan in the air adjusted his posture. At the moment of landing, the force is released, the body bounces and hides in one go. In just a blink of an eye, Yi Yan's figure disappeared from Marika's sight. When he appeared next time, he was already in a blind spot behind Marika, ready to take her head. Marika noticed it and raised her sickle to block it. Just when he was about to fight back, he found that Yi Yan had already left. Oh! Faced with Yi Yan's sudden disappearance, Marika was not in a hurry. She looked around and found nothing. Block. Just a moment of slackness, Yi Yan appeared again, but it was useless. Marika's reaction speed was far faster than his. Daggers and sickles collided, creating sparks. Then, almost at the moment when Marika's sight caught him, the whole person disappeared again. This? Marika frowned slightly. She didn't expect that Yi Yan's breath elimination and concealment skills were so powerful. Brush. While she was thinking, Yi Yan appeared again, and Marika waved her hands impatiently to block him. Swish, swish, swish. The continuous attacks from all directions finally made Marika lose her patience. Damn you little brat, stop it! Brush. Almost as she was speaking, a black shadow flashed by. Fortunately, Marika reacted in time and dodged it, but her cheek was scratched again. Damn little devil! Marika got angry and the magic power in her body exploded. Relying on the spreading magic power, he first tried to sense Yi Yan's location, but it was useless. How could it be? Marika was shocked. She seemed to have woken up a terrible monster. But Marika smiled bitterly. When most people get angry, don't they lose their rationality and become monsters that only know how to attack? And the little guy in front of her was able to stay calm even in an angry state, and use superb means to deal with her. This is really incredible. No. Maybe. This is how the little guy in front of me expresses his anger. It's really scary. A trace of cold sweat appeared on Marika's forehead. When she raised her hand, a ball of light formed and illuminated the nest. It seemed as if it wanted to find Yi Yan's trace in this dim nest. Hurry up! On the other side, Goblin Knight dragged his wounded body and roared at his disappointing subordinates behind him. Well, Captain, it would be better for you to rest for a while since you are injured. The goblin knight behind him said worriedly. Yes. A group of goblin knights echoed. It's just a small goblin. If it dies, it dies. If the captain dies, it will be the loss of the goblin general. They don't care about the goblin knights, they just don't want to find that horrible woman. Even though they were brutal, they were frightened by the woman's methods and strength. More than 200 goblin knights were killed, and only a dozen of them were left. What do you know? Is this about the junior goblin? That woman invaded our goblin nest. If she does anything wrong, I wonder how you're going to explain it to the general. Even if I die, I will wait until the general comes back. Goblin Knight yelled at his men behind him. Damn it, these goblins thought he wanted to go. But if Xiao Xiaowang died in front of him, then none of them would have any chance of living. Since we are going to die anyway, it is better to die. General, where have you been? Goblin Knight Mu was thinking to himself when he saw a blinding light appear in front of him. When they got over, they were immediately shocked by the scene before them. What is this? The other goblin knights stopped and looked at the scene in shock. It belongs to Yi Yan, the personal show of the low-level goblin they call him. Been dazed. The small figure shuttled through the dark corners, attacking every blind spot of Morrigan at a speed they could not understand. Goblin Knight, covered in blood, stared blankly. Is this their king? Relying on the strength he gained during his growth period, he was able to defeat his opponent, whom he was unable to deal with during his mature period. It's really amazing. After seeing this scene, the goblin knights present no longer looked down on the tiny low-level goblins in front of them. Some goblin knights even developed admiration, respect, and adoration for Yi Yan. Among them is the goblin knight Curtain. After all, even for a goblin, being strong is part of their nature. Chapter 70 Timely Support, Killing, and Parallel Individuals? At this moment, Marika has been forced into a desperate situation. Her body was covered with tiny knife marks, and dark blood was flowing out of them. The moment it dripped onto the ground, it rotted the weeds on the ground. For Malika, the knife wound was secondary. Mainly, the mysterious poison that was slowly seeping into her body. Even antidote magic is useless for this kind of poison. In other words, the poison in her body is a poison that has never been recorded. Otherwise, the detoxification magic would not be useless. Although she manipulated her blood to slow down the invasion of toxins, she knew that if she continued like this, she would die. Killed by a grown goblin. Ha! At this moment, Marika felt extremely excited. As if he had discovered a new toy, his eyes were fixed on Yi Yan. Then come on! Since we can't find it, then we'll just overturn everything. Ha! Marika laughed loudly, and the terrifying magic power began to spread outward. A hot fireball condenses. And this fireball is several times larger than the previous ones. The goblin knights were shocked. They are magic resistant, not magic invalid. Even they could not resist this huge magical power. This female wants to destroy this place. Not good! Yi Yan sensed something was wrong and glanced at his mother with a gloomy expression. He stared at Marika, trying to find any flaws. Interrupt magic. Or a one-hit kill. At this moment, Yi Yan was only sad that he had not been able to research a poison that could cause instant death. Otherwise, it wouldn't have dragged on until now. Snort! At this moment, a majestic groan was heard. Immediately afterwards, the huge fireball began to shrink and then disappeared. It seemed as if nothing had happened, but the hot air around explained the existence of the fireball. Faced with all this, Marika was also confused. What's going on? Since when did bugs appear in my territory? Along with the majestic voice, a tall goblin in armor slowly walked over. This goblin is none other than Goblin General Tian. Insect? Facing Goblin General Tian's words, Marika showed an unhappy expression on her face. After all, no one would remain indifferent if they were called a bug by a tiny, dirty, evil goblin. Swish, swish, swish. Almost at the same time, the goblin knights who were left behind also caught up. Up and down. It almost blocked Marika's escape route. But Morriga didn't care. What? It's a clone. The Goblin General narrowed his eyes slightly, saw something, raised his eyebrows, looked at the Goblin Knight not far away, and cursed. It's just a clone, and you guys are still fighting for so long? And so many people were killed? What? The Goblin Knights were shocked when they heard the General's words. The female woman who made them helpless and slaughtered hundreds of their compatriots was actually just a clone. If that's the case, then how powerful is this guy's true form? The Goblin Knights lowered their heads in shame. Beyond the maturity stage, is she, like the General, an existence above that? That's not right. Goblin Knight hesitated. It's impossible for a clone to last this long. And Goblin Knight Moo's gaze fell on the blood on Morriga's body. If it was a clone, there would be no way blood would flow out. Hey, hey, hey! Hearing the ridiculous discussion, Marika laughed. Don't use your pitiful cognition to deny things you don't understand. As she finished speaking, Marika's eyes swept over the Goblin General, and her lips couldn't help but rise. Oh, I didn't expect you could tell. Not bad, you know a lot, you. Marika paused for a moment, staring at the Goblin General, smiled seductively, and then said, Have you been to the human world? A clone talks a lot? The Goblin General frowned and had no intention of drawing the great sword behind him. Originally, I brought weapons because I felt the powerful aura, but now it seems unnecessary. Are you stalling for time for your own death? Yes, if the parallel clone dies, the main body will also be seriously affected. The Goblin General glanced around, and after seeing the elf lying on the ground, he roughly understood the situation. Ha! Hearing the Goblin General's arrogant words, Marika felt humiliated. You know so much! However, even if it is a clone, it is more than enough to kill you. After saying that, Marika rushed towards the Goblin General with a black sickle in her hand. The toxins in her body had little effect on her movements, at least not enough to affect her when she was using her full magic power. At least, within a quarter of an hour, there would be no problem at all. Oh! When the Goblin General saw Marika rushing towards him, a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. He did not move, but simply raised his huge palm, which blocked Marika's attack steadily like a mountain. The black sickle that Marika swung with all her strength hit the palm of the Goblin General, but it couldn't shake it at all. How could it be? Marika's eyes widened in surprise. She didn't expect that the other party could take her attack so easily. It's not like she hasn't fought against the likes of Goblin General. But it's not that outrageous. Are you sure this is a goblin? Weak, lowest level monster. How? The Goblin General looked at Marika with contempt in his eyes. That's it. Damn it, don't underestimate me. Marika was furious, and all the magic power in her body burst out and was injected into the long sickle in her hand. The next moment, bursts of black gas emanated from the sickle. The black gas seemed like a living thing, transforming into several long black snakes that coiled around the Goblin General's hand. Snort! Seeing this, the Goblin General snorted coldly. Immediately afterwards, there was a deafening noise. The huge impact force was too much for Marika to bear. Her body was instantly knocked away and hit the wall heavily. The wall shattered under the impact, and bricks and stones flew everywhere. Blood spurted out of Marika's mouth, and it was obvious that she was seriously injured. Ha! Marika lay on the ground, knowing that her life was in danger and she could not escape. So, he concentrated his own magic power into his body and compressed it. All of you die! What a lunatic! The Goblin General cursed inwardly and was about to take action. Unexpectedly, Yi Yen went up and appeared in front of Marika at some point. You! Seeing Yi Yen suddenly appear, Marika moved her mouth slightly, as if she wanted to say something. But it was obvious that Yi Yen's dagger was a bit faster. Brush! The dagger accurately cut off Marika's head. The voice of the world sounded. Congratulations on killing the parallel demon individual. You have gained 10 points of magic power. Congratulations on killing the demon parallel individual. You have obtained one of the talents, blood manipulation. Chapter 71, The First 7 Pillars, The Pillar of Light Yarius. Die! Brush! One knife after another stabbed into Morriga's body. Even though Yi Yan knew that the person in front of him was dead, but the intense anger still prompted him to stab the dagger into the corpse in front of him. The goblin knights on the side took a few steps back when they saw Yi Yan like this. I thought to myself that I should never mess with this kid again. Otherwise, you will definitely die a miserable death. Brush. Phew. The blood dyed Yi Yan's silver-white hair red, but his eyes were still not dyed red as black as ink. That's enough. At this moment, the goblin general on the side couldn't bear it anymore and grabbed Yi Yan's hand. Open! Yi Yan wanted to break free, but his strength was still too weak compared to the goblin general. Seeing Yi Yan like this, the goblin general couldn't help but frown and said in a deep voice, "The elf is not dead yet. Of course, if you continue like this, there is no guarantee." At this point, a barely perceptible hint of murderous intent flashed across the depths of the goblin general's eyes. Hearing that his mother was not dead, Yi Yan immediately calmed down. "Run to your mother." "Mother!" Yi Yan pushed his mother's body, but she still couldn't wake up. "Mom, wake up! Yenner killed that bad guy. Why can't I wake up?" Yi Yan didn't understand. Before, he only knew how to kill people and had never saved anyone. In the end, what should we do? Suddenly, Yi Yan remembered the magic his mother used to heal his injuries. So, Yi Yan closed his eyes and imitated the method his mother taught him. "Start calling out for the micro-elves that my mother mentioned." Stars appeared and surrounded Yi Yan. "General, would you like me to?" The goblin shaman Sha, who was following the goblin general, was about to say something. He was stunned by the strange scene happening to Yi Yan not far away. "What is that? Is it magic?" "No, if it was magic, why couldn't I feel the flow of magic power in Little King's body? And a miracle of this magnitude definitely cannot be performed by someone with less than 30 magic power. Why is this happening?" It is normal that Goblin Shaman does not understand. After all, elves are a rare group of people who are unwilling to go out. What's more, the elves who can cast elven spells are a minority among the elves. Therefore, if you have never tried to understand it, you would never know the existence of the elf ritual. That is. Seeing this, the goblin general was slightly stunned. Why can Xiao Wang use elf magic? Really? The goblin general's gaze fell on the elf lying on the ground. I felt an unprecedented shock in my heart. No way. It seemed that Yi Yan was about to cast the elf spell. The goblin general then gave a look and immediately ordered the goblin knights to take the remaining goblins away. Goblin Knight Mu immediately understood what he meant and left with a group of goblin knights. Some goblin knights wanted to stay and watch, but under the terrifying pressure emanating from the general, they retreated silently. The general's strength is unfathomable. It is definitely not something they can speculate. Brush. As the technique was activated, a gentle white light suddenly lit up all around, and under this white light, I saw that the nest was dark and gloomy, and on the land where there were no plants, bright flowers bloomed one by one. When the white light shone on him, a hint of surprise flashed in the goblin general's eyes. He discovered that the hidden injuries in his body showed signs of improvement. Xiao Wang, how many surprises are you going to bring me?" The goblin general thought to himself. His eyes fell on Yi Yan not far away. I saw the white light converge into a little creature the size of a palm, with pointed ears, long hair, and a pair of small wings on its back. She appeared in front of Yi Yan, with her hands on her hips, and spoke of her greatness with a proud look on her face. "Hey, little being, come and worship the great elemental spirit, the original 7 pillars, the pillar representing light, His Majesty Yarius Andex." However, her statement received no response. "Mom, wake up!" Yi Yan pushed his mother's body, but seeing no response, he drooped his long green ears in disappointment. Hey, you guy! Yarius flapped her little wings and flew to Yi Yan, puffing her lips and angrily accusing. "You summoned me and ignored me! Who are you?" "Ha!" Jarius's crystal eyes were filled with shock. "You called me, and you still asked who I am?" She was angry and stomped her feet in the air, complaining. "If it weren't for the fact that you smell so good, I wouldn't want to bother with you." Jarius turned his head away proudly. "Well, can you save my mother?" Looking at the little guy in front of him, Yi Yan's face was full of expectation and pitiful. Seeing this, Jarius immediately softened. Let me see. Who made this guy smell so good? Jarius landed on Victoria's forehead. The next moment, a faint light emanated from her body and fell on Victoria. In just a moment, Jarius understood the general situation. Your mother is fine. Just a little sleep will do. At this point, Jarius became very angry. He put his hands on his waist and started to blame Yi Yan. In the future, don't call me for such a small matter. I am also very busy. Every day, I have to comb my wings, tidy my hair, take a bath, and listen to the elves' prayers. As if he had found an outlet for his emotions, Jarius kept chattering on and on. However, Yi Yan did not listen to what she said at this moment. Just hear Jarius tell him. Mom, nothing's wrong. Yi Yan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and smile gently. Then, he ignored Jarius. Yi Yan picked up his mother and turned to leave. You don't know what I do every day. I'm very busy anyway. Jarius Barbara said a lot. By the time Jarius happened, Yi Yan had already walked away. Ah? Hateful. Jarius pouted, angrily jumped in the air, and complained with her short legs. This guy, what does he really think of me? I summoned someone, but they ignored me. How abominable. Your Highness, the primordial elemental spirit of light. At this moment, the Goblin General stepped forward and performed the highest etiquette towards the little guy who was the size of his thumb. If the other goblins saw this, they would surely drop their jaws in shock. Oh! Hearing the voice, Jarius turned around, and his eyes, which were originally a little mischievous, became extremely cold. You know me? I know. The Goblin General nodded. Don't dare to underestimate the little guy in front of you. For a goblin, you know a lot. Chapter 72 Goblin Arsenal, a kick in the whole picture. In the goblin's lair, inside the arsenal. Yi Yan stood beside Goblin Changnong and others with a gloomy face. You! Goblin Changnong wanted to say something, but was scared away by Yi Yan's look. What happened to him? Goblin Changnong looked at the other goblins. Have no idea. Goblin Man yawned and shook his head. Last night, he had planned to take a sneak peek here. Everything went smoothly on the first and second floors. But when he reached the third floor, he saw things he had never seen before. Even some of the things that were supposed to be doors were replaced with iron lumps. Goblin Man feels that there is some big secret here, but this is true. If there was nothing, the Goblin General wouldn't have let them come. Goblin Warrior looked at the earless goblin covered in bandages beside him, was silent for a moment, and said nothing. Ha! At this time, the big goblin patted the earless goblin on the back and laughed. How is it? Is the female satisfied? Crunch! The earless goblin was suddenly slapped and startled. After seeing that the opponent was a big goblin, he immediately spread out his disordered fangs and shouted threateningly. Crunch, crunch, crunch! The big goblin touched his head. He didn't understand what the earless goblin said at all, but that didn't stop him from guessing. Oh! Big Goblin, suddenly enlightened. Are you dissatisfied? Then just kill him. As the eldest goblin spoke, a hint of bloodiness and viciousness flashed in his eyes. Then, just go outside and catch another one. Crunch, crunch! Hearing that the big goblin was going to kill the little one, the earless goblin immediately pounced on the big goblin. However, the uninjured earless goblin couldn't even beat the low-level goblins, let alone the big goblins. In the eyes of the big goblin, the strength of the attack from the earless goblin was just playing with him. Ha! Are you kidding me, bro? The big goblin's words sounded like a mockery to the earless goblin, who was so angry that he bit the big goblin's hand. But the big goblin didn't care at all and laughed loudly at the side. Why? When the Goblin Changnong saw this, he covered his head, not knowing what the general saw in the earless goblin. Let it follow here. He is weak and has a bad temper. It's simply as useless as it can be. This is the top secret of the goblin lair. As for the other goblins, Goblin Changnong understood. Thinking of this, Goblin Changnong's gaze fell on Yen. Also, where did this guy go last night? Early this morning, a goblin from this place came over to accuse Yi Yen. It is said that the goblin team followed Yi Yen out hunting last night and never came back. After hearing this, Goblin Changnong understood. This guy's team wrecking harvester talent has been activated. Goblin Changnong had to persuade them with great effort before he could explain everything to them, and his fist still hurts a little. Really? He hasn't had many fights since he became a recorder. I feel like those low-level goblins won't just let it go. The most troublesome thing is that the goblin seems to have several high-ranking goblin brothers. Thinking about the troubles that will come later. Why? Goblin Changnong looked at Yi Yen, who had a sour face, and sighed. It's really going to cause trouble. If I had known this earlier, I would not have accepted this team leadership mission. At this moment, Goblin Changnong regretted deeply. What evil things had it done in its life? Ha! Hello, I'm Goblin Silver. My master is very busy right now, so I'll be leading you on the tour this time. At this time, a goblin carrying a silver hammer slowly walked over and laughed. I don't know. Did you guys have a good rest last night? The air is quiet. Seeing that no goblins spoke, Goblin Silver glanced at a few of them. One seems to be remembering something, one has a gloomy face, and two are playing? And who's leading the team? Hey, why are you sighing? Goblin Silver complained in his heart. That? Goblin Changnong reacted and went up to him, saying politely. We had a good rest. After saying this, he paused, looked at the goblin behind him, and said hesitantly. Perhaps? Ha, it's my fault for not hosting you well enough. But you guys better be alert. Next, I will definitely not let you down. Goblin Silver didn't waste any time and led everyone into the arsenal. Passing through the stuffy forging room, Goblin Silver led everyone down to the 3rd floor. Then, it stopped in front of an iron wall. Okay, just wait here. Wait a moment? Goblin Changnong was puzzled, looking at the iron wall in front of him, with rocks beside him and the road they came from behind him. There is no other way here. Snap! Just when Goblin Changnong was puzzled, the iron wall suddenly split in the middle. What? Goblin Changnong looked surprised. What? Goblin Man looked excited. They each asked a question. What's this? Ha, this is called a sedan chair in the East Continent. It is a convenient device for moving up and down. Goblin Silver explained to them and led them to the sedan. Let's go! There are more fun things behind. Are there more to come? Goblin Man was very excited, and went up to look around, as if he wanted to imprint this mysterious object in his mind. That's right. Goblin Silver nodded, very proud. It really enjoys this feeling. Enjoying these changes coming from the big nest, from pride, surprise, to shock, and finally to longing. This allows it to feel the difference between itself and other goblins. Our research results are more than just these. As he spoke, Goblin Yin's gaze fell on Yi Yen. It's really strange. Every time someone comes from the goblin's lair, most of them are treated like country bumpkins. Look at these new things with surprise and curiosity. However, the goblin in front of him did not have that. It was strange that he had never felt any fluctuations in emotions from him. However, he was not in a hurry, as this was just the tip of the iceberg of the goblin arsenal. Goblin Silver just didn't believe it after seeing all their achievements. This goblin can still maintain his current composure. Snap! As the door closed, Goblin Silver pressed the button. The next moment, the entire car shook and then moved rapidly downwards. Is this moving downwards? Goblin Changnong was surprised. Goblin Man was already sticking to the ground. He wanted to see how he moved. Did he have feet underneath? Yes, about 30 meters down. 30 meters. The goblins were shocked that something with almost no magical fluctuations could have such power. That's right. Goblin Silver nodded proudly, then looked at Yi Yen. But found that Yi Yen remained indifferent. How is that possible? I understand. He understands it all. This goblin must be holding on. Goblin Silver smiled slightly as he thought of the weapons in the arsenal that could kill adult goblins over long distances without the need for magic. He just couldn't believe that after seeing all that, he could remain indifferent. However, what Goblin Silver didn't know was that for these modern-day equivalents, it was very clear in Yian's eyes. Chapter 73 Provocation. Snort. Goblin Silver chuckled at the thought. Snap! Soon, the iron gate opened to both sides. What came into view next was the floor and walls made entirely of metal. How is this done? Goblin Warrior looked on with curiosity, shocked by the steel wall in front of him. There are oil lamps hanging around the walls that are out of place, lighting up this dark space. Yian looked around and didn't react. If it weren't for that damn old man, he wouldn't have left his injured and just recovered mother's side. Wow! What is this? A clear and pleasant voice came from Yian's shoulder. I never thought these ugly goblins would be so capable. Yarius sat on Yian's shoulders, shaking his legs, blinking his dark blue eyes, and watching everything with curiosity. Little guy, why don't you speak? Yian glanced at Yarius and swept his eyes over the goblins present. Nothing unusual was found in the eyes of these goblins. In other words, these goblins can't hear, let alone see, the elves in front of them? It's amazing. Ever since he used his mother's so-called elf technique, the elf in front of him has been following him. She kept chattering in his ears as if she hadn't spoken to anyone for hundreds of years. Don't worry, little one. As if knowing Yian's thoughts, Yarius puffed out his small chest, showing his fangs, and said proudly, The great Yarius will not be discovered by these lowly beings. Let's go. Goblin Ian looked at Yian's face, which remained unchanged, and without any hesitation, he immediately took them there. Their latest arsenal of developments. Goblin Silver didn't believe it. How long can you remain indifferent? Soon, led by Goblin Silver, they came to an iron gate. Snap! As the iron gate opened, Yian heard a familiar voice. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire, one after another, echoed in the spacious room. Could that be? Goblin Warrior looked at the goblin in front of him, who was practicing with a gun at a target not far away, and said in surprise, Fire gun? A weapon that has flowed from the east continent to the west continent, and can cause damage without the use of magic. However, those weapons all have the risk of explosion and are not always effective. But the musket in front of him did not jam or explode, and it could even fire continuously. This was really incredible. Ha! If you use the name over there, it's called this. Looking at the surprised goblin in front of him, Goblin Silver was very satisfied. However, we call this a gun. It is a high-end product from the East Continent. Then, after our hard work, we finally made these things. Goblin Silver looked proud as he showed off his achievements to the other goblins. It's really amazing. Goblin Changong sighed. Can I try it? Goblin Man looked at those exquisite guns with excitement. Sure. Faced with Goblin Man's excitement and shock, Goblin Silver was still very satisfied. He also enjoyed this feeling. But the only thing that made him dissatisfied was Yian, who always had a stern face in front of him. This guy really doesn't understand? I don't understand. What does this mean? Hateful. Little guy. Yian didn't care about Goblin Yin's unfriendly look. At this moment, his ears were filled with the voice of Yarius. What are those things? It seems very interesting. Great Lord Yarius, I didn't expect that there would be so many new things in this world after just a nap. Ignoring Yarius's chattering, Yian came to the weapons rack. Various guns and equipment were placed in front of Yian. Pistols, submachine guns, rifles, cannons. Most of them are much more exquisite than the things Yian has in the Goblin's Lair armory. Among them, there is even a sniper rifle, but compared with other guns, this sniper rifle looks very crude. How do we do this? From time to time, Goblin warriors would come around, expressing their doubts about guns, while Goblin Silver would provide guidance. Yian just took a look and then turned his gaze back to the shelf. Then, he reached out and took the only sniper rifle on the shelf, played with it for a while, and was very disappointed. Sniper rifles are different from other guns. They have very high requirements on manufacturing craftsmanship. Even the slightest mistake will affect the accuracy. A sniper rifle with poor accuracy is undoubtedly very deadly. Hey, hey, hey! At this moment, the goblin's sharp and unpleasant voice came from not far away. That thing is our treasure, don't break it. You will be responsible if you break it. A group of goblins came over aggressively. It's obvious that he has bad intentions. Goblin Chandong and Goblin Xia put down their guns, looked solemn, and questioned the person in front of them. What do you want? What? The leading goblin Pot chuckled and said proudly. Of course we're afraid that you country bumpkins will ruin the work we've worked so hard on. Goblin Chandong naturally didn't believe what the goblin in front of him said. His gaze fell on the goblin behind him with a wounded face, and he suddenly realized. Didn't I explain to you that your goblin beer's disappearance has nothing to do with us? Explain? The goblin Bao with a bump on his head got furious when he heard what the goblin Changnong said. Is that how you explain it? You want an explanation, right? Then we'll explain it to you right now. Goblin Bao rolled up his sleeves, waved his hand, and was about to lead the goblins behind him to fight with Goblin Changnong. Goblin Silver stepped forward and stopped them. What do you want to do? You want to kill each other, right? As if I don't exist? Goblin Silver's words were quite useful and immediately calmed down Goblin Bao and other goblins who were furious. But my good brother Goblin, you. Goblin Bao wanted to say something, but was immediately scared away by a look from Goblin Silver. Suddenly, Goblin Pot thought of something and said, Ha ha ha, you misunderstood, Lord Goblin Silver. We just want to compete with these goblins from the Goblin's Lair. I heard that the goblins in the Goblin Lair are all very powerful. Goblin Pot said this and looked towards Goblin Changdong and the others. So, we want to learn from you. This? Goblin Silver hesitated. Seeing that there was hope, Goblin Pot continued. Perhaps they don't dare? Aren't you bullying the goblins? Goblin Changdong frowned. You are so familiar with the guns here, we don't understand at all. Oh. You don't dare? Goblin Pot raised the corner of his mouth and sneered. Okay. When has Goblin Chandong been ridiculed like this? I agreed immediately. Okay then. Seeing this, Goblin Bao immediately jumped out, licked his tongue and smiled. I want to compete with that goblin. The goblin's gazes followed Goblin Bag's gaze and fell on Yi Yan. Can? With almost no hesitation, Yi Yan immediately agreed. Ha! Goblin Bao laughed. Don't say I'm bullying you. You can choose what to compete in, shooting, disassembly and assembly are all fine. Casual. Yi Yan observed the gun in his hand without even looking at the Goblin Bag. Goblin Bao was so angry that he stamped his feet. I will definitely humiliate you severely. Then kill you. Chapter 74. Why are you so skilled? Faced with Goblin Bag's provocation, Yi Yan remained indifferent. Little guy, can you play with these strange toys? Yarius slowly landed on the back of Yi Yan's hand, staring at the gun in Yi Yan's hand. She didn't feel any fluctuation of magical power from it. Is it the explosion of the gunpowder inside that propels the bullet? What a wonderful design. Hee hee. Goblin Bag sneered. Then let's have a competition on disassembling and assembling a gun. Goblin Bag is not stupid. If he can choose the one that guarantees 100% victory, he will of course choose it. When it comes to shooting, disassembly and assembly are the most difficult for people who don't know how to do it. Without knowledge of gun structure, it is impossible to assemble and disassemble guns accurately. Hey, that's not fair! Goblin Bao knew it, and Goblin Chandong couldn't possibly not know it. You have already been familiar with these things, but we have never understood them at all. So, Goblin Bao chuckled and waved his hand. Didn't I let him choose at the beginning? Of course, if you're afraid and want to regret it, that's fine too. Goblin Bag said this and looked at Yi Yan provocatively. What's wrong with this ugly guy? Yarius, who was sitting on Yi Yan's shoulder, pouting angrily. Little guy, if you ask the great Lord Yarius for help, I can tell you the tricks to win. Facing Yarius' words, Yi Yan remained indifferent and looked at Goblin Bao and said, Okay, that's all right, let's get started. Yi Yan! Goblin Chandong tried to stop it but was stopped by Goblin Man. What on earth are you doing? Goblin Chandong looked at Goblin Man and asked angrily. Don't you think that Lord Yi Yan is very confident? Hearing Goblin Warrior's words, Goblin Chandong glanced at Yi Yan and continued. This guy, when has he ever been unconfident? Goblin Warrior was silent. After all, what Goblin Chandong said seemed to be true. Oh, never mind that, don't you think it's interesting? Let's wait and see. We've lost anyway. How can the goblin die? Goblin Chandong heard this and thought it made sense. At this time, on the other side, Yi Yan and Goblin Bao have arrived at the workbench. Hey, don't accuse me of bullying you. The gun we disassembled is the pistol you just saw. Goblin Bag is very confident. In this regard, he is not inferior to a layman. However, what he didn't know was that Yi Yan was no layman. It can be said that I grew up playing with these weapons. Yi Yan knew these weapons very well. Well, let's get started. Goblin Bao had a proud look on his face. He just picked up the gun and wanted to see Yi Yan's helpless expression. Unexpectedly, at a glance, the gun in Yi Yan's hand was already half disassembled? No, this is impossible. How on earth did this guy do it in less than a second? It's cheating. But that's not right. If he cheated, his brothers would find out. He looked over expectantly. But he found that his brother was also shocked at this moment. His face was dull, his mouth was wide open, and his chin almost touched the ground. Bang! The sound of Yi Yan slapping the table woke up the shocked people present. At the same time, it also announced that Yi Yan's pistol had been disassembled and was about to be assembled. The Goblin Chandong was overjoyed when he saw this. A goblin worthy of being chosen by the general. It's really amazing. The Goblin Warrior was also very excited when he saw Yi Yan's skillful movements. Sure enough, his guess was correct. Lord Yi Yan was really powerful. How exactly did they do it? Such movements would be impossible to achieve without tens of thousands of repetitions of training. You are truly worthy of being the king. Goblin Warrior had a look of obsession on his face, watching Yi Yan's extremely smooth movements, his eyes full of longing. Hey, Goblin Bag, what are you standing there for? Hearing the sound of the goblin pot, Goblin Bag immediately reacted and began to dismantle it. But it was too late, he knew it, and they knew it too. With that speed, even if he were to do it again 100 times, he wouldn't stand a chance of winning. Damn it! Tension, anger, rage, countless emotions mixed together. The next moment, under the gazes of many goblins, the goblin pack decisively gave up dismantling the gun, raised it, and roared at Yi Yan. Fuck, why are you so skilled? Bang! Almost at the same time, a gunshot rang out. How could it be? Goblin Bag had a dull look on his face. At this moment, there was a bloody hole on the forehead. Then, he fell to the ground with a bang, not moving at all, announcing the death of Goblin Bag. Following the sound of gunfire, the goblin's eyes fell on Yi Yan and saw the gun Yi Yan raised, which was now smoking. It was obvious that Yi Yan fired the shot. Congratulations on killing the goblin. Based on the effect of your skill, predation, you gained 1 point of strength. Congratulations on killing the goblin. Based on the effect of your skill, predation, you have obtained the goblin's talent. Self-healing D. Your self-healing D has been integrated into the talent. Self-healing C. Why would you do this? The goblins reacted, looked at Goblin Bag lying on the ground, and began to blame Yi Yan with anger on their faces. Hasn't it already been won? Is this how you killed the goblin? You, the goblin who murdered your compatriots, should be executed immediately. Faced with everyone's doubts, Yi Yan tilted his head in confusion. So I killed him. Is there anything wrong with that? The goblins were shocked. What kind of logic was this? Who told you that you can kill the opponent if you win the competition? Yi Yan retorted in surprise. Isn't this common sense? That's right. In the assassination training in the previous life, in this kind of competition, there was only one outcome for the loser, and that was death. But this is not an assassination training base, inside the Black Room. Yi Yan's words at this moment were undoubtedly a provocation to them. You bastard! The goblins were about to come up, but were blocked by Goblin Chandong. Hey, what do you want to do to my people? What? Goblin Pot raised his eyebrows, not at all scared. Your goblin killed my goblin. It's the general's rule. There's nothing wrong with me killing him. Oh. In response, Goblin Changdong chuckled. Why do I see that your goblin wanted to kill Yi Yen, and Yi Yen shot him out of self-protection? Didn't you see what he just said? Goblin Pot gritted his teeth in anger, his face ferocious. Ha! At this time, Goblin Silver, who had been silent, laughed and walked between the two and said, Okay. We are all goblins. Goblin Silver hadn't finished his words yet. Boom! Suddenly, the ground shook violently. What's going on? The goblins wondered. At this moment, red lights lit up all around, accompanied by shrill warning sounds. Someone has invaded the nest! Chapter 75, All-Out Attack Trap. At this time, outside the goblin's nest, a group of adventurers, holding swords and guns, looked at the cave exploding in front of them, ready to go. Ha ha, brothers, come on! Kayla laughed and waved his arms, directing everyone. Let's take down this nest today and show those people. Really? They are just a bunch of goblins, but they are so cautious. They are such a waste. Ha! A group of adventurers, holding knives, rushed towards the goblins. Go! Crunch! Outside the entrance of the goblin's nest, goblins would run out from time to time. But the weak goblins were overwhelmed by the overwhelming force of these battle-hardened adventurers. In less than a moment, they were all slaughtered. Brush! Caleb fired a shot, poking the goblin in front of him into a hornet's nest, with a hint of disdain on his face. Ha! I don't know why those people are so afraid of goblins. That is. Maud grinned, carrying the blood-stained sword, his mouth full of confidence. I think our team can handle these goblins. At this time, on the other side. On the third floor of the goblin's lair, inside the real arsenal. Why, let them die. Goblin Man stared at the magical screen in front of him, confused and puzzled. Judging from the combat power here, they can definitely fight against the attacking team this time. Ha! Goblin Silver laughed and waved his arms, and the scene changed. Of course, it's to let them see our weakness. Then they will let down their guard and go deeper. Just watch. Goblin Silver gave a meaningful smile. These arrogant adventurers will all be buried here. Snort! At this moment, a disdainful voice was heard. You goblins, don't you take your companions' lives seriously? The eldest goblin was very unhappy. He took his sword and walked out the door. Hey, what are you doing? Goblin Changnong called out to the big goblin. What? The big goblin looked back, his eyes filled with unspeakable anger. Of course, kill all those intruders outside who are trying to pass through other people's homes. Having said that, he turned around and left, ignoring Goblin Changnong's dissuasion, approaching the first level of the goblin. The earless goblin also wanted to move forward, but was stopped by Goblin Man. Why, you weak thing, are you looking for death by following him? Goblin Warrior lifted up the earless goblin with one hand. Crunch, crunch. The earless goblin shook his feet and struggled desperately. He must go out immediately and tell the adventurers outside about the situation here. Let them escape quickly. Otherwise, those people will definitely die here. This can't be done. He couldn't bear to see the human being die in front of him. In a rage, the earless goblin grabbed the goblin warrior. But as if he knew it in advance, he dodged the attack of the earless goblin in advance. Oh, you're quite strong. But I can't let you mess up. The goblin warrior smiled slightly, leaned close to the ear of the earless goblin, and whispered softly. If you don't want anything to happen to the little girl in your room, you'd better be quiet. Hearing Goblin Man's threatening words, the earless goblin, who was originally making a fuss, was stunned. Seeing this, Goblin Warrior slowly put it down. The earless goblin, who was in a dilemma, laughed secretly in his heart. The show is about to begin. How could I let you ruin this good show? The growth of a king requires the baptism of blood, and these are just right. Little guy. Jarius' voice echoed in Yi Yan's ears. Don't you think those two goblins are weird? Jarius's small hand pointed at the earless goblin and the goblin man. And the goblin who just left is also very interesting. The corners of Jarius' mouth turned up, revealing a meaningful expression. Yi Yan ignored Jarius' words and glanced over. At this moment, all the goblin's eyes were on the big screen, and Yi Yan remembered the agreement he had made with Kalas. Since you have received the mission reward from others, you should complete the mission. As for what would happen to this goblin nest, it was none of his business. To Yi Yan, all these goblins who coveted his mother were suddenly, Yi Yan remembered, the goblins who were standing in front of him just now. There was also the goblin knight who blocked a knife for him. Yi Yan hesitated for a moment, thinking, maybe not everyone has to die. However, this cannot change Yi Yan's decision. For Yi Yan, since he has accepted the task, he should complete it. Thinking of this, Yi Yan didn't hesitate at all. Left the weapons training ground. The goblin pot, whose eyes had been fixed on Yi Yan, couldn't help but feel overjoyed when he saw Yi Yan secretly leaving. If he can't kill you here, then as long as we're somewhere where no goblins can see us, isn't he the one who has the final say on what happens? Thinking of this, Goblin Pot did not hesitate at all and followed Yi Yan with his brothers. However, the moment they walked out the door and turned their heads away from their target, Yi Yan's figure disappeared from their sight. How come? Goblin Pot was shocked. It only took time to turn direction. How could I lose him? Well, Master Goblin Pot, what should we do? What to do? Goblin Pot gritted his teeth, furious. What else can I do? Of course I have to look for him. Once you find it, notify all the goblins immediately, and then. Goblin Pot, a fierce murderous look flashed in his eyes. Kill them, to avenge Goblin Bow and Goblin Pack. I want to let these goblins from the big goblin lair know that the goblins from our other goblin lairs are not to be trifled with. Ha! The adventurers killed goblins along the way and moved forward, and they couldn't help but complain about the Commander Edward in their hearts. They are just a group of goblins. Ha ha! Kill! As long as they kill all the goblins, they will receive a huge reward from the Adventurers Guild. Moreover, the higher the reward is for each goblin killed, then he can buy his daughter her favorite cake. Kill! The bloodthirsty adventurer had lost his previous composure and did not notice the threat coming from under his feet. Click! The foot hits the ground and creates a depression. What's going on? The adventurer neither noticed nor cared, and lifted his foot. However, just as he raised his foot, the mechanism under his feet was triggered. In just a moment, the flames engulfed him.